Section 1 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Proem. We are coming to the rescue, just 100 strong, with fun and pun and epigram, and laughter, wit, and song. With badinage and repartee, and humor quaint or bold, and stories that are stories, not several eons old. With parody and nondescript, burlesque and satire keen, and irony and playful jest, so that it may be seen that women are not quite so dull. We come a merry throng. Yes, we're coming to the rescue, and just 100 strong. Kate Sanborn. The Wit of Women. Chapter 1. The melancholy tone of women's poetry, puns good and bad, epigrams and laconics, cynicism of French women, sentences crisp and sparkling. To begin a deliberate search for wit seems almost like trying to be witty, a task quite certain to brush the bloom from even the most fruitful results. But the statement of Richard Grant White that humor is the rarest of qualities in woman roused such a host of brilliant recollections that it was a temptation to try to materialize the ghosts that were haunting me, to lay forever the suspicion that they did not exist. 2 articles by Alice Wellington Rollins in the Critic on Woman's Sense of Humor and the Humor of Women convinced me that the deliberate task might not be impossible to carry out, although I felt, as she did, that the humor and wit of women are difficult to analyze and select examples precisely because they possess in the highest degree that almost essential quality of wit, the unpremeditated glow which exists only with the occasion that calls it forth. Even from the humor of women found in books it is hard to quote, not because there is so little, but because there is so much. The encouragement to attempt this novel enterprise of proving, by their fruits you shall know them, that women are not deficient in either wit or humor has not been great. Wise librarians have, with a smile, regretted the paucity of proper material. Literary men have predicted rather a thin volume. In short, the general opinion of men is condensed in the sly question of a peddler who comes to our door summer and winter, his stock varying with the season: sage cheese and homemade socks, suspenders and cheap note paper, early rose potatoes and the solid pearmain. This shrewd old fellow remarked roguishly, "You're getting up a book, I see, 'bout women's wit. 'Twon't be no great of an undertakin', will it?" The outlook at first was certainly discouraging. In Parton's collection of humorous poetry there was not one woman's name, nor in Dodd's large volume of epigrams of all ages, nor in any of the humorous departments of volumes of selected poetry. Griswold's Female Poets of America was next examined. The general air of gloom, hopeless gloom, was depressing. Such mawkish sentimentality and despair, such inane and mortifying confessions, such longings for a lover to come, such sighings over a lover departed, such cravings for only a grave in some dark, dank solitude. As Mrs. Dodge puts it, Pegasus generally feels inclined to pace toward a graveyard the moment he feels a side saddle on his back. The subjects of their lucubrations suggest Lady Montagu's famous speech, "There was only one reason she was glad she was a woman: she should never have to marry one." From the female poets I copy this song, representing the average woman's versifying as regards buoyancy and an optimistic view of this whale of tears. Ask not from me the sportive jest, the mirthful gibe, the gay reflection. These social baubles fly the breast that owns the sway of pale dejection. Ask not from me the changing smile, hope's sunny glow, joy's glittering token. It cannot now my griefs beguile. My soul is dark, my heart is broken. Wit cannot cheat my heart of woe. Flattery wakes no exultation, and fancy's flash but serves to show the darkness of my desolation. By me no more in masking guise shall thoughtless repartee be spoken. My mind a hopeless ruin lies, my soul is dark, my heart is broken. In recalling the witty women of the world, I must surely go back, familiar as is the story, to the Grecian dame who, when given some choice old wine in a tiny glass by her miserly host, who boasted of the years since it had been bottled, inquired, "Isn't it very small of its age?" This ancient story is too much in the style of the male story monger, you all know him, who repeats with undiminished gusto for the 49th time a story that was tottering in senile imbecility when Methuselah was teething, and is now in a sad condition of anecdotage. It is affirmed that women seldom repeat an anecdote. That is well, and no proof of their lack of wit. The discipline of life would be largely increased if they did insist on being reminded constantly of anecdotes as familiar as the hand organ repertoire of Captain Jinks and Beautiful Spring. Their sense of humor is too keen to allow them to aid these aged wanderers in their endless migrations. It is sufficiently trying to their sense of the ludicrous to be obliged to listen with an admiring rapt expression to some anecdote heard in childhood, and restrain the laugh until the oft-repeated crisis has been duly reached. Still, I know several women who, as brilliant raconteurs, have fully equalled the efforts of celebrated after-dinner wits. It is also affirmed that women cannot make a pun, which if true would be greatly to their honour, but alas, their puns are almost as frequent and quite as execrable as are ever perpetrated. It was Queen Elizabeth who said, "Though you be Burleigh, my Lord Burleigh, ye make less stir than my Lord Leicester." Lady Morgan, the Irish novelist, witty and captivating, who wrote Kate Kearney and the Wild Irish Girl, made several good puns. Some one, speaking of the laxity of a certain bishop in regard to Lenten fasting, said, "I believe he would eat a horse on Ash Wednesday." "And very proper diet," said her ladyship, "if it were a fast horse." Her special enemy, Croker, had declared that Wellington's success at Waterloo was only a fortunate accident, and intimated that he could have done better himself under similar circumstances. "Oh, yes," exclaimed her ladyship, "he had his secret for winning the battle. He had only to put his notes on Boswell's Johnson in front of the British lines. Grace Greenwood has probably made more puns in print than any other woman, and her conversation is full of them. It was Grace Greenwood who, at a tea drinking at the Woman's Club in Boston, was begged to tell one more story, but excused herself in this way: "No, I cannot get more than one story high on a cup of tea." You see, puns are allowed at that rarely intellectual assemblage. Indeed, they are sometimes very bad, as when the question was brought up whether better speeches could be made after simple tea and toast, or under the influence of champagne and oysters. Miss Mary Wadsworth replied that it would depend entirely upon whether the oysters were cooked or raw. And seeing all look blank, she explained, "Because if raw, we should be sure to have a raw oystering time." Louisa Alcott's puns deserve honourable mention. I will quote one. Query: if steamers are named the Asia, the Russia, and the Scotia, why not call one the Nausea? At a Chicago dinner party a physician received a menu card with the device of a mushroom, and showed it to the lady next to him, and said, "I hope nothing invidious is intended." "Oh, no," was the answer. "It only alludes to the fact that you spring up in the night." A gentleman noticeable on the porch of the sanctuary as the pretty girls came in on Sabbath mornings, but not regarded as a devout attendant on the services within, declared that he was one of the pillars of the church. "Pillar sham, I am inclined to think," was the retort of a lady friend. To a lady who, in reply to a gentleman's assertion that women sometimes made a good pun, but required time to think about it, had said that she could make a pun as quickly as any man, the gentleman threw down this challenge: "Make a pun, then, on horseshoe." "If you talk until your horseshoe can't convince me," was the instant answer. The best punning poem from a woman's pen was written by Miss Caroline B. LaRoe of Brooklyn, New York, a teacher of elocution and the writer of many charming stories and verses. It was suggested by a study in butter of the dreaming Iolanthe. molded by Carolyn S. Brooks on a kitchen table and exhibited at the Centennial in Philadelphia. I do not remember any other poem in the language that rings so many changes on a single word. It was published first in Baldwin's Monthly, but ran the rounds of the papers all over the country. One of the Centennial buildings shows us many a wondrous thing, which the women of our country from their homes were proud to bring. In a little corner guarded by policeman 28 stands a crowd, all eyes and elbows, seeing butter plate. 'Tis not butter faded flour that the people throng to see. Butter crowd comes every hour, nothing butter crowd we see. Butter little pushing brings us where we find to our surprise that within the crowded corner butter dreaming woman lies. Though she lies, she don't deceive us, as it might at first be thought. This fair maid is made of butter, on a kitchen table wrought. Nothing butter paddle, sticks and straws were used to bring out of just 9 pounds of butter fascinating thing. Butter maid or made of butter, she is butter wonder rare. Butter sweet eyes closed in slumber, butter soft and yellow hair, were the work of butter woman just 2,000 miles away. Butter fortunes in the features that she made in butter stay. Maid of all work, maid of honor, whatsoever she may be, she is butter wondrous worker, as the crowd can plainly see. And 'tis butter woman shows us what with butter can be done, nothing but her hands producing something new beneath the sun. Butter line we add in closing, which none butter could refuse. May her work be butter pleasure, nothing butter use. May she never need for butter, though she'll often need for bread, and may every churning bring her butter blessing on her head. The second and last example is much more common in its form, but is just as good as most of the verses of this style in Parton's humorous poetry. I don't pretend that it is remarkable, but it is equally worthy of presentation with many efforts of this sort from men with a reputation for wit. The Vegetable Girl, by May Taylor. Behind a market stall installed, I market every day, stands at her stand the fairest girl I've met within the bay. Her 2 lips are of cherry red, her hands a pretty pair, with such a charming turn-up nose, and lovely reddish hair. 'Tis there she stands from morn till night, her customers to please, and to appease their appetite, she sells them beans and peas. Attracted by the glances from the apple of her eye, and by her chili apples too, each passer-by will buy. She stands upon her little feet throughout the livelong day, and sells her celery and things, a big feat by the way. She changes off her stock for change, attending to each call, and when she has but 1 beet left, she says, "Now that beats all." As to puns in conversation, my only fear is that they are too generally indulged in. Only one of this sort can be allowed, and that from the highest lady in the land, who is distinguished for culture and good sense as well as wit. A friend said to her as she was leaving Buffalo for Washington, "I hope you will hail from Buffalo." "Oh, I see you expect me to hail from Buffalo and reign in Washington," said the quick-witted sister of our president. In epigrams there is little to offer, but as it is stated that women cannot achieve a well-rounded epigram, a few specimens must be produced. Jane Austen has left 2 on record. The first was suggested by reading in a newspaper the marriage of Mr. Gell to Miss Gill of Eastbourne. At Eastbourne Mr. Gell, from being perfectly well, became dreadfully ill for the love of Miss Gill. So he said with some sighs, "I'm the slave for your eyes. Oh, restore, if you please, by my accepting ease." The second is on the marriage of a middle-aged flirt with a Mr. Wake, whom gossips averred she would have scorned in her prime. Maria, good-humored and handsome and tall, for a husband was at her last stake, and having in vain danced at many a ball, is now happy to jump at a wake. It was Lady Townsend who said that the human race was divided into men, women, and Herveys. This epigram has been borrowed in our day, substituting for Herveys the Beecher family. When some one said of a lady she must be in spirits, for she lives with Mr. Walpole, "Yes," replied Lady Townsend, "spirits of hartshorn." Walpole, caustic and critical, regarded this lady as undeniably witty. It was Hannah More who said, There are but two bad things in this world, sin and vile. Miss Thackeray quotes several epigrammatic definitions from her friend Miss Evans as a privileged person, one who is so much a savage when thwarted that civilized persons avoid thwarting him. A musical woman, one who has strength enough to make much noise and obtuseness enough not to mind it. Ouida has given us some excellent examples of epigram as: a pipe is a pocket philosopher, a truer one than Socrates, for it never asks questions. Socrates must have been very tiresome when one thinks of it. Dinna ye meddle, Tam. It's niver no good a threshin' other folks' corn. Ye allays gets the flail again i' your own eye somehow. Epigrams are the salts of life, but they wither up the grasses of foolishness, and naturally the grasses hate to be sprinkled therewith. A man never is so honest as when he speaks well of himself. Men are always optimists when they look inward, and pessimists when they look round them. Nothing is so pleasant as to display your worldly wisdom in epigram and dissertation, but it is a trifle tedious to hear another person display theirs. When you talk yourself, you think how witty, how original, how acute you are, but when another does so, you are very apt to think only, what a crib from Rochefoucauld. Boredom is the ill-natured pebble that always will get in the golden slipper of the pilgrim of pleasure. It makes all the difference in life whether hope is left or left out. A frog that dwelt in a ditch spat at a worm that bore a lamp. "Why do you do that?" said the glowworm. "Why do you shine?" said the frog. Calumny is the homage of our contemporaries, as some South Sea Islanders spit on those they honor. Hived bees get sugar because they will give back honey. All existence is a series of equivalents. "Men are always like Horace," said the princess. "They admire rural life, but they remain for all that Augustus." If the Venus de Medici could be animated into life, women would only remark that her waist was large. The brilliant Frenchwomen, whose very names seem to sparkle as we write them, yet of whose wit so little has been preserved, had an especial facility for condensed cynicism. Think of Madame du Deffand, skeptical, sarcastic, feared and hated even in her blind old age for her scathing criticisms. When the celebrated work of her Helvetius appeared, he was blamed in her presence for having made selfishness the great motive of human action. "Bah!" said she, "he has only revealed everyone's secret." And listen to this trio of laconics, with their saddening knowledge of human frailty and their bitter Voltairish flavor. "We shall all be perfectly virtuous when there is no longer any flesh on our bones." Marguerite de Valois. "We like to know the weakness of eminent persons. It consoles us for our inferiority." Madame de Lambert. "Women give themselves to God when the devil wants nothing more to do with them." Sophie Arnould. Madame de Sévigné's letters present detached thoughts worthy of Rochefoucauld without his cynicism. She writes, "One loves so much to talk of one's self that one never tires of a tête-à-tête with a lover for years. That is the reason that a devotee likes to be with her confessor. It is for the pleasure of talking to one's self, even though speaking evil." And she remarks to a lady who amused her friends by always going into mourning for some prince or duke or member of some royal family, and who at last appeared in bright colours, "Madame, I congratulate myself on the health of Europe." I find, too, many fine aphorisms from Carmen Sylva, Queen of Romania. "Il vaut mieux avoir pour confesseur un médecin qu'un prêtre. Vous dites prêtre que vous détestez les hommes. Il vous répond que vous n'êtes pas chrétien. Le médecin vend dans de l'eau rhubarbe, et voilà que vous aimez votre semblable. Vous dites au prêtre que vous êtes fatigué de vivre.
Il vous reprend que le suicide est un crime, la médecine vous donne un stimulant et voilà que vous trouvez la vie supportable. La contradiction anime la conversation, voilà pourquoi les cons sont si ennuyeux. Quand vous affirmez quelque chose, on appelle toujours à témoin parce qu'il ne contredit jamais. On ne va jamais être fatigué de la vie, on ne fatigué que de soi-même. Il faut être plus ou très philosophe, il faut dire, Seigneur, que ta volonté soit faite, ou nature, je te mets tes lois, même lorsqu'elles m'écrasent. L'homme est d'un violon, ce n'est que lorsque dernière corde se brise qu'il devient morceau de bois.
In the recently published sketch of Madame Mole, there are several sentences which show trenchant wit. As nations squint in looking at one another, we must discount what Germany and France say to each other. Several English women can be recalled who were noted for their epigrammatic wit, as Harriet, Lady Ashburton. On someone saying that liars generally speak good-naturedly of others, she replied, "Why, if you don't speak a word of truth, it is not so difficult to speak well of your neighbor." "Don't speak so hardly of " Someone said to her, "He lives on your good graces." "That accounts," she answered, "for his being so thin." Again, I don't mind the canvas of a man's mind being good, if only it is completely hidden by the worsted and floss. Or, she never speaks to anyone, which is of course a great advantage to anyone. Mrs. Carlyle was an epigram herself, small, sweet, yet possessing a sting, and her letters give us many sharp and original sayings. She speaks in one place of Mrs. an insupportable bore. Her neck and arms were as naked as if she had never eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And what a comical phrase is hers when she writes to her "dearest," "I take time by the pigtail and write at night after post hours." That growling, surly "dearest" of whom she said, "The most of bile that he brings home is awfully grand." For a veritable epigram from an American woman's pen, we must rely on Hannah F. Gould, who wrote many verses that were rather graceful and arch and witty. But her epitaph on her friend, the active and aggressive Caleb Cushing, is as good as any made by Saxe. "Lay aside, all ye dead, for in the next bed reposes the body of Cushing. He has crowded his way through the world, they say, and even though dead will be pushing." Such a hit from a bright woman is refreshing. Our literary foremothers seem to prefer to be pedantic, didactic, and tedious on the printed page. Catherine Sedgwick dealt somewhat in epigram, as when she says, "He was not one of those convenient single people who are used, as we use straw and cotton in packing, to fill up vacant places." Eliza Leslie, famed for her cookbooks and her satiric sketches, when speaking of people silent from stupidity, supposed kindly to be full of reserved power, says, "We cannot help thinking that when a head is full of ideas some of them must involuntarily ooze out." And is not this epigrammatic advice? Avoid giving invitations to bores. They will come without. Some of our later literary women prefer the epigrammatic form in sentences crisp and laconic, short sayings full of pith, of which I have made a collection. Gail Hamilton's books fairly bristle with epigrams in condensed style, and Kate Field has many a good thought in this shape, as, "Judge no one by his relations, whatever criticism you pass upon his companions. Relations, like features, are thrust upon us; companions, like clothes, are more or less our own selection." Miss Jewett's style is less epigrammatic, but just as full of humor. Speaking of a person who was always complaining, she says, "Nothing ever suits her. She ain't had no more troubles to bear than the rest of us, but you never see her that she didn't have a chapter to lay before ye. I've got's much feelin' as the next one, but when folks drives in their spigots and wants to draw a bucket full of compassion every day right straight along, there does come times when it seems as if the bar'l was gettin' low." The captain, whose eyes were not much better than his ears, always refused to go forth after nightfall without his lantern. The old couple steered slowly down the uneven sidewalk toward their cousin's house. The captain walked with a solemn, rolling gait, learned in his many long years at sea, and his wife, who was also short and stout, had caught the habit from him. If they kept step all went well, but on this occasion, as sometimes happened, they did not take the first step out into the world together, so they swayed apart and then bumped against each other as they went along. To see the lantern coming through the mist you might have thought it the light of a small craft at sea in heavy weather. Deaf people hear more things that are worth listening to than people with ears. One likes to have something worth telling in talking to a person who misses most of the world's talk. Emory Ann, a creation of Mrs. Whitney's, often spoke in epigrams as, "Good looks are a snare, especially to them that haven't got 'em." While Mrs. Walker's creed, "I believe in the total depravity of inanimate things," is more than an epigram, it is an inspiration. Charlotte Fiske Bates, who compiled the Cambridge Book of Poetry and has given us a charming volume of her own verses, which no one runs any risk in buying, in spite of the title of the book, has done a good deal in this direction, and is fond of giving an epigrammatic turn to a bright thought, as in the following couplet: "Would you sketch in 2 words a coquette and deceiver? Name 2 Irish geniuses, lover and leaver." She also succeeds with the quatrain, "On being called a goose." A signal name is this, upon my word. Great Juno's geese saved Rome her citadel. Another drowsy Manlius may be stirred, and the state saved, if I but cackle well. I recall a charming jeu d'esprit from Mrs. Barrows, the beloved Aunt Fanny, who writes equally well for children and grown folks, and whose big heart ranges from earnest philanthropy to the perpetration of exquisite nonsense. It is but a trifle sent with a couple of peanut owls to a niece of Bryant's. The aged poet was greatly amused. When great Minerva chose the owl, that bird of solemn phiz, that truly awful looking fowl, to represent her whiz, Dom little recked the goddess of the time when she would howl to see a peanut set on end, and called Minerva's owl. Miss Phelps has given us some sentences which convey an epigram in a keen and delicate fashion, as, "All forms of self-pity, like Prussian blue, should be sparingly used." As a rule, a man can't cultivate his mustache and his talents impartially. As happy as a kind-hearted old lady with a funeral to go to. No men are so fussy about what they eat as those who think their brains the biggest part of them. The professor's sister, a homeless widow of excellent Vermont intentions and high ideals in cupcake. And this longer extract has the same characteristics. "You know how it is with people, Avis. Some take to zoology and some take to religion. That's the way it is with places. It may be the Lancers, it may be prayer meetings. Once I went to see my grandmother in the country, and everybody had a candy pull. There were 25 candy pulls and taffy bakes in that town that winter. John Rose says in the Connecticut Valley, where he came from, it was missionary barrels, and I heard of a place where it was cold coffee. In Harmouth it's improving your mind. And so," added Coy, "we run to reading clubs, and we all go fierce, winter after winter, to see who'll get the severest. There's a set outside of the faculty that descends to charades and music and inconceivably low intellectual depths, and some of our girls sneak off and get in there once in a while, like the little girl who wanted to go from heaven to hell to play Saturday afternoons, just as you and I used to do, Avis, when we dared. But I find I've got too old for that," said Coy sadly, "when you're fairly past the college boys and as far along as the law students." "Or the theologues," interposed Avis. "Yes, or the theologues, or even the medical department. Then there positively is nothing for it but to improve your mind." Listen to Lavinia, one of Mrs. Rose Terry Cook's sensible Yankee women. Land, if you want to know folks, just hire out to 'em. They take their wigs off afore the help, so to speak, seemingly. Marrying a man ain't like settin' alongside of him nights and hearin' him talk pretty. That's the fust prayer. There's lots and lots of meetin' after that. And what amount of sense as well as wit in Sam Lawson's sayings in Old Town Folks. As this book is not to be as large as Worcester's unabridged dictionary, I can only give room to one. We don't none of us like to have our sins set in order afore us. There was David, now. He was crank as could be when he thought Nathan was a talkin' about other people's sins. Says David, the man that did that shall surely die. But come to set it home and say, thou art the man. David caved right in. Lordy massy, bless your soul and body, Nathan, says he. I don't want to die. And Mrs. A.D.T. Whitney must not be forgotten. As Emory Ann said once about thoughts, you can't hinder 'em any more than you can the birds that fly in the air, but you needn't let 'em light and make a nest in your hair. And what a capital hit on the hypocritical apologies of conceited housekeepers is this bit from Mrs. Wicker, widow Bedott. A person that didn't know how women always go on at such a place would 'a thought that Miss Gibson had tried to have everything the miserablest she possibly could, and that the rest on 'em never had anything to hum but what was miserabler yet. And Marietta Holly, who has caused a tidal wave of laughter by her Josiah Allen's Wife series, shall have her say. We too are posterity, though mebbe we don't realize it as we ort to. She didn't seem to sense anything, only ruffles and such like. Her mind all seemed to be narrowed down and puckered up, just like trimmin'. But I must have convinced the most skeptical of women's wit in epigrammatic form, and will now return to an older generation who claim a fair share of attention. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Humor of Literary English Women. In reviewing the bon mot of Stella, whom Swift pronounced the most witty woman he had ever known, it seems that we are improving. I will give but two of her sayings, which were so carefully preserved by her friend. When she was extremely ill, her physician said, "Madam, you are near the bottom of the hill, but we will endeavor to get you up again." She answered, "Doctor, I fear she'll be out of breath before I get up to the top." After she had been eating some sweet thing, a little of it happened to stick on her lips. A gentleman told her of it, and offered to lick it off. She said, "No, sir, I thank you. I have a tongue of my own." Compare these with the wit of George Eliot or the irony of Miss Phelps. Some of Jane Taylor's stories and poems were formerly regarded as humorous. For instance, The Discontented Pendulum and The Philosopher's Scales. They do not now raise the faintest smile. Fanny Burney's novels were considered immensely humorous and diverting in their day. Burke complimented her on her natural vein of humor, and another eminent critic speaks of her sarcasm, drollery, and humor. But it would be almost impossible to find a passage for quotation that would now satisfy on these points. Even Jane Austen's novels, which strangely retain their hold on the public taste, are tedious to those who dare to think for themselves and forget Macaulay's verdict. Mrs. Barbauld, in her poem on Washing Day, shows a capacity seldom exercised for seeing the humorous side of everyday miseries. Woe to the friend whose evil stars have urged him forth to claim, on such a day, the hospitable rites, looks blank at best, and stinted courtesy shall he receive. Vainly he feeds his hopes with dinner of roast chicken, savoury pie, or tart, or pudding. Pudding he nor tart that day shall eat, nor, though the husband try, mending what can't be helped, to kindle mirth, from cheer deficient shall his consort's brow cheer up propitious. The unlucky guest in silence dines, and early slinks away. But her style is too stiff and stately for every day. There were many literary Englishwomen who had undoubted humour. Hannah More did get unendurably poky, narrow, and solemn in her last days, and not a little sanctimonious, and we naturally think of her as an aged spinster with black mitts, corkscrew curls, and a mob cap, always writing or presenting a tedious tract, forgetting her brilliant youth, when she was quite good enough and lively too. She was a perennial favourite in London, meeting all the notables, the special pet of Dr. Johnson, Davy Garrick, and Horace Walpole, who called her his Holy Hannah, but admired and honoured her, corresponding with her through a long life. She was then full of spirit and humour and versatile talent. An extract from her sister's lively letter shows that Hannah could hold her own with the Ursa Major of literature. Tuesday evening we drank tea at Sir Joshua's with Dr. Johnson. Hannah is certainly a great favourite. She was placed next to him, and they had the entire conversation to themselves. They were both in remarkably high spirits. It was certainly her lucky night. I never heard her say so many good things. The old genius was extremely jocular, and the young one very pleasant. You would have imagined we had been at some comedy had you heard our peals of laughter. They indeed tried which could pepper the highest, and it is not clear to me that the lexicographer was really the highest seasoner. And how deliciously does she set out the absurdity then prevailing, and seen now in editions of Shakespeare and Chaucer, of writing books, the bulk of which consists of notes, with only a line or two at the top of each page of the original text. It seems that a merry party at Dr. Kennicott's had each adopted the name of some animal. Dr. K was the elephant, Mrs. K dromedary, Miss Adams antelope, and H. Moore rhinoceros. Hampton, December 24th, 1728. Dear Dromie, pray send word if Auntie is come, and also how L does, to your very affectionate Riney. The following notes on the above epistle are by a commentator of the latter end of the 19th century. This epistle is all that is come down to us of this voluminous author, and is probably the only thing she ever wrote that was worth preserving, or which might reasonably expect to reach posterity. Her name is only presented to us in some beautiful hendecasyllables written by the best Latin poet of his time, Bishop Lowth. Dromie. From the termination of this address, it seems to have been written to a woman, though there is no internal evidence to support this hypothesis. The best critics are much puzzled about the orthography of this abbreviation. Wartonius and other skillful etymologists contend that it ought to be spelled drummy, being addressed to a lady who was probably fond of warlike instruments, and who had a singular predilection for a cannon. Drummy, say they, was a tender diminutive of drum, as the best authors in their more familiar writings now begin to use gunny for gun. But Hardius, a contemporary critic, contends with more probability that it ought to be written drome, from hippodrome, a learned leech and elegant bard of Bath, having left it on record that this lady spent much of her time at the riding school, being a very exquisite judge of horsemanship. Colmanus and Horatius Strawberriensis insist that it ought to be written Dromo, in reference to the Dromos Horatius of the Latin dramatist. Auntie. Scaliger 2d says this name simply signifies the appellation of uncle's wife and ought to be written auntie. But here again are various readings. Philologists of yet greater name affirm that it was meant to designate preeminence and therefore ought to be written ante, A-N-T-E, before from the Latin, a language now pretty well forgotten, though the authors who wrote in it are still preserved in French translations. The younger Madame Dacier insists that this lady was against all men and that it ought to be spelled anti, A-N-T-I. But this Canicotus, a rabbi of the most recondite learning, with much critical wrath, vehemently contradicts, affirming it to have been impossible she could have been against mankind, whom all mankind admired. He adds that anti, A-N-T-E, is for antelope, and is emblematically used to express an elegant and slender animal, or that it is an elongation of ant, A-N-T, the emblem of virtuous citizenship. And so she continues her comments to close of notes. Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford is full of the most delicate but veritable humour, has her allusion to the genteel and cheerful poverty of the lady who, in giving a tea party, now sat in state, pretending not to know what cakes were sent up, though she knew, and we knew, and she knew that we knew, and we knew that she knew, that we knew she had been busy all the morning making tea bread and sponge cakes. The humour of Mary Russell Mitford, quiet and delectable, must not be forgotten. We will sympathize with her woes as she describes a visitation from the talking lady. Ben Jonson has a play called The Silent Woman, who turns out, as might be expected, to be no woman at all, nothing, as Master Slender said, but a great lubberly boy, thereby, as I apprehend, discourteously presuming that a silent woman is a nonentity. If the learned dramatist, thus happily prepared and predisposed, had happened to fall in with such a specimen of female loquacity as I have just parted with, he might perhaps have given us a pendant to his picture in The Talking Lady. Pity but he had. He would have done her justice, which I could not at any time, least of all now. I am too much stunned, too much like one escaped from a belfry on a coronation day. I am just resting from the fatigue of 4 days' hard listening. 4 snowy, sleety, rainy days, days of every variety of falling weather, all of them too bad to admit the possibility that any petticoated thing, were she as hardy as a Scotch fir, should stir out. 4 days chained by sad civility to that fireside, once so quiet, and again, cheering thought, again I trust, to be so, when the echo of that visitor's incessant tongue shall have died away. She took us in her way from London to the west of England, and being, as she wrote, not quite well, not equal to much company, prayed that no other guest might be admitted, so that she might have the pleasure of our conversation all to herself. Ours, as if it were possible for any of us to slide in a word edgewise. And especially enjoyed the gratification of talking over old times with the master of the house, her countryman. Such was the promise of her letter, and to the letter it has been kept. All the news and scandal of a large county 40 years ago, and 100 years before, and ever since. All the marriages, deaths, births, elopements, lawsuits, and casualties of her own times, her fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, nephews, and grandnephews, has she detailed with a minuteness, an accuracy, a prodigality of learning, a profuseness of proper names, a pedantry of locality which would excite the envy of a county historian, a king-at-arms, or even a Scotch novelist. Her knowledge is most astonishing, but the most astonishing part of all is how she came by that knowledge. It should seem, to listen to her, as if at some time of her life she must have listened herself, and yet her countryman declares that in the 40 years he has known her, no such event has occurred. And she knows new news, too. It must be intuition. The very weather is not a safe subject. Her memory is a perpetual register of hard frosts and long droughts and high winds and terrible storms, with all the evils that followed in their train, and all the personal events connected with them, so that if you happen to remark the clouds are come up and you fear it may rain, she replies, "Aye, it is just such a morning as 33 years ago, when my poor cousin was married. You remember my cousin Barbara? She marries so-and-so, the son of so-and-so. And then comes the whole pedigree of the bridegroom, the amount of the settlements, and the reading and signing them overnight. A description of the wedding dresses in the style of Sir Charles Grandison, and how much the bride's gown cost per yard. The names, residences, and a short subsequent history of the bridesmaids and men, the gentleman who gave the bride away, and the clergyman who performed the ceremony, with a learned antiquarian digression relative to the church. Then the setting out in procession, the marriage, the kissing, the crying, the breakfasting, the drawing the cake through the ring, and finally the bridal excursion, which brings us back again, at an hour's end, to the starting post, the weather, and the whole story of the sopping, the drying, the clothes spoiling, the cold catching, and all the small evils of a summer shower. By this time it rains, and she sits down to a pathetic seesaw of conjectures on the chance of Mrs. Smith's having set out for her daily walk, or the possibility that Dr. Brown may have ventured to visit his patients in his gig, and the certainty that Lady Green's new housemaid would come from London on the outside of the coach. I wonder if she had happened to be married, how many husbands she would have talked to death. It is certain that none of her relatives are long-lived after she comes to reside with them. Father, mother, uncle, sister, brother, 2 nephews, and 1 niece, all these have successively passed away, though a healthy race, and with no visible disorder, except... But we must not be uncharitable. Mary Ferrier, the Scotch novelist, was gifted with genial wit and a quick sense of the ludicrous. Walter Scott admired her greatly, and as a lively guest at Abbotsford, she did much to relieve the sadness of his last days. He said of her, "She is a gifted personage, having, besides her great talents, conversation the least exigeante of any author, female at least, whom I have ever seen among the long list I have encountered. Simple and full of humor, and exceedingly ready at repartee, and all this without the least affectation of the blue stocking. The general strain of her writing relates to the foibles and oddities of mankind, and no one has drawn them with greater breadth of comic humor or effect. Her scenes often resemble the style of our best old comedies, and she may boast, like Foote, of adding many new and original characters to the stock of our comic literature." Here is one of her admirably drawn portraits. The sensible woman. Miss Jacky, the senior of the trio, was what is reckoned a very sensible woman, which generally means a very disagreeable, obstinate, illiberal director of all men, women, and children, a sort of superintendent of all actions, time, and place, with unquestioned authority to arraign, judge, and condemn upon the statutes of her own supposed sense. Most country parishes have their sensible woman, who lays down the law on all affairs, spiritual and temporal. Miss Jacky stood unrivaled as the sensible woman of Glenfern. She had attained this eminence partly from having a little more understanding than her sisters, but principally from her dictatorial manner and the pompous, decisive tone in which she delivered the most commonplace truths. At home, her supremacy in all matters of sense was perfectly established, and thence the infection, like other superstitions, had spread over the whole neighborhood. As a sensible woman, she regulated the family, which she took care to let everybody hear. She was a sort of postmistress general, a detector of all abuses and impositions, and deemed it her prerogative to be consulted about all the useful and useless things which everybody else could have done as well. She was liberal of her advice to the poor, always enforcing upon them the iniquity of idleness, but doing nothing for them in the way of employment, strict economy being one of the many points in which she was particularly sensible. The consequence was that while she was lecturing half the poor women in the parish for their idleness, the bread was kept out of their mouths by the incessant carding of wool, and knitting of stockings, and spinning, and reeling, and winding, and pirning that went on among the ladies themselves. And by the by, Miss Jacky is not the only sensible woman who thinks she is acting a meritorious part when she converts what ought to be the portion of the poor into the employment of the affluent. In short, Miss Jacky was all over sense. A skilful physiognomist would at a single glance have detected the sensible woman in the erect head, the compressed lips, square elbows, and firm, judicious step. Even her very garments seemed to partake of the prevailing character of their mistress. Her ruff always looked more sensible than any other body's. Her shawl sat most sensibly on her shoulders. Her walking shoes were acknowledged to be very sensible, and she drew on her gloves with an air of sense, as if the one arm had been Seneca, the other Socrates. From what has been said, it may easily be inferred that Miss Jacky was in fact anything but a sensible woman, as indeed no woman can be who bears such visible outward marks of what is in reality the most quiet and unostentatious of all good qualities. Frederica Bremer, the Swedish novelist, whose novels have been translated into English, German, French, and Dutch, had a style peculiarly her own. Her humor reminds me of a bed of mignonette, with its delicate yet permeating fragrance. One paragraph, like one spray of that shy flower, scarcely reveals the dainty flavor. From The Neighbors, her best story, and one that still has a moderate sale, I take her description of Franziska's first little lover-like quarrel with her adoring husband, the bear. Let us remember Miss Bremer with appreciation and gratitude as one of the very few visitors we have entertained who have written kindly of our country and our homes. The first quarrel. Here I am again sitting with a pen in my hand, impelled by a desire for writing, yet with nothing particular to write about. Everything in the house and in the whole household arrangement is in order. Little patties are baking in the kitchen. The weather is oppressively hot, and every leaf and bird seem as if deprived of motion. The hens lie outside in the sand before the window. The cock stands solitarily on one leg, and looks upon his harem with the countenance of a sleepy sultan. Bear sits in his room writing letters. I hear him yawn. That infects me. Oh, I must go and have a little quarrel with him on purpose to awaken us both. I want at this moment a quire of writing paper on which to drop sugar cakes. He is terribly miserly of his writing paper, and on that very account I must have some now. Later. All is done. a complete quarrel, and how completely lively we are after it. You, Maria, must hear all, that you may thus see how it goes on among married people. I went to my husband and said quite meekly, "My angel bear, you must be so very good as to give me a quire of your writing paper to drop sugar cakes upon." He, in consternation, "A quire of writing paper?" She, "Yes, my dear friend, of your very best writing paper." He, "Finest writing paper? Are you mad?" She, "Certainly not, but I believe you are a little out of your senses." He, "You covetous sea-cat, leave off raging among my papers. You shall not have my paper." She, "Miserly beast, I shall and will have the paper." He, "I shall? Listen a moment. Let's see now how you will accomplish your will." And the rough bear held both my small hands fast in his great paws. She, "You ugly bear, you are worse than any of those that walk on 4 legs. Let me loose, let me loose, else I shall bite you." And as he would not let me loose, I bit him. Yes, Maria, I bit him really on the hand, at which he only laughed scornfully and said, "Yes, yes, my little wife, that is always the way of those who are forward without the power to do. Take the paper, now take it." She, "Ah, let me loose, let me loose." He, "Ask me prettily." She, "Dear bear." He, "Acknowledge your fault." She, "I do." He, "Pray for forgiveness." She, "Ah, forgiveness." He, "Promise amendment." She, "Oh yes, amendment." He, "Nay, I'll pardon you. But now, no sour faces, dear wife, but throw your arms round my neck and kiss me." I gave him a little box on the ear, stole a quire of paper, and ran off with loud exultation. Bear followed into the kitchen, growling horribly. But then I turned upon him armed with 2 delicious little patties, which I aimed at his mouth, and there they vanished. Bear all at once was quite still, the paper was forgotten, and reconciliation concluded. There is, Maria, no better way of stopping the mouths of these lords of the creation than by putting into them something good to eat. I wish I had room for my favourite Irishwoman, Lady Morgan, and her description of her first rout at the house of the eccentric Lady Cork. The offhand songs of her sister, Lady Clark, are fine illustrations of rollicking Irish wit and badinage. At one of Lady Morgan's receptions, given in honour of 50 philosophers from England, Lady Clark sang the following song with great effect. Fun and Philosophy. Hey for old Ireland, oh would you require land, where men by nature are all quite the thing, where pure inspiration has taught the whole nation to fight, love and reason, talk politics, sing. 'Tis paths mathematical, chemical, tactical, knowing and practical, fanciful, gay, fun and philosophy, supping and sophistry, there's nothing in life that is out of his way. He makes light of optics and sees through dioptrics. He's a dab at projectiles, never misses his man. He's complete in attraction and quick at reaction by the doctrine of chances. He squares every plan. In hydraulics so frisky, the whole Bay of Biscay, if it flowed but with whiskey, he'd store it away. Fun and philosophy, supping and sophistry, there's nothing in life that is out of his way. So to him cross over savant and philosopher, thinking, God help them, to bother us all, but they'll find that, for knowledge, 'tis at our own college. Themselves must inquire for beds, dinner, or ball. There are lectures to tire and good lodgings to hire to all who require and have money to pay, while fun and philosophy, supping and sophistry, ladies and lecturing fill up the day. So at the rotunda we all sorts of fun do, hard hearts and pig iron we melt in one flame. For if love blows the bellows, our tough college fellows will soar into rapture at each lovely dame. There too sans apology, tea, tarts, tautology are given with zoology to grave and gay. Thus fun and philosophy, supping and sophistry, send all to England home, happy and gay. From George Eliot, whose humour is seen at its best in Adam Bede and Silas Marner, how much we could quote. How some of her searching comments cling to the memory. I've nothing to say again piety, my dear, but I know very well I shouldn't like her to cook my victuals. When a man comes in hungry and tired, piety won't feed him, I reckon. Hard carrots will lie heavy on his stomach, piety or no piety. I called in one day when she was dishing up Mr. Tryon's dinner, and I could see the potatoes was as watery. It's right enough to be spiritual. I'm no enemy to that, but I like my potatoes mealy. You're right there, Tukey. There's always two opinions. There's the opinion a man has of himself, and there's the opinion other folks have on him. There'd be two opinions about a cracked bell if the bell could hear itself. You're mighty fond of Craig, but for my part I think he's welly like a cock as thinks the sun's rose on purpose to hear him crow. When Mr. Brooke had something painful to tell, it was usually his way to introduce it among a number of disjointed particulars, as if it were a medicine that would get a milder flavor by mixing. Heaven knows what would become of our sociality if we never visited people we speak ill of. We should live like Egyptian hermits in crowded solitude. No, I ain't one to see the cat walking into the dairy and wonder what she's coming after. I have nothing to say again, Craig, only it is a pity he couldn't be hatched over again and hatched different. I'm not denying the women are foolish. God Almighty made 'em to match the men. It's a waste of time to praise people dead whom you maligned while living, for it's but a poor harvest you'll get by watering last year's crop. I suppose Dinah's like all the rest of the women, and thinks 2 and 2 will come to make 5, if she only cries and makes bother enough about it. Put a good face on it, and don't seem to be looking out for crows, else you'll set other people to watching for 'em too. I took pretty good care before I said sniff, to be sure she would say snuff, and pretty quick too. I warn't a-going to open my mouth like a dog at a fly, and snap it to again with nothing to swallow. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 3. From Anne Bradstreet to Mrs. Stowe. The same gratifying progress and improvement noticed in the wit of women of other lands is seen in studying the literary annals of our own countrywomen. Think of Anne Bradstreet, Mercy Warren, and Tabitha Tenney, all extolled to the skies by their contemporaries. Mercy Warren was a satirist quite in the strain of Juvenal, but in cumbrous, artificial fashion. Honorable John Winthrop consulted her on the proposed suspension of trade with England in all but the necessaries of life, and she playfully gives a list of articles that would be included in that word. An inventory clear of all she needs Lamira offers here, nor does she fear a rigid Cato's frown when she lays by the rich embroidered gown. and modestly compounds for just enough, perhaps some dozens of mere flighty stuff, with lawns and lute strings, blonde and Macklin laces, fringes and jewels, fans and tweezer cases, gay cloaks and hats of every shape and size, scarfs, cardinals, and ribbons of all dyes, with ruffles stamped and aprons of timber, tippets and handkerchiefs, at least 80, with finest muslins that fair India boasts, and a choice herbage from Chinesian coasts. Add feathers, furs, rich satin, and dewcapes, and headdresses and pyramidal shapes, sideboards of plate and porcelain profuse, with 50 details that the ladies use. So weak Lamira and her wants so few, who can refuse? There but the sex do. Mrs. Sigourney, voluminous and mediocre, is amusing because so absolutely destitute of humor, and her style, a feminine Johnsonese, is absurdly highfalutin and strained. This is the way in which she alludes to green apples. From the time of their first taking on orbicular shape, and when it might be supposed their hardness and acidity would repulse all save elephantine tusks and ostrich stomachs, they were the prey of roaming children. And in her poem, To a Shred of Linen, methinks I scan some idiosyncrasy that marks thee out, a defunct pillow-case. She preserved, however, a long list of the various solicitations sent her to furnish poems for special occasions, and I think this shows that she possessed a sense of humor. Let me quote a few. Some verses were desired as an elegy on a pet canary accidentally drowned in a barrel of swine's food, a poem requested on the dog star Sirius, to write an ode for the wedding of people in Maine of whom I had never heard, to punctuate a 3-volume novel for an author who complained that the work of punctuating always brought on a pain in the small of his back. Asked to assist a servant man not very well able to read in getting his Sunday school lessons, and to write out all the answers for him clear through the book, to save his time. A lady whose husband expects to be absent on a journey for a month or two wishes I would write a poem to testify her joy at his return. An elegy on a young man, one of the 9 children of a judge of probate. Miss Sedgwick, in her letters, occasionally showed a keen sense of humor, as when speaking of a certain novel, she said, "There is too much force for the subject. It is as if a railroad should be built, and a locomotive started to transport skeletons, specimens, and one bird of paradise." Mrs. Caroline Gilman, born in 1794, and still living, author of Recollections of a Thousand Matron, etc., will be represented by one playful poem which has a veritable New England flavor, Joshua's Courtship, a New England ballad. Stout Joshua was a farmer's son, and a pondering he sat, one night when the fagots crackling burned, and purred the tabby cat. Joshua was a well-grown youth, as one might plainly see by the sleeves that vainly tried to reach his hands upon his knee. His splay feet stood all parrot-toed, in cowhide shoes arrayed, and his hair seemed cut across his brow by rule and plummet laid. And what was Joshua pondering on, with his widely staring eyes, and his nostrils opening sensibly to ease his frequent sighs? Not often will a lover's lips the tender secret tell, but out he spoke before he thought. My gracious Nancy Bell. His mother at her spinning wheel, good woman, stood and spun. And what, says she, is come o'er you? Is't earnest or is't fun? Then Joshua gave a cunning look, half bashful and half sporting. Now, what did father do, says he, when first he came a-courting? Why, Josh, the first thing that he did, with a knowing wink, said he dressed up of a Sunday night, and cast sheep's eyes at me. Josh said no more, but straight went out, and sought a butcher's pen, where 12 fat sheep for market bound had lately slaughtered been. He bargained with a lover's zeal, obtained the wished for prize, and filled his pockets fore and aft with twice 12 bloody eyes. The next night was the happy time, when all New England sparks, dressed in their best, go out to court, as spruce and gay as larks. When floors are nicely sanded o'er, when tins and pewter shine, and milk pans by the kitchen wall display their dainty line, while the new ribbon decks the waist of many a waiting lass, who steals a conscious look of pride toward her answering glass. In pensive mood sat Nancy Bell, of Joshua thought not she, but of a hearty sailor lad across the distant sea. Her arm upon the table rests, her hand supports her head, when Joshua enters with a scrape and somewhat bashful tread. No word he spoke, but down he sat, and heaved a doleful sigh. Then at the table took his aim, and rolled a glassy eye. Another and another flew, with quick and strong rebound. They tumbled in poor Nancy's lap, they fell upon the ground, while Joshua smirked and sighed and smiled between each tender aim, and still the cold and bloody balls in frightful quickness came, until poor Nancy flew with screams to shun the amorous sport, and Joshua found to cast sheep's eyes was not the way to court. Fanny Forrester and Fanny Fern both delighted the public with individual styles of writing, vastly successful when a new thing. When wanting a new dress and bonnet, as every woman will in the spring or any time, Fanny Forrester wrote to Willis of the New Mirror an appeal which he called very clever, adroit, and fanciful. You know the shops in Broadway are very tempting this season. Such beautiful things. Well, you know. No, you don't know that, but you can guess. What a delightful thing it would be to appear in one of those charming, head-adorning, complexion-softening, hard features subduing Neapolitans, with a little gossamer veil dropping daintily on the shoulder of one of those exquisite balzarines, to be seen any day at Stewart's and elsewhere. Well, you know, this you must know, that shopkeepers have the impertinence to demand a trifling exchange for the things, even of a lady, and also that some people have a remarkably small purse, and a remarkably small portion of the yellow root in that. And now, to bring the matter home, I am one of that class. I have the most beautiful little purse in the world, but it is only kept for show. I even find myself under the necessity of counterfeiting, that is, filling the void with tissue paper in lieu of bank notes, preparatory to a shopping expedition. Well, now to the point. As Belle and I snuggled down on the sofa this morning to read the new Mirror, by the way, Cousin Belle is never obliged to put tissue paper in her purse, it struck us that you would be a friend in need and give good counsel in this emergency. Belle, however, insisted on my not telling what I wanted the money for. She even thought that I had better intimate orphanage, extreme suffering from the bursting of some speculative bubble, illness, etc. But did I not know you better? Have I read the new Mirror so much, to say nothing of the graceful things coined under a bridge, and 1,000 other pages flung from the inner heart, and not learned who has an eye for everything pretty? Not so stupid, Cousin Belle, no, no. And to the point, maybe you of the new Mirror pay for acceptable articles, maybe not. Comprenez-vous? Oh, I do hope that beautiful balzarine like Belle's will not be gone before another Saturday. You will not forget to answer me in the next Mirror, but pray, my dear editor, let it be done very cautiously, for Belle would pout all day if she should know what I have written. Till Saturday, your anxiously waiting friend, Fanny Forrester. Such a note received by an editor of his generation would promptly fall into the waste basket. But Willis was captivated and answered, "Well, we give in, on condition that you are under 25 and that you will wear a rose recognizably in your bodice the first time you appear in Broadway with the hat and balzarine. We will pay the bills. Write us thereafter a sketch of Belle and yourself as cleverly done as this letter, and you may snuggle down on the sofa and consider us paid and the public charmed with you." This style of ingratiating oneself with an editor is as much a bygone as an alliterative pen name. Fanny Fern, Sarah Willis Barton, also established a style of her own, a new kind of composition, short, pointed paragraphs, without beginning and without end, one clear, ringing note, and then silence. Her talent for humorous composition showed itself in her essays at school. I'll give a bit from her suggestions on arithmetic after aiming for an examination. Every incident, every object of sight seemed to produce an arithmetical result. I once saw a poor wretch evidently intoxicated. Thought I, that man has overcome 3 scruples, to say the least, for 3 scruples make 1 drum. Even the Sabbath was no day of rest for me. The psalms, prayers, and sermons were all translated by me into the language of arithmetic. A good man spoke very feelingly upon the manner in which our cares and perplexities were multiplied by riches. Muttered I, that, sir, depends upon whether the multiplier is a fraction or a whole number. For if it be a fraction, it makes the product less. And when another, lamenting the various divisions of the church, pathetically exclaimed, and how shall we unite these several denominations in one? Why, reduce them to a common denominator, exclaimed I, half aloud, wondering at his ignorance. And when an admiring swain protested his warm interest, he brought only one word that chimed with my train of thought. Interest, exclaimed I, starting from my reverie. What per cent, sir? Ma'am, exclaimed my attendant in the greatest possible amazement. How much per cent, sir? Said I, repeating my question. His reply was lost on my ear save. Madam, at any rate, do not trifle with my feelings. At any rate, did you say? Then take 6%. That is the easiest to calculate. Her style, too, has gone out of fashion, but in its day it was thought very amusing. Mrs. Stowe needs no introduction, and she's another of those from whom we quote little, because she could contribute so much, and one does not know where to choose. Her Sam Lawson is perhaps the most familiar of her odd characters and talkers. Sam Lawson's sayings. Well, Sam, what did you think of the sermon? Said Uncle Bill. Well, said Sam, leaning over the fire with his long, bony hands alternately raised to catch the warmth, and then dropped with an utter laxness when the warmth became too pronounced. Parson Simpson's a smart man, but I tell ye, it's kind of discouraging. Why, he said, our state and condition by nature was just like this. We were clear down in a well 50 feet deep, and the sides all round nothing but clear ice. But we were under immediate obligations to get out, 'cause we were free, voluntary agents. But nobody ever had got out, and nobody would, unless the Lord reached down and took him. And whether he would or not, nobody could tell. It was all sovereignty. He said there weren't 1 in 100, not 1 in 1,000, not 1 in 10,000 that would be saved. Lordy massy, says I to myself, if that's so, there's any of 'em welcome to my chance. And so I kind of rise up and come out, 'cause I'd got a pretty long walk home, and I wanted to go round by South Pond and inquire about Aunt Sally Morse's toothache. This 'ere Miss Sphyxy Smith, a rich old gal, and amazing smart to work, he began. Tell you, she holds all she gets. Old soul, he told me a story about her that was a pretty good one. What was it? Said my grandmother. Well, you see, you remember old Parson Jeduthan Kendall that lives up in Stony Town? He lost his wife a year ago, last Thanksgiving, and he thought 'twere about time he had another. So he comes down and consults our Parson Lothrop. Says he, I want a good, smart, neat, economical woman with a good property. I don't care nothing about her being handsome. In fact, I ain't particular about anything else, says he. Well, Parson Lothrop, says he, I think, if that's the case, I know just the woman to suit ye. She owns a clear, handsome property, and she's neat and economical, but she's no beauty. Oh, beauty is nothing to me, says Parson Kendall. And so he took the direction. Well, one day he hitched up his old one-horse shay and kind of brushed it up and started off a courting. Well, the parson come to the house, and he were tickled to pieces with the looks o' things outside, 'cause the house is all well shingled and painted, and there ain't a picket loose nor a nail wanting nowhere. This here's the woman for me, says Parson Kendall. So he goes up and raps hard on the front door with his whip handled. Well, you see, Miss Sphyxy, she were just going out to help get in her hay. She had on a pair of clopping cowhide boots and a pitchfork in her hand, just going out when she heard the rap. So she come just as she was to the front door. Now, you know Parson Kendall's a little midget of a man, but he stood there on the step, kind of smiling and genteel, licking his lips and looking so agreeable. Well, the front door kind of stuck. Front doors generally do, you know, 'cause they ain't opened very often. And Miss Sphyxy, she had to pull and haul and put to all her strength, and finally it come open with a bang, and she peered to the parson, pitchfork and all, sort of frowning like. What do you want? Says she. For you see, Miss Sphyxy ain't no ways tender to the man. I want to see Miss Asphyxia Smith, says he, very civil, thinking she were the hired gal. I'm Miss Asphyxia Smith, says she. What do you want of me? Parson Kendall, he just took one good look on her from top to toe. Nothing, says he, and turned it right round and went down the steps like lightning. Years ago, Mrs. Stowe published some capital stories of New England life, which were collected in a little volume called The Mayflower, a book which is now seldom seen and almost unknown to the present generation. From this I take her Night in a Canal Boat, extremely effective when read with enthusiasm and proper variety of tone. I quote it as a boon for the boys and girls who are often looking for something funny to read aloud. The Canal Boat by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Of all the ways of traveling which obtain among our locomotive nation, this said vehicle, the canal boat, is the most absolutely prosaic and inglorious. There is something picturesque, nay, almost sublime, in the lordly march of your well-built, high-bred steamboat. Go take your stand on some overhanging bluff, where the blue Ohio winds its thread of silver, or the sturdy Mississippi tears its path through unbroken forests, and it will do your heart good to see the gallant boat walking the waters with unbroken and powerful tread, and like some fabled monster of the wave, breathing fire and making the shores resound with its deep respirations. Then there is something mysterious, even awful, in the power of steam. See it curling up against the blue sky, some rosy morning, graceful, floating, intangible, and to all appearance the softest and gentlest of all spiritual things. And then think that it is this very spirit that keeps all the world alive and hot with motion. Think how excellent a servant it is, doing all sorts of gigantic works, like the genii of old. And yet, if you let slip the talisman only for a moment, what terrible advantage it will take of you! And you will confess that steam has some claims both to the beautiful and the terrible. For our own part, when we are down among the machinery of a steamboat in full play, we conduct ourselves very reverently, for we consider it as a very serious neighborhood, and every time the steam whizzes with such red-hot determination from the escape valve, we start as if some of the spirits were after us. But in a canal boat there is no power, no mystery, no danger. One cannot blow up. One cannot be drowned, unless, by some special effort, one sees clearly all there is in the case: a horse, a rope, and a muddy strip of water, and that is all. Did you ever try it, reader? If not, take an imaginary trip with us, just for experiment. "There's the boat!" exclaims a passenger in the omnibus, as we are rolling down from the Pittsburgh mansion house to the canal. "Where?" exclaim a dozen of voices, and forthwith a dozen heads go out of the window. "Why, down there, under that bridge. Don't you see those lights?" "What, that little thing?" exclaims an inexperienced traveler. "Dear me, we can't half of us get into it." "We, indeed," says some old hand in the business. "I think you'll find it will hold us and a dozen more loads like us." "Impossible," say some. "You see," say the initiated, and as soon as you get out you do see, and hear too, what seems like a general breaking loose from the Tower of Babel, amid a perfect hailstorm of trunks, boxes, valises, carpet bags, and every describable and indescribable form of what a Westerner calls plunder. "That's my trunk," barks out a big, round man. "That's my handbox," screams a heart-stricken old lady, in terror for her immaculate Sunday caps. "Where's my little red box? I had 2 carpet bags and my trunk had a scarf. Hallo, where are you going with that portmanteau? Husband, husband, do see after the large basket and the little hair trunk. Oh, and the baby's little chair." Go below, for mercy's sake, my dear. I'll see to the baggage." At last, the feminine part of creation, perceiving that in this particular instance they gain nothing by public speaking, are content to be led quietly under hatches. And amusing is the look of dismay which each newcomer gives to the confined quarters that present themselves. Those who were so ignorant of the power of compression as to suppose the boat scarce large enough to contain them and theirs, find with dismay a respectable colony of old ladies, babies, mothers, big baskets, and carpet bags already established. "Mercy on us," says one, after surveying the little room, about 10 feet long and 6 feet high. "Where are we all to sleep tonight? Oh, me, what a sight of children!" says a young lady in a despairing tone. "Pooh," says an initiated traveler. "Children, scarce any here. Let's see. 1, the woman in the corner. 2, that child with the bread and butter. 3, and then there's that other woman with 2. Really, it's quite moderate for a canal boat. However, we can't tell till they have all come." "Oh, for mercy's sake, you don't say there are any more coming!" exclaimed 2 or 3 in a breath. "They can't come. There is not room." Notwithstanding the impressive utterance of this sentence, the contrary is immediately demonstrated by the appearance of a very corpulent elderly lady with 3 well-grown daughters, who come down looking about them most complacently, entirely regardless of the unchristian looks of the companion. What a mercy is that fat people are always good-natured. After this follows an indiscriminate raining down of all shapes, sizes, sexes, and ages, men, women, children, babies, and nurses. The state of feeling becomes perfectly desperate. Darkness gathers on all faces. We shall be smothered. We shall be crowded to death. We can't stay here, are heard faintly from one and another. And yet, though the boat grows no wider, the walls no higher, they do live, and do stay there, in spite of repeated protestations to the contrary. Truly, as some slick says, there is a sight of wear in human nature. But meanwhile the children grow sleepy, and divers interesting little duets and trios arise from one part or another of the cabin. "Hush, Johnny, be a good boy," says a pale nursing mamma to a great bristling white-headed phenomenon, who is kicking very much at large in her lap. "I won't be a good boy neither," responds Johnny, with interesting explicitness. "I want to go to bed, and so—" And Johnny makes up a mouth as big as a teacup, and roars with good courage. And his mamma asks him if he ever saw Papa do so, and tells him that he is mamma's dear, good little boy, and must not make a noise, with various observations of the kind, which are so strikingly efficacious in such cases. Meanwhile, the domestic concert in other quarters proceeds with vigor. "Mamma, I'm tired," bawls a child. "Where's the baby's nightgown?" calls a nurse. "Do take Peter up in your lap and keep him still. Pray get out some biscuits to stop their mouth." Meanwhile, sundry babies strike in con spiritu, as the music books have it, and execute various flourishes. The disconsolate mothers sigh, and look as if all was over with them, and the young ladies appear extremely disgusted, and wonder what business women have to be travelling round with children. To these troubles succeeds the turning out scene, when the whole caravan is ejected into the gentleman's cabin, that the beds may be made. The red curtains are put down, and in solemn silence all the last mysterious preparations begin. At length it is announced that all is ready. Forthwith the whole company rush back and find the walls embellished by a series of little shelves, about a foot wide, each furnished with a mattress and bedding, and hooked to the ceiling by a very suspiciously slender cord. Direful are the ruminations and exclamations of inexperienced travellers, particularly young ones, as they eye these very equivocal accommodations. What? Sleep up there? I won't sleep on one of those top shelves, I know. The cords will certainly break. The chambermaid here takes up the conversation and solemnly assures them that such an accident is not to be brought off at all, that it is a natural impossibility, a thing that could not happen without an actual miracle. And since it becomes increasingly evident that 30 ladies cannot all sleep on the lowest shelf, there is some effort made to exercise faith in this doctrine. Nevertheless, all look on their neighbors with fear and trembling, and when the stout lady talks of taking a shelf, she is most urgently pressed to change places with her alarmed neighbor below. Points of location being after a while adjusted, comes the last struggle. Everybody wants to take off a bonnet, or look for a shawl, to find a cloak, or get a carpet bag, and all set about it with such zeal that nothing can be done. "Ma'am, you're on my foot," says one. "Will you please to move, ma'am?" says somebody, who is gasping and struggling behind you. "Move," you echo. "Indeed, I should be very glad to, but I don't see much prospect of it." "Chambermaid," calls a lady who is struggling among a heap of carpet bags and children at one end of the cabin. "Ma'am," echoes the poor chambermaid, who is wedged fast in a similar situation at the other. "Where's my cloak, chambermaid? I'd find it, ma'am, if I could move." "Chambermaid, my basket." "Chambermaid, my parcel." "Chambermaid, my carpet bag." "Mamma, they push me so." "Hush, child, crawl under there and lie still till I can undress you." At last, however, the various distresses are over. The babies sink to sleep, and even that much enduring being, the chambermaid, seeks out some corner for repose. Tired and drowsy, you are just sinking into a doze when bang goes the bolt against the sides of a lock, ropes scrape, men run and shout, and up fly the heads of all the top shelfites, who are generally the more juvenile and airy part of the company. "What's that? What's that?" flies from mouth to mouth, and forthwith they proceed to awaken their respective relation. "Mother, Aunt Hannah, do wake up. What is this awful noise?" "Oh, only a lock." "Pray be still," groan out the sleepy members from below. "A lock?" exclaim the vivacious creatures, ever on the alert for information. "And what is a lock, pray?" "Don't you know what a lock is, you silly creatures? Do lie down and go to sleep." "But say, there ain't any danger in a lock, is there?" respond the querists. "Danger?" exclaims a deaf old lady, poking up her head. "What's the matter? There ain't nothing burst, has there? No, 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 exclaimed the provoked and despairing opposition party, who find that there is no such thing as going to sleep till they have made the old lady below and the young ladies above understand exactly the philosophy of a lock. After a while, the conversation again subsides. Again all is still. You hear only the trampling of horses and the rippling of the rope in the water, and sleep again is stealing over you. You doze, you dream, and all of a sudden you are startled by a cry. "Chambermaid! Wake up the lady that wants to be set ashore." Up jumps chambermaid, and up jump the lady and 2 children, and forthwith form a committee of inquiry as to ways and means. "Where's my bonnet?" says the lady, half awake and fumbling among the various articles of that name. "I thought I hung it up behind the door. Can't you find it?" says the poor chambermaid, yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Oh, yes, here it is," says the lady, and then the cloak, the shawl, the gloves, the shoes receive each a separate discussion. At last all seems ready, and they begin to move off, when, lo, Peter's cap is missing. "Now where can it be?" soliloquizes the lady. "I put it right here by the table leg. Maybe it got into some of the berth." At this suggestion the chambermaid takes the candle and goes round deliberately to every berth, poking the light directly in the face of every sleeper. "Here it is," she exclaims, pulling at something black under one pillow. "No, indeed, those are my shoes," says the vexed sleeper. "Maybe it's here," she resumes, darting upon something dark in another berth. "No, that's my bag," responds the occupant. The chambermaid then proceeds to turn over all the children on the floor, to see if it is not under them, in the course of which process they are most agreeably waked up and enlivened. And when everybody is broad awake, and most uncharitably wishing the cap, and Peter too, at the bottom of the canal, the good lady exclaims, "Well, if this isn't lucky, here I had it safe in my basket all the time," and she departed amid the, what shall I say, execrations of the whole company, ladies though they be. Well, after this follows a hushing up and wiping up among the juvenile population, and a series of remarks commences from the various shelves of a very edifying and instructive tendency. One says that the woman did not seem to know where anything was. Another says that she has waked them all up. A third adds that she has waked up all the children, too, and the elderly ladies, making moral reflections on the importance of putting your things where you can find them, being always ready, which observations, being delivered in an exceedingly doleful and drowsy tone, form a sort of sub-bass to the lively chattering of the upper shelfits, who declare that they feel quite awake, that they don't think they shall go to sleep again tonight, and discourse over everything in creation, until you heartily wish you were enough related to them to give them a scolding. At last, however, voice after voice drops off. You fall into a most refreshing slumber. It seems to you that you sleep about a quarter of an hour, when the chambermaid pulls you by the sleeve. "Will you please to get up, ma'am? We want to make the beds." You start and stare. Sure enough, the night is gone. So much for sleeping on board canal boats. Let us not enumerate the manifold perplexities of the morning toilet in a place where every lady realizes, most forcibly, the condition of the old woman who lived under a broom. All she wanted was elbow room. Let us not tell how one glass is made to answer for 30 fair faces, one ewer and vase for 30 lavations, and tell not in Gath one towel for a company. Let us not intimate how ladies' shoes have in a night clandestinely slid into the gentleman's cabin, and gentlemen's boots elbowed, or rather towed, their way among ladies' gear, nor recites the exclamations after runaway property that are heard. I can't find nothing of Johnny's shoe. Here's a shoe in the water pitcher. Is this it? My side combs are gone, exclaims a nymph with dishevelled curls. Massy, do look at my bonnet, exclaims an old lady, elevating an article crushed into as many angles as there are pieces in a mince pie. I never did sleep so much together in my life, echoes a poor little French lady, whom despair has driven into talking English. But our shortening paper warns us not to prolong our catalogue of distresses beyond reasonable bounds, and therefore we will close with advising all our friends who intend to try this way of travelling for pleasure to take a good stock both of patience and clean towels with them, for we think that they will find abundant need for both. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siobhan McAlpin. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 4. Samples Here and There. Next comes Mrs. Caroline M. Kirkland with her Western sketches. Many will remember her laughable description of borrowing out west with its two appropriate mottos, "Lend me your ears" from Shakespeare, and from Bacon, "Grant graciously what you cannot refuse safely." "Mother wants your sifter," said Miss Cianthe Howard, a young lady of 6 years' standing, attired in a tattered calico thickened with dirt, her unkempt locks straggling from under that hideous substitute for a bonnet so universal in the Western country, a dirty cotton handkerchief, which is used ad nauseum for all sorts of purposes. "Mother wants your sifter, and she says she guesses you can let her have some sugar and tea 'cause you got plenty. This excellent reason, 'cause you've got plenty, is conclusive as to sharing with neighbors. Sieves, smoothing irons, and churns run about as if they had legs. One brass kettle is enough for a whole neighborhood. And I could point to a cradle which has rocked half of the babies in Montesut. For my own part, I have lent my broom, my thread, my tape, my spoons, my cat, my thimble, my scissors, my shawl, my shoes, and have been asked for my combs and brushes, and my husband for his shaving apparatus and pantaloons." Mrs. Wither, whose Widow Bedott is a familiar name, resembles Mrs. Kirkland in her comic portraitures, which were especially good of their kind and never betrayed any malice. The Bedott papers first appeared in 1846 and became popular at once. They are a good example of what they simply profess to be, an amusing series of comicalities. I shall not quote from them, as everyone who enjoys that style of humor knows them by heart. It would be useless as copying "Now I lay me down to sleep" or "Mary had a little lamb" for a child's collection of verses. There are many authors whom I cannot represent worthily in these brief limits. When, encouraged by the unprecedented popularity of this venture, I prepare an encyclopedia of the wit and humor of American women, I can do justice to such writers as Gail Hamilton and Miss Alcott, whose transcendental wild oats cannot be cut. Rose Terry Cook thinks that her Nowhere is the only funny thing that she has ever done. She is greatly mistaken, as I can soon prove. Nowhere ought to be printed by itself to delight thousands, as her Deacon's Week has already done. To search for a few good things in the works of my witty friends is searching not for the time-honored needle in a haymow, but for 2 or 3 needles of just the right size out of a whole paper of needles. The Insanity of Cain by Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, an inimitable satire on the feebleness of our jury system and the absurd pretense of temporary insanity, must wait for that encyclopedia. And her Miss Mullany on the Chinese Question is known and admired by everyone, including the Prince of Wales, who is fairly convulsed by its fun when brought out by her favorite elocutionist, Miss Sarah Cowell, who had the honor of reading before royalty. I regretfully omit the Peterkin letters by Lucretia P. Hale and the time-famous William Henry letters by Miss Abby Morton Diaz. The very best bit from Miss Sally McLean would be how Grandma Spicer gets Grandpa ready for Sunday school from the Cape Cod folks. But why not save space for what is not in everybody's mouth and memory? This is equally true of Mrs. Cleveland's No Sects in Heaven, which, like Arabella Wilson's Sexton, goes rounds of all the papers every other year as a fresh delight. Marietta Holly, too, must be allowed only a brief quotation. Samantha is a family friend from Mexico to Alaska. Mrs. Meta Victoria Victor, who died recently, has written an immense amount of humorous sketches. Her Miss Slimmens, the boarding house keeper, is a marked character and will be remembered by many. I will select a few samples, unsatisfactory because there is so much more just as good, and then give room for others less familiar. Miss Lucinda's Pig by Rose Terry Cook. You don't know of any poor person who'd like to have a pig, do you? Said Miss Lucinda wistfully. Well, the poorer they was, the quicker they'd eat 'em up, I guess, if they'd have to keep such a razorback. Oh, I don't like to think of his being eaten. I wish he could be got rid of some other way. Don't you think he might like to be killed in his sleep, Israel? I think it's likely it would wake him up, he said demurely. Killin's a killin', and a critter can't sleep over it, though as 'twas his stomach ache. I guess he'd kick some, and if he was asleep, he'd screech some too. Dear me, said Miss Lucinda, horrified at the idea. I wish he could be sent out to run in the woods. Are there any good woods near here, Israel? I don't know, but what he'd as leaves to be slaughtered once than starve 'em and be hunting down in lots. Besides, there ain't nobody as I know of would have like a hog be a-rootin' around the turnips and young wheat. Well, what shall I do with him? I don't know, despairingly exclaimed Miss Lucinda. He was such a dear little thing when you bought him, Israel. Do you remember how pink his pretty little nose was? Just like a rosebud. And how bright his eyes were. And his cunning legs. Now he's grown so big and fierce. But I can't help liking him either. He's a cute critter, that's certain. But he does too much rootin' to have a pink nose now, I expect. There's considerable bee on it. So I guess it looks as well to have it gray. But I don't know more'n you do about what to do about it. If I could only get rid of him without knowing what became of him, exclaimed Miss Lucinda, squeezing her forefinger with great earnestness, and looking both puzzled and pained. If Miss Lucinda would permit, said a voice behind her. She turned round to see Monsieur Leclerc and his crutches just on the parlor door. I shall, miss, myself dispose of Piggy, if it please. I can. I shall have no sound. He shall to go away like a silent snow. To trouble you no more never. Oh, sir, if you could, but I don't see how. If Mees was to see, it would not be to save her pain. I shall have him go to the Magique, to Fairyland. Fairyland, probably. But Miss Lucinda did not perceive the equivoque. Nor yet shall I trouble Meester Israel. I shall have the aid of myself and one good friend that I have. And some night, when you rise in the morning, he shall not be there. Miss Lucinda breathed a deep sigh of relief. I am greatly obliged. I shall be, said she. Well, I'm glad enough to wash my hands on it, said Israel. I shall hanker arter some critters some, but he's a-getting too big to be handy, and it's a comfort about critters. You can get rid of 'em somehow when they're more plague than profit. Folks gotta be let alone, 'cept the Lord takes 'em, and he general don't see fit. From Somebody's Neighbors. A Gift Horse by Rose Terry Cook. Well, he no need to had done it, Sary. I told him more'n 4 times he hadn't ought to put a gun towards him with the muzzle on it. Now he's up and did it once and for all. He won't never have no chance to do it again, Scotty, if you don't hurry up after the doctor, said Sary, wiping her eyes on her dirty calico apron, thereby adding an effective shadow under their redness. Well, I'm a-goin', ain't I? But ye know yourself 'twon't go do it on for an end, though you're veetled considerable well. So saying, he fell to at the meal she had interrupted. Hot potatoes, cold pork, dried venison, and blueberry pie vanishing down in his throat with an alacrity and dispatch that augured well for the thorough victualling he intended, while Sary went about folding chunks of boiled ham, thick slices of browned bread, solid rounds of soddy biscuit, and slab-sided turnovers in the newspaper, filling a flat bottle with whiskey, and now and then casting a look at the low bed where young Harry McAllister lay, very much whiter than the sheets about him, and quite as unconscious of surroundings, the blood oozing slowly through such bandages as Scott Peck's rude surgery had twisted about a gunshot wound in his thigh, and brought to close tension by a stick thrust through the folds, turned as tight as could be borne, and strapped into place by a bit of coarse twine. It was a long journey paddling up the Raquette River, across creek and carry, with the boat on his back, to the lakes, and then from Martin's to Harriston, where he knew a surgeon of repute from a great city was spending his vacation. It was touch and go with Harry before Scott and Dr. Drake got back. Sary had dosed him with venison broth, hot and greasy, weak whiskey and water, and a little milk, only a little, for their cow was old and pastured chiefly on leaves and twigs, and she only came back to the shanty when she liked or needed to come, so their milk supply was uncertain, and Sary dare not leave her patient long enough to row to the end of Tupper's Lake, where the nearest cow was kept. But youth has a power of recovery that defies circumstance, and Dr. Drake was very skillful. Long weeks went by, and the green woods of July had brightened and faded into October's dim splendor before Harry McAllister could be carried up the river and over to Bartlett's, where his mother had been called to meet him. She was a widow, and he her only child, and, though she was rather silly and altogether unpractical, she had a tender, generous heart, and was ready to do anything possible for Scott and Sarah Peck to show her gratitude for their kindness to her boy. She did not consult Harry at all. He had lost much blood from his accident and recovered strength slowly. She kept everything like thought or trouble out of his way as far as she could, and when the family physician found her heart was set on taking him to Florida for the winter because he looked pale and her grandmother's aunt had died of consumption, Dr. Pete, like a wise man, rubbed his hand together, bowed, and assured her it would be the very thing. But something must be done for the Pecks before she went away. It occurred to her how difficult it must be for them to row everywhere in a small boat. A horse would be much better. Even if the roads were not good, they could ride, Sarah behind Scott. And so useful in farming, too. Her mind was made up at once. She dispatched a check for $300 to Pete Haas, her old coachman, who had bought a farm in Vermont with his savings and retired, with the cook for his wife, into the private life of a farmer. Mrs. McAllister had much faith in Peter's knowledge of horses and his honesty. She wrote him to buy a strong, steady animal and convey it to Scott Peck, either sending him word to come up to Bartlett's after it or taking it down to the river, but, at any rate, to make sure he had it. If the check would not pay all the expenses, he was to draw on her for more. Peter took the opportunity to get rid of a horse he had no use for in winter, a beast restive as a racer when not in daily use, but strong enough for any work, and steady enough if he had work. $250 was the price now set on his head, though Peter had bought him for $75, and thought him dear at that. The remaining $50 was ample for expenses, but Peter was a prudent German and liked a margin. There was no difficulty in getting the horse as far as Martin's, and by dint of patient insistence, Peter contrived to have him conveyed to Bartlett's. But here he rested, and sent a message down to Scott Peck, while he himself returned to Bridget at the farm, slowly cursing the country and the people as he went his way, for delays and troubles had been numerous. "Gosh," said Scott Peck, when he stepped up to the log house that served for the guides, unknowing what awaited him, for the messenger had not found him at home, but left word he was to come to Bartlett's for something, and the first thing he saw was this gray horse. "What fool fetched this hoss up here?" The guides gathered around the door of their hut, burst into a loud cackle of laughter. Even the beautiful hounds in their rough kennel leaped up and bayed. "Wow!" drawled lazy Joe Tucker. "The feller tones him, ain't nobody's fool. But ye, Scotty?" "What?" ejaculated Scott. "It's yourn, man, sure as shootin'," laughed Hardy Jack, Joe Trucker's brother. "Mine? Jehoshaphat! Blaze that air track, will ya? I'm lost, sure. Well, Bartlett's gone out of Keensville, so to kinder this left me to ya. Remember that our chap has shot himself in the leg down to your shanty this summer?" "Well, I expect I do, seeing as I ain't no more than 100 year old," sarcastically answered Scott. "He's cleared out south, away somewheres, and his ma conceited that she is dreadful obleeged to ye. And I'm blessed if I didn't send an old Dutch feller up here to fetch you in that house for a present. He couldn't no day see you all personally, he said, for the mistrust that was snows here sometimes about this season. Ho, ho, ho." "Good land," said Scott, sitting down on a log and putting his hands in his pockets, the image of perplexity, while the men about him roared with fresh laughter. "What be I going to do with this critter?" he asked of the crowd. "Blessed if I know," answered Hardy Jack. "Can't ye sell him out of Sable Falls or Keensville, or sell him for what he'll fetch?" suggested Joe Trucker. "I can't go nowadays. Sary's woodpile's nigh gin out, and there was a mighty big sundog yesterday. And, moreover, I smell snow. There'll be something to get home as 'tis. Maybe Bartlett'll keep 'em a spell." "No, he won't. You kin bet your head. His fodder's a runnin' short for the horde critters. He bought some up to Martin's, that's comin' down direct, but 'tain't enough. He's put taut for more. Shouldn't wonder if he had to draw from North Elby when sleddin' sets in. Well, I don't know, but it's for one thing to do. Fetch him home somehow or another, and there's my boat over there to carry. You'd better tie the critter on behind and let him wade down the racket." Another shout of laughter greeted this proposal. "I shall take the boat for you," quietly said a little brown Canadian, Jean Pochon. "I am going to Tupper tomorrow. I have one hunt to make. I can take her." "Well said, Jean. I owe you a turn. But, for all, how I be going to get the animal along the trail?" "I don't know," answered Joe Tucker. "I expect, if it's going to be did, you'd fetch it somehow. But I'm mighty glad 'tain't my job." Scott Peck thought Joe had good reason for joy in that direction before he had gone a mile on his homeward way. The trail was only a trail, rough, devious, crossed with roots of trees, brushed with boughs of fir and pine, and the horse was restive and unruly. By nightfall he had gone only a few miles, and when he had tied the beast to a tree and covered him with a blanket brought from Bartlett's for the purpose, and strapped on his own back all the way, the light of the campfire startled the horse, so that Scott was forced to blind him with a comforter before he could stand still. Then, in the middle of the night, a great owl hooting from the treetop just above him was a fresh scare, and but that the strap and rope were both new and strong, he would have escaped. Scott listened to his rearing, trampling, snorts, and wild neigh with the composure of a sleeping man. But when he awoke at daylight and found 4 inches of snow had fallen during the night, he swore. This was too much. Even to his practiced woodcraft, it seemed impossible to get the horse safe to his clearing without harm. It was only by dint of the utmost care and patience, the greatest watchfulness of the way, that he got along at all. Every rod or two he stumbled, and all but fell himself. Here and there a loaded hemlock bough, weighed out of its unbrightness by the wet snow, snapped in his face and blinded him with its damp burden, and he knew long before nightfall that another night in the woods was inevitable. He could feed the horse on young twigs of beech and birch, fresh moss and new peeled bark, fodder that animal would have resented with some scorn under any other conditions. But hunger has no law concerning food. Scott himself was famished, But his pipe and tobacco were a refuge whose value he knew before, and his charge was tired enough to be quiet this second night, so the man had an undisturbed sleep by his comfortable fire. It was a full moon on the next day when he reached his cabin. Jean Pochon had tied his boat to its stake and gone on without stopping to speak to Sarah, so her surprise was wonderful when she saw Scott emerge from the forest leading a gray creature with drooping head and shambling gait, tired and dispirited. "Heavens to Betsy, Scott Peck, where have you got there?" "The devil," growled Scott. Sari screamed. "Do hold your jaw, gal. Aunt me get something hot and eat and drink. I'm a Savager and Injun. Come, get along." And, tying his horse to a stump, the hungry man followed Sarah into the house and helped himself out of a keg in the corner to a long, reviving draught. "Do tell," said Sarah, when the pork began to frizzle in the pan. "What upon earth did you buy a hoss for?" She had discovered it was a horse. "Buy it? I guess not. I ain't no such blame fool as that comes to. That feller you nussed up here a spell back, he up and sent it round to Bartlett's for a present to me." "Well, did he think you was the going to set up a canal along a racket?" "I expect he calculated I'd go racing," dryly answered Scott. "But what be you going to feed him with?" said Sarah, laying venison steaks into the pan. "Lord knows, I don't. Shut up, Sari. I'm tuckered out with the beast. I'd rather still hunt 3 weeks on end than fetch him from Sarnak, now I tell you. Ain't them did enough? Could eat a raw bear." Sari laughed and asked no more questions till the ravenous man had satiated himself with the savory food. But, if she had asked him, Scott would have had no answer, for his mind was perplexed to the last degree. He fed the beast for a while on potatoes, but that was taking the bread out of his own mouth, though he supplemented it now and then with a boatload of coarse, frost-krilled grass. But this horse grew more and more gaunt and restive. His eyes glared with hunger and fury. He kicked out one side of the cowshed and snapped at Scott whenever he came near him. Want of use and food had restored him to the original savagery of his race. Hitherto Scott had never acknowledged Mrs. McAllister's gift, but Sari, who had a vague idea of good manners, caught from the picture papers and occasional dime novels the tribe of the Adirondack travelers strewn even in such a wilderness, kept pecking at him. "'Tain't no more civil to say thank ye to the least," she said, till Scott's temper gave way. "Stop a pesterin' of me. I've had too much. I ain't a speck thankful. I'm mightily t'other thing, whatever 'tis. Write to her yourself, if you're a mind to. You can make a better fist of it, anyways. Comes natural to women as the lightest apt to run. I'd be eternally blessed if you touch a paper for to do it." And he flung out of the door with a bang. Of course, Sari wrote the letter, which one balmy day electrified Harry and his mother as they sat basking in the southern sunshine. "Mrs. McAllister, this is fur to say we is real obliged to ye fur the hoss." "Good gracious, Mother! Did you send them a horse?" ejaculated Harry. "Why, my dear, I wanted to show my sense of their kindness, and I could not offer these people money. I thought a horse would be so useful." "Useful? In the Adirondack woods?" And Harry burst into a fit of laughter that scarcely permitted his mother to go on. But at last she proceeded. "But Scotty and me ain't acquainted, so to speak, with hoss ways. He seems kind of homesick, if you may say that of a creature. We are eternally gratified to you for such a valuable present, but if you was willing, we should like to swap it in spring for a cow, ourn being some in years. Yours to command, Sari Peck." But long before Mrs. McAllister's permission to swap the horse reached Scott Peck, the creature took his destiny into his own hands. Scott had gone away on a desperate errand to fetch some sort of food for the poor creature, whose bones stared him in the face, and Sari went out one morning to give him her potato peelings and some scraps of bread, when, suddenly, he jerked his head fiercely, snapped his halter in two, and wheeled round upon the frightening woman, rearing, snorting, and showing his long, yellow teeth. Sari fled at once and barred the door behind her, but neither she nor Scott ever saw their gift horse again. For aught I know, he still roams the Adirondack forest, and maybe personates the ghostly and ghastly white deer of song and legend. Who can tell? but he was lifted off of Scott Peck's shoulders, and all Scott said by way of epitaph on the departed, when he came home to find his white steed gone, was, "Hang presents!" Samantha Allen will now have a brief opportunity for remark. Admire her graphic description of the excitement Josiah caused by voting at a meeting of the Jonesville Creation Searchers for his own spouse as a delegate from Jonesville to the Sentinel. She reports thus. It was a fearful time, but right where the excitement was reigning most fearfully, I felt a motion by the side of me, and my companion got up and stood on his feet and says, in pretty firm accents, though some sheepish, "I did, and there's where I stand now. I vote for Samantha." And then he sat down again. Oh, the fearful excitement and confusion that rained down again. The president got up and tried to speak. The editor of the Augur talked wildly. Shakespeare Bobbitt talked to himself incoherently, but Solomon Cypher's voice drowned 'em all out, as he kept a-smiting his breast and a-hollerin' that he wasn't going to be infringed upon, or come in contact with no woman. No female woman needn't think she was the equal of man, and I shouldn't go as a woman or stay to home. I was so almost wore out by their talk that I spoke right out and says I, "Good land, how you s'pose I was going?" The president then said that he meant, if I went, I mustn't look upon things with the eye of a creation searcher and a man. Here he pinned his forefinger right up in the air and waved it around in a real free and soaring way. But he looked at things with the eye of a private investigator and a woman. Here he pinted his finger firm and steady right down into the wood box and a pan of ashes. It wore impressive. Very. Miss Slimmons Surprised. A Terrible Accident by Meta Victoria Victor. Dora! Dora! Dora, wake up! Wake up, I say! Don't you smell something burning? Wake up, child! Don't you smell fire? Good Lord! So do I. I thought I wasn't mistaken. The room's full of smoke. Oh dear, what should we do? Don't stop to put on your petticoat. We'll all be burned to death. Fire! 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 Yes, there it is. I don't know where. It's all over. Our room's all in a blaze, and Dora won't come out till she gets her dress on. Mr. Little, you shan't go in. I'll hold you. You'll be killed just to save that shit of a girl. When he's gone. Rushed right into the flames. Oh, my house, my furniture, all my earnings. Can't anything be done? Fire, fire, fire. Call the fire engines. Ring the dinner bell. Be quiet. How can I be quiet? Yes, it's all in flames. I saw them myself. Where's my silver spoons? Oh, where's my teeth and my silver soup ladle? Let me be. I'm going out into the street before it's too late. Oh, Mr. Grayson, have you got water? Have you found the place? Are they bringing water? Did you say the fire was out? Was that you that smoked, Mr. Little? I thought you were burned up, sure. And there's Dora, too. How did they get it out? My clothes closet was on fire and the room, too. We would have been smothered in 5 minutes more if we hadn't waked up. But it's all out now, no damage done, but my dress is destroyed and the carpet soiled. Thank the Lord if that's the worst. But it ain't the worst. Dora, come along this minute to my room. I don't care if it's cold and wet and full of smoke. Don't you see? Don't you see I'm in my night clothes? I never thought of it before. I'm ruined. Ruined completely. Go to bed, gentlemen. Get out of the way as quick as you can, Dora. Shut the door. Hand me that candle. I want to look at myself in the glass. To think that all those gentlemen should have seen me in this fix. I'd rather have perished in the flames. It's the very first night I've worn these flannel nightcaps, and to be seen in 'em. Good gracious! How old I do look! Not a spear of hair on my head scarcely, and this red nightgown and old petticoat on, and with my teeth in the tumbler. Oh, and all the paint washed off my face, and scarred besides. It's no use. I never can make any of those men believe that I'm only 25, and I felt so sure of some of them. Oh, Dora Adams, you needn't look pale. You've lost nothing. I'll warrant Mr. Little thought you never looked so pretty as you did in that ruffled gown, and your hair all down over your shoulders. He says you were fainting from the smoke when he dragged you out. You must be a little fool to be afraid to come out looking that way. They say that new boarder is a drawing master, and I seen some of his pictures yesterday. He had some such ridiculous things. He'll caricature me for the amusement of the young men, I know it. Only think how my portrait would look to be taken tonight, and he'll have it, I'm sure, for I noticed him looking at me. The first that reminded me of my situation after the fire was put out. Well, there's but one thing to be done, and that's to put a bold face on it. I can't sleep any more tonight. Besides, the bed's wet, and it's beginning to get daylight. I'll go to work and get myself ready for breakfast, and I'll pretend to something, I don't know just what, to get myself out of the scrape if I can. Good morning, gentlemen, good morning. We had quite a fright last night, didn't we? Dora and I came pretty near paying dear for that little frolic. You see, we were dressing up in character to amuse ourselves, and I was all fixed up to represent an old woman, and had to put on a gray wig with an old flannel gown that I found, and we'd set up pretty late, having some fun all to ourselves. And I expect Dora must have been pretty sleepy when she was putting some of the things away, and set fire to a dress in the closet without noticing it. I've lost my whole wardrobe nigh about by her carelessness. But it's such a mercy we weren't burned in our bed, and I don't feel to complain so much on that account. Isn't it curious how I got caught dressed up like my grandmother? We didn't suppose we were going to appear before so large an audience before we were planned out to our little frolic. What character did Dora assume? Really, Mr. Little, I was so scared last night that I disremember. She took off her rigging before she went to bed. Don't you think I'd personify a pretty good old woman, gentlemen? Ha ha! For a lady of my age? What's that, Mr. Little? You wish I'd make you a present of that nightcap to remember me by? Oh, of course. I've no further use of it. Of course I haven't. It's one of Bridget's that I borrowed for the occasion, and I've got to give it back to her. Have some coffee, Mr. Grayson. Do! I've got cream for it this morning. Mr. Smith, help yourself to some of this beefsteak. It's a very cold morning. Fine weather out of doors. Eat all you can, all of you. Have you any profiles to take yet, Mr. Gamboge? I may make up my mind to set for mine before you leave us. I have always thought I should have it to take some time. In character? Ha ha! Mr. Little, you're so funny. But you'll excuse me this morning, as I had such a fright last night. I must go and take up that wet carpet. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 5. A Brace of Witty Women. By the courtesy of Harper Brothers, I am allowed to give you Aunt Anniky's Teeth by Sherwood Bonner. The illustrations add much, but the story is good enough without pictures. Aunt Anniky's Teeth by Sherwood Bonner. Aunt Anniky was an African dame, 50 years old and of an imposing presence. As a waffle maker, she possessed a gift beyond the common, but her unapproachable talent lay in the province of nursing. She seemed born for the benefit of sick people. She should have been painted with the apple of healing in her hand. For the rest, she was a funny, illiterate old darky, vain, affable, and neat as a pink. On one occasion, my mother had a dangerous illness. Aunt Anniky nursed her through it, giving herself no rest, night nor day, until her patient had come back to the walks and ways of life, as she expressed the dear mother's recovery. My father, overjoyed and grateful, felt that we owed this result quite as much to Aunt Anniky as to our family doctor, so he announced his intention of making her a handsome present, and, like King Herod, left her free to choose what it should be. I shall never forget how Aunt Anniky looked as she stood there smiling and bowing and bobbing the funniest little courtesies all the way down to the ground. And you would never guess what it was the old woman asked for. "Well, Master Charles," said she had been one of our old servants, and always called my father Master Charles. "To tell you the living truth, my soul and body is a yearning for a handsome chiny set of teeth." "A set of teeth?" said father, surprised enough. "And have you none left of your own?" "I has gummed it for a good many years," said Aunt Anniky with a sigh, "but not wishing ter be ungrateful ter my obligations, I owns ter having 5 natural teeth, but they is poor sugars, they shucks battle. One of them's got a little something in it as lively as a spared worm, and I tell you, when anything touches it, hot or cold, it just makes me dance. And another is in my top jaw, and ain't got no match for it in the bottom one, and one is broke off nearly to the root, and the last 2 is so yaller that it's a shame ter show 'em in company, and so I lifts my turkey tail ter my mouth every time I laughs or speaks." Father turned to mother with a musing air. "The curious student of humanity," he remarked, "traces resemblances where they are not obviously conspicuous. Now, at the first blush, one would not think of any common ground of meeting for our Aunt Anniky and the Empress Josephine. Yet, that fine French lady introduced the fashion of handkerchiefs by continually raising delicate lace mouchoirs to her lips to hide her bad teeth. Aunt Anniky lifts her turkey tail. It really seems that human beings should be classed by strata, as if they were metals in the earth, instead of dividing by nations. Let us class by quality. So we might find Turk, Jew, Christian, fashionable lady, and washerwoman, master and slave, hanging together like cats on a clothesline, by some connecting cord of affinity. In the meantime, said my mother mildly, Aunt Anniky is waiting to know if she is to have her teeth. Oh, surely, surely, cried father, coming out of the clouds with a start. I am going to the village tomorrow, Anniky, in the spring wagon. I will take you with me, and we will see what the dentist can do for you. Bless your heart, Mrs. Charles, said the delighted Anniky. You're just as good as your blood and your name, and more I couldn't say. The morrow came, and with it Aunt Anniky, gorgeously arrayed in a flaming red calico, a bandana handkerchief, and a string of carved yellow beads that glittered on her bosom like fresh buttercups on a hill slope. I had petitioned to go with the party, for, as we lived
on a plantation,
a visit to the village was something of an event. A brisk drive soon brought us to the center of the square. A glittering sign hung brazenly from a high window on its western side, bearing in raised black letters the name Dr. Alonzo Babb. Dr. Bob was the dentist and the odd fish of our village. He beams in my memory as a big round man, with hair and smiles all over his face, who talked incessantly and said things to make your blood run cold. "Do you see this ring?" he said, as he bustled about, polishing his instruments and making his preparations for the sacrifice of Aunt Anniky. He held up his right hand, on the forefinger of which glistened a ring the size of a dog collar. "Now, what do you suppose that's made of?" "Brass," suggested father, who was funny when not philosophical. "Brass?" cried Dr. Bob, with a withering look. "It's virgin gold, that ring is. And where do you suppose I found the gold?" My father ran his hands into his pockets in a retrospective sort of way. "In the mouth of my patients, every grain of it," said the dentist, with a perfectly diabolical smack of the lips. "Old fillings, plugs, you know, that I saved and had made up into this shape. Good deal of sentiment about such a ring as this." "Sentiment of a mixed nature, I should say," murmured my father with a grimace. "Mixed? Rather. A speck here, a speck there, sometimes an eye, often a jaw, occasionally a front. More than 100 men, I suppose, have helped in the cause." "Law, doctor, you beats the birds, you does," cries Aunt Anniky, whose head was as flat as the floor, where her reverence should have been. "You know they snatches the wool from every bush to make their nests." "Lots of company for me, that ring is," said the doctor, ignoring the pertinent or impertinent interruption. "Often as I sit in the twilight, I twirl it around and around, thinking of the wagon loads of food it has masticated, the blood that has flowed over it, the groans that it has cost. Now, old lady, if you will sit just here." He motioned Aunt Anniky to the chair, into which she dropped in a limp sort of way, recovering herself immediately, however, and sitting bolt upright in a rigid attitude of defiance. Some moments of persuasion were necessary before she could be induced to lean back and allow Dr. Bab's fingers on her nose while she breathed the laughing gas. But once settled, the expression faded from her countenance almost as quickly as a magic lantern picture vanishes. I watched her nervously, my attention divided between her vacant-looking face and a dreadful picture on the wall. It represented Dr. Bob himself, minus the hair, but with double the number of smiles, standing by a patient from whose mouth he had apparently just extracted a huge molar that he held triumphantly in his forceps. A gray-haired old gentleman regarded the pair with benevolent interest. The photograph was entitled, "His First Tooth." "Attracted by that picture?" said Dr. Alonso, affably, his fingers on Aunt Anniky's pulse. "My pa had that struck off the first time I ever got a tooth out." That's Pa with the gray hair and the benediction attitude. Tell you, he was proud of me. I had such an awful tussle with that tooth. Thought the old fellow's jaw was bound to break. But I got it out, and after that my pa
took me with
him round the country, starring the provinces, and I practiced on the natives. By this time, Aunt Anniky was well under the influence of the gas, and in an incredibly short space of time her 5 teeth were out. As she came to herself, I am sorry to say she was rather silly, and quite mortified me by winking at Dr. Bob in the most confidential manner, and repeating over and over again, "Honey, yer ain't half as smart as yers thinks yers is." After a few weeks of sore gums, Aunt Anniky appeared, radiant, with her new teeth. The effect was certainly funny. In the first place, blackness itself was not so black as Aunt Anniky. She looked as if she had been dipped in ink and polished off with lamp black. Her very eyes showed but the faintest rim of white. But those teeth were white enough to make up for everything. She had selected them herself, and the little ridiculous milk-white things were more fitted for the mouth of a Titania than for the great cavern in which Aunt Anniky's tongue moved and had its being. The gums above them were black, and when she spread her wide mouth in a laugh, it always reminded me of a piano lid opening suddenly and showing all the black and white ivories at a glance. Aunt Anniky laughed a good deal too, after getting her teeth in, and declared she had never been so happy in her life. It was observed to her credit that she put on no airs of pride, but was as sociable as ever, and made nothing of taking out her teeth and handing them around for inspection among her curious and admiring visitors. On that principle of human nature which glories in calling attention to the weakest part, she delighted in tough meats, stale bread, green fruits, and all other eatables that test the biting quality of the teeth. But finally destruction came upon them in a way that no one could have foreseen. Uncle Ned was an old colored man who lived alone in a cabin not very far from Aunt Anniky's, but very different from her in point of cleanliness and order. In fact, Uncle Ned's wealth, apart from a little corn crop, consisted in a lot of fine young pigs that ran in and out of the house at all times, and were treated by their owner as tenderly as if they had been his children. One fine day the old man fell sick of a fever, and he sent in haste for Aunt Anniky to come and nurse him. He agreed to give her a pig in case she brought him through. Should she fail to do so, she was to receive no pay. Well, Uncle Ned got well, and the next thing we heard was that he refused to pay the pig. My father was usually called on to settle all the disputes in the neighborhood. So one morning, Anniky and Ned appeared before him, both looking very indignant. "I'd just like ter tell yer, Mars Charles," began Uncle Ned, "ob the trick this miserable old nigger played on me." "Go on, Ned," said my father with a resigned air. "Well, it was the 5th night of the fever," said Uncle Ned, "and I was a tossin' and a moanin', and old Anniky just lay back in her chair and snored as if a dozen frogs was in her throat. I was a perishin' and a burnin' wid thirst, and I hollered to Anniky, but Lord, I might as well a hollered to a tombstone. It was ice I wanted, and I know there was a glass somewhere in my table with cracked ice in it. Lord, how dry I was! I never longed for whiskey in my born days as I panted for that ice. It was powerful dark, for the grease was low in the lamp, and the wick spluttered with a dying flame. But I felt around, feeble-like and slow, till my fingers touched a glass. I pulled it to me, and I ran my hand in and grabbed the ice, as I supposed, and flung it in my mouth, and crunched and crunched. Here there was an awful pause. Uncle Ned pointed his thumb at Anniky, looked wildly at my father, and said in a hollow voice, "It was Anniky's teeth." My father threw back his head and laughed as I had never heard him laugh. Mother from her sofa joined in. I was doubled up like a jackknife in the corner. But as for the principals in the affair, neither of their faces moved a muscle. They saw no joke. Aunt Anniky, in a dreadful, muffled, squashy sort of voice, took up the tale. "Next thing I knowed, Marsh Charles, somebody's seizing me by the head, a jamming it up in the wall, a jawing at me like the angel Gabriel at the rich old sinners in the bad blush. And there was old Ned a spitting like a black cat, and a howling so dreadful that I thought he was the devil. And when I got the light, there was my beautiful shiny teeth flung around like scattered seed corn on the floor, and Ned is swearing he'd have the law on me." "And after all that," broke in Uncle Ned, "she pretends to lay a claim for my pig, but I says, no, sir, I don't pay nobody nothing who's played me a trick like that." "Trick?" said Aunt Anniky scornfully. "Where's the trick? Think I wanted yer ter eat my teeth? And furthermore, Marsh Charles, there's just about it. When that night set in dark, warn't no more hope for old Ned than for a foundered ship. Laws a mussy. That's why I went ter asleep. I wanted ter have strength ter put on his burial clothes in the morning. But don't yer see, Marsh Charles, that when he got so mad it brought on a sweat that broke the fever. It saved him. But for all that, arter munching unmangling my shiny teeth, he has the imperdence of trying to prive me of the pig I honestly earned." It was a hard gaze. Uncle Ned sat there a very image of injured dignity, while Aunt Anniky bound a red handkerchief around her mouth and fanned herself with her turkey tail. "I am sure I don't know how to settle the matter," said father helplessly. "Ned, I don't see but you have to pay up." "Never, Master Charles, never." "Well, suppose you get married," suggested father brilliantly. "That will unite your interests, you know." Aunt Anniky tossed her head. Uncle Ned was old, wizened, wrinkled as a raisin, but he eyed Anniky over with a supercilious gaze, and said with dignity, "If I wanted ter marry, I could get a likely young gal." All the 4 points of Anniky's turban shook with indignation. "Pay me for them shiny teeth," she hissed. Some visitors interrupted the dispute at this time, and the two old darkies went away. A week later, Uncle Ned appeared with rather a sheepish look. "Well, Master Charles," he said, "I's about concluded that I'll marry Annie Key." "Huh, is that so? 'Pears like it's the onliest way I can save my pigs," said Uncle Ned with a sigh. "When she's married, she bound ter bey me. Women bey your husbands, that's what the good book says." "Yes, she will bey you, I don't doubt," said my father, making a pun that Uncle Ned could not appreciate. "And if ever she opens her jaw ter me 'bout them are teeth," he went on, "I'll mash her." Uncle Ned tottered on his legs like an unscrewed fruit stand, and I had my own opinion as to his mashing Aunt Anniky. This opinion was confirmed the next day when father offered her his congratulations. "You are old enough to know your own mind," he remarked. "I's old maybe," said Anniky, "but so is a oak tree, and it's vigorous, I reckon. I's a purty vigorous sort o' growth myself, and I reckon I'll have my own way with Ned. I'm gwine ter fatten them pigs, his'n, and you see if I don't sell 'em next Christmas fer money.
9.
Ter git a new string o' chainy teeth." "Look here, Anniky," said father with a burst of generosity, "you and Ned will quarrel about those teeth till the day of doom, so I will make you a wedding present of another set, that you may begin married life in harmony." Aunt Anniky expressed her gratitude. "And this time," she said with sudden fury, "I sleeps with them in." The teas were presented, and the wedding preparations begun. The expectant bride went over to Ned's cabin, and gave it such a clearing up as it had never had. But Ned did not seem happy. He devoted himself entirely to his pigs, and wandered about, looking more wizen every day. Finally he came to our gate, and beckoned to me mysteriously. "Come over to my house, honey," he whispered, "and bring a pen, an ink, and a piece of paper with yer. I wants yer to write me a letter." I ran into the house for my little writing desk, and followed Uncle Ned to his cabin. "Now, honey," he said, after barring the door carefully, "don't you ask me no questions, but just put down the words that comes out of my mouth on that ar paper." "Very well, Uncle Ned, go on." "Anniky Hobbleston," he began, "that wedding ain't a gwine ter come off. You cleans up too much ter suit me. I ain't used ter so much water splashing around. Dirt is warmin'. 'Spect I'd freeze this winter if you was here, and you got too much tongue. Besides, I's got another wife over in Tipper, and I ain't a gwine ter marry. As for havin' the law, I's a livin' these parts, and I takes their pigs with me. Yer can find 'em, and yer can find me, for I ain't a gwine ter marry. I was born a bachelor, and a bachelor will I represent myself before the judgment seat. If you gives yer promise ter say no more about this marrying business, p'raps I'll come back some day. So no more at present from your humble worshipper, Ned Cuddy." "Isn't that last part rather inconsistent?" said I, greatly amused. Yes, honey, if you says so. And it's kind of soothing to the feelings of a woman, you know. I wrote it all down and read it aloud to Uncle Ned. Now, my child, he said, I'm a gwine ter get on my mule as soon as the moon rises, and drive my pigs to Cold Water Gap, where I'll stay and fish. Soon as I am well gone, you take this letter to Annie, but mind, don't tell where I's gone. And if she takes it all right and promises to let me alone, you write me a letter, and I'll get the first Methodist preacher I run across in the woods to read it to me. Then, if it's all right, I'll come back and weed your flower garden for years as pretty as preaching. I agreed to do all Uncle Ned asked, and we parted like conspirators. The next morning Uncle Ned was missing, and after waiting a reasonable time, I explained the matter to my parents and went over with his letter to Aunt Anniky. "Powers above," was her only comment as I got through the remarkable epistle. Then, after a pause to collect her thoughts, she seized me by the shoulder, saying, "Run to your pappy, honey, quick, and ax him if he's gwine ter stick ter his bargain 'bout the thief. Yer know, he pointedly said they was a wedding gift." Of course my father sent word that she must keep the teeth, and my mother added a message of sympathy with a present of a pocket handkerchief to dry Aunt Anniky's tears. "But it's all right," said that sensible old soul, opening her piano lid with a cheerful laugh. "Bless you, child, it was the thief I wanted, not the man. And, honey, you just send word to that shiftless old nigger, if you know where he's gone, to come back home and get his crap in the ground, and as far as I'm concerned, yer just let him know that I wouldn't pick him up with a 10-foot pole, not if he was to beg me on his knees till the millennial day." From Dialect Tales, published in 1883 by Harper Brothers. It is not easy to tell what satire is, or where it originated. In Eden, says Dryden, the husband and wife excused themselves by laying the blame on each other, and gave a beginning to those conjugal dialogues in prose which poets have perfected in verse. Whatever it may be, we know it when it cuts us, and Sherwood Bonner's hit on the Radical Club of Boston was almost inexcusable. She was admitted as a guest, and her subsequent ridicule was a violation of all good breeding. But like so many wicked things, it is captivating, and while you are shocked, you laugh. While I hold up both hands in horror, I intend to give you an idea of it, leaving out the most personal verses. The Radical Club by Sherwood Bonner. Dear friends, I crave attention to some facts that I shall mention. About a club called the Radical you haven't heard before. Got up to teach the nation was this New Light Federation, to teach the nation how to think, to live, and to adore, to teach it of the heights and depth that all men should explore. Only this and nothing more. It is not my inclination in this brief communication to produce a false impression, which I greatly would deplore, but a few remarks I'm making on some notes I chill's been taking. And if I'm not mistaken, they'll make your soul upsoar, as you bend your eyes with eagerness to scan these verses over. Truly this and something more. And first, dear friends, the fact is, I'm sadly out of practice. and may fail in doing justice to this literary bore. But when I do begin it, I don't think it will take a minute to prove there's nothing in it, as you've doubtless heard before, but a free religious wrangling club. Of this I'm very sure. Only this and nothing more. 'Twas a very cordial greeting, one bright morning of their meeting. Such eager salutations were never heard before. After due deliberation on the importance of the occasion, to begin the organization, Mr. Pompous took the floor, with an air quite
complacent,
strutted up and took the floor, as he'd often done before. With an air of condescension, he bespoke their close attention to an essay from a wise man versed in theologic lore. He himself had had the pleasure of a short glance at the treasure, and in no stinted measure said we had a treat in store. Then he waved his hand to Wiseman and resigned to him the floor. Only this and nothing more. Quick and nervous, short and wiry, with a look profound yet fiery, Mr. Wiseman now stepped forward and eyed us darkly over. Then an armchair, quaint and olden, gay with colors green and golden, by the pretty hostess rolled in from its place behind the door, was offered to the reader in the center of the floor, and he took the chair, be sure. Then with arguments elastic, and a voice and eye sarcastic, Mr. Wiseman into flinders the Holy Bible tore, and he proved beyond all question that the God of Moses' mention was a fraudulent invention of some Hebrews, 3 or 4, and the Son of God's ascension an imaginary sore. Only this and nothing more. Each member then admitted that his part was well acquitted, for his strong, impassioned reasoning had touched them to the core. He felt sure, as he surveyed them through his specs, that he had played them, and was proud that he had made them all astonished by his lore. Not a continental cared he for the fruits such lessons bore. So he bowed and left the floor. Then a colonel, gold and smiling, with a stately air beguiling, who punctuates his paragraphs on Newport's sounding shore, said his friend was wise and witty, and yet it seemed a pity to destroy in this old city the belief it had before in the ancient superstitions of the days of yore. This he said, and something more. Orthodoxy he lamented, thought the Christian world demented. Yet still he felt a reverence as he read the Bible over, and he thought the modern preacher, though a poor stick for a teacher, or a broken reed like Beecher, ought to have his claims looked over. And the tyranny of science was indeed, he felt quite sure, our danger, more and more. His remarks our pulses quicken, when a British lion stricken with his wondrous self-importance, he knew everything and more, said he loathed such moderation, and he made his declaration that in spite of all creation he found no God to adore. And his voice was like the ocean as its surges loudly roar, only this and nothing more. But the interest now grew lukewarm, for an ancient Concord bookworm, with
authoritative
tramping, forward came and took the floor, and in Orphic mysticisms talked of life and light and prisons, and the infinite baptisms on a transcendental shore, and the concrete metaphysic, till we yawned in anguish sore, but still he kept the floor. Then uprose a kindred spirit, almost ready to inherit the rare and radiant Eden that he begged us to adore. His smile was beaming brightly, and his soft hair floated whitely round a face as fair and sightly as a pious priest's of yore. And we forgave the arguments worn out years before, for we loved this saintly boor. Then a lively little charmer, noted as a dress reformer, because that mystic garment cameloon she wore, said she had no views of Jesus, and therefore would not tease us, but that she thought it would please us to look her figure over, for she wore no bustles anywhere, and corsets, she felt sure, should squeeze her nevermore. This pretty little pigeon said of course the true religion demanded easy of body before the mind could soar, but that no emancipation could come unto our nation until the aggregation of the clothes that women wore were suspended from the shoulders and smooth with many a gore, plain behind and plain before. Her remarks were full of reason, but a little out of season, and the proper tone of talking Mr. Fairman did restore, when he sneered at priests and preaching, and endorsed the index teaching, and with philanthropic screeching said he thought for evermore the light of sense and freedom into darkened minds to pour. Truly this, but something more. Then with eyes as bright as Phoebus, and hair dark as Erebus, a maid with stunning eye-glass next appeared upon the floor. In her aspect she looked
regal,
though her words were few and feeble, but she vowed his logic legal, and as pure as golden ore, and endorsed the index editor in every word he swore, and then said nothing more. Then a tall and red-faced member, large and loose and somewhat limber, and though his creed was shaky, he the name of bishop bore, said that if he lived forever, he should forget, ah, never, the radicals so clever in Boston by the shore. But a bad gold in his id bust stop his saying bore, and we all cried encore. Then a rarely gifted mortal, to whom the triple portal of music, art, and poesy had opened years before, with a look of sombre feeling, depth within his soul revealing, leaving room for no appealing, he decided over and over the old vexing questions of the why and the wherefore, and taught us nothing more. There are others I could mention who took part in this contention, and at first 'twas my intention, but at present I forbear. There is young Look Sharp and Wriggle, who would make an angel giggle, and a young conceited Zygo, who was seated near the door. If you could only see them, you'd laugh till you were sore, and then you'd laugh some more. But, dear friends, I now must close, of these radicals dispose, for I am sad and weary as I view their folly over. In their wild utopian dreaming and impracticable scheming for a sinful world's redeeming, common sense flies out the door, and the long-drawn dissertations come to words and nothing more. Only words and nothing more. Mary Clemmer Hudson has spoken of Phoebe Cary as the wittiest woman in America, but she truly adds, "A flash of wit, like a flash of lightning, can only be remembered. It cannot be reproduced. Its very marvel lies in its spontaneity and evanescence. Its power is in being struck from the present. Divorced from that, the keenest representation of it seems cold and dead." We read over the few remaining sentences which attempt to embody the repartees and bon mots of the most famous wits of society, such as Beau Nash, Beau Brummel, Madame du Deffand, and Lady Mary Montagu. We wonder at the poverty of these memorials of their fame. Thus it must be with Phoebe Cary. Her most brilliant sallies were perfectly unpremeditated, and by herself never repeated or remembered. When she was in her best moods, they came like flashes of heat lightning, like a rush of meteors. So suddenly and constantly you were dazzled, while you were delighted, and afterward found it difficult
to single out
any distinct flash or separate meteor from the multitude. This most wonderful of her gifts can only be represented by a few stray sentences gleaned here and there from the faithful memories of loving friends. One tells how, at a little party where fun rose to a great height, one quiet person was suddenly attacked by a gay lady with the question, "Why don't you laugh? You sit there just like a post." "There, she called you a post. Why don't you rail at her?" was Phoebe's quick exclamation. Mr. Barnum mentioned to her that the skeleton man and the fat woman, then on exhibition in his greatest show on earth, were married. "I suppose they love it through thick and thin," was her comment. On one occasion, when Phoebe was at the museum looking about at the curiosities, says Mr. Barnum, "I preceded her and had passed down a couple of steps. She, intently watching a big anaconda in a case at the top of the stairs, walked off, not noticing them, and fell. I was just in time to catch her in my arms and save her from a good bruising. I am more lucky than that first woman was who fell through the influence of the serpent," said Phoebe as she recovered herself. And when asked by someone at a dinner party what brand of champagne they kept, she replied, "Oh, we drink Heidsieck, but we keep mum." Again, a certain well-known actor, then recently deceased, and more conspicuous for his professional skill than for his private virtues, was discussed. "We shall never," remarked someone, "see again." "No," quietly responded Phoebe, "not unless we go to the pit." These stray shots may not fairly represent Miss Cary's brilliancy, but we are grateful for what has been preserved, meager as it would seem to those who had the privilege of knowing her intimately and enjoying those Sunday evening receptions where, unrestrained and happy, everyone was at his best. Her verses on the subject of woman's rights, as discussed in masculine fashion with masculine logic by Chanticleer Dorking, are capital, and her parodies, shockingly literal, have been widely copied. Enjoy these as given in her life, written by Mary Clemmer. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 6. ginger snaps. I will now offer you some good things of various degrees of humour. I do not feel it necessary to impress their merits upon you, for they speak for themselves. Here is a quaint bit of satire from a bright Boston woman, which those on her side of the vexed Indian question will enjoy. The Indian Agent, by Louisa Hall. He was a long, lean man, with a sad expression, as if weighed down by pity for poor humanity. His heart was evidently a great many sizes too large for him. He yearned to enfold all tribes and conditions of men in his encircling arms. He surveyed his audience with such affectionate interest that he seemed to look into the very depths of their pockets. A few resolute men buttoned their coats, but the majority knew that this artifice would not save them, and they rather enjoyed it as a species of harmless dissipation. They liked to be talked into a state of exhilaration which obliged them to give without thinking much about it, and they felt very good and benevolent afterward. So they cheered the agent enthusiastically as a signal for him to begin, and he came forward, bowing, while the three red brothers who accompanied him remained seated on the platform. He appeared to smile on everyone present as he said, "Friends and fellow citizens, I have the honor to introduce to you these chiefs of the Laughing Dog Nation. 25 years ago this tribe was one of the fiercest on our western plains. Snarling Bear, the most noted chief of his tribe, was a great warrior. 50 scalps adorned his wigwam. Some of them had once belonged to his best friends. He was murdered while in the prime of life by a white man whose wife he had accidentally shot at the door of her cabin. He was one of the first to welcome the white men and adopt the improvements they brought with them. When he became sufficiently civilized to understand that polygamy was unlawful, he separated from his oldest wife. Her scalp was carefully preserved among those of the great warriors he had conquered. His son, Flying Deer, who is with us today, will address you in his own language, which I shall interpret for you. The last 20 years have made a great change in their condition. These men are not savages, but educated gentlemen. They are all graduates of Tomahawk College at Bloody Mountain, near the Grey Wolf country. They are chiefs of their tribes, each one holding a position equal to the governor of our own state. Their influence at the West is great. Last year they sent a small party of missionaries to the highlands of the Wolf country, where the women and children pasture the ponies during the dry season. Not one of these noble men ever returned. Unfortunately for the success of this mission, the Grey Wolf warriors were at home. The medicine man's dreams had been unfavorable, and they dare not set out on their annual hunt. This year they will send a larger party well armed. These devoted men have left their western homes and come here to assure you of their confidence in your affection and the love and gratitude they feel towards you. They come to ask for churches and schools, that their children may grow up like yours. But these things require money. On account of the great scarcity of stone in the Rocky Mountains, and the necessity of preserving standing timber for the Indian hunting grounds, all building materials for churches and schoolhouses must be carried from the East at great expense. The doorsteps of the Third Orthodox Kickapoo Church cost $150, but it is money well invested. The gradual decrease of crime at the West has convinced the most skeptical that a great work can be done among these people. The number of murders committed in this country last year was 125. This year, only 123. Although a great deal has been done for these people, you will be surprised to learn how much remains to be done. I need not tell you that every dollar entrusted to me will be spent, and I hope you will live to see the results of your generosity. I wish to build at least 15 churches and schoolhouses before the cold weather sets in. The cost of building has been greatly lessened by employing native workmen who are capable of designing and erecting simple edifices. The pulpits will be supplied by native preachers, and the expense of light and heat will be paid by the congregation. We have at least 25 well-qualified native teachers who will require no salary beyond the necessary expense of food and clothing. A few boarding houses must be built and tastefully furnished. We have a large number of laughing-dog widows who would gladly take charge of such establishments. The Native Committee will make a careful selection of such matrons as are most capable of guiding and encouraging young people. All money for the benefit of these people has been used with the strictest economy, and will be while I retain the agency. I have secured a slender provision for my declining years, and shall return to spend my days with my adopted people. But I will let these men who once owned this great country speak for themselves. Flying Deer, who will now address you, is about 40 years of age. He lives with his wife and 10 children near the agency at a place called Humanketchet. Flying Deer came forward and spoke very distinctly, though rapidly. Ohu brikochi, gumi machu kibe shoe nemashin, damasa chuchuka guwa, kabu. Nakabrosku, Hanawan Nadwag, Munu, Suk, Kamun, Menjes, Babas Kwasindwag, Maskode, Wawa, Gesamongu, Na Naskin Oza, Yanadise, Meben Majo, Kenemusha. Wakonase, Nashka Kagwagu, Jasahut, Wabanes Ogu Winaman Jobs, Amakwana We Rusan, Chupanuk, Segwa Mason, Upichi Aniwaiman, Kiwadoda, Shenghen Kadgu Tagamengao. He says, my friends, that he has always loved and trusted the white people. He says that since he has seen the great cities and towns of the East, he loves his white brothers more than before. His red brothers, White Crow and the Rock on End, wish him to say that they also love you. He says the savage Grey Wolf tribe threaten to shoot and scalp them if they continue friendly to the whites. He asks for powder, guns, and ponies, that they may defend themselves from their enemies. He wants to convince you that they are rapidly becoming a civilized nation. The assistance you are about to give will only be required for a short time. They will soon become self-supporting and relieve the government of a heavy tax. They thank you for the kindness you have shown and for the generous collection which will now be taken up. Will some friend close the doors while we give every one an opportunity to contribute to this good cause? Remember that he who shutteth up his ears to the cry of the poor, he shall also cry himself and shall not be heard. Those who prefer can leave a check with Deacon Meekum at the door, or with me at the hotel. These substantial tokens of your regard will cause the wilderness to blossom as the rose. In the name of our red brethren, let me thank you again. If one inclines to Irish fun, try this burlesque from Mrs. Lippincott. Mistress O'Rafferty on the Woman Question by Grace Greenwood. No, I wouldn't demean myself, Bridget, like you in disputing with men. Would I fly in the face of the blessed apostles and Father McGinn? It isn't the talent I'm wanting. Sure, my father, old Michael McCrary, made a beautiful last speech and confession when they hanged him in old Tipperary. So, Bridget Muldoon, hold your talking about women's rights and all that. Sure, all the rights I want is the one right, to be a good helpmate to Pat, for he's a good husband and never lays on me the weight of his hand, except when he's far gone in liquor. and I nag him, you'll please understand. True for ye, I've one eye in mourning, that's because I disputed his right to take and spend all my week's earnings at Tim Mulligan's wake Sunday night. But it's seldom when I've done a washing, he'll ask for more'n half of the pay, and he'll toss me my share with a smile, dear, that's like a sweet morning in May. Now, where if I rin to conventions, will be Patrick's home comforts and joys, who'll clean up his brogans for Sunday, or patch up his old corduroys. If we take to the polls night and morning, our delicate charms will all flee. The dew will be brushed from the rose, dear, the down from the peach, don't you see? We'll soon take to shillelaghs and shindies, when we get to be sovereign electors, and turn all our husbands' hearts from us. Then what will we do for protectors? We'll have to be crowners and judges, and such like old malefactors, or they'll make common councilmen of us. Then where will be our characters? Oh, Bridget, God save us from voting, for sure as the blessed sun rolls, we'll land in the State House or Congress. Then what will become of our souls? Or The Triumphs of a Quack by Miss Amanda T. Jones. Dr. O'Flanagan and His Wonderful Cures. 1. I'm Barney O'Flanagan, lately from Cork. I've crossed the big water as bold as a stork. 'Tis a doctor I am, and well versed in the trade. I can mix yes a powder as good as is made. Have yes pains in your bones, or a troublesome ache in your joints after dancing a jig at a wake? Have yes caught a black eye from some blundering whack? Have yes vertebral twists in the spine of your back? When you're walking the straights, are yes likely to fall? Don't whiskey sit well on your stomach at all. Sure, 'tis bothering nonsense to sit down and wape, when a bit of a powder'll put yez to sleep. State your symptoms, me darlings, and niver yez doubt, but as sure as a gun I can straighten yez out. Then don't yez be gravin' no more. Arrah, quit all your sighing forlorn. Here's Barney O'Flanagan, right to the fore, and bedad he's a gentleman born. 2. Come then, ye poor creatures, and don't yez be scared. Have yez baitin' and lumberin' thumps at the heart? With ossification and acceleration, with fatty accretion and bad velication, with liver inflation and habitization, with lung inflammation and brain adumbration, with black eruptation and scarus formation, with nerve irritation and paralyzation, with extravasation and acrid segregation, with great jactitation and exaberation, with strong palpitation and wake circulation, with queer titillation and cold perspiration, be the powers, but I'll bring all your woes to completion. Unless you're in love, then you're past all salvation. Come, don't yez be gravin' no more. Be quit with your sighing forlorn. Here's the man all your haling potations to pour, and you'll prove him a gentleman born. 3. Sure, me friends, 'tis a wonderful luck I have had in the thraitment of sickness, no matter how bad. All the hundreds I've cured, 'tis not aisy to spake, and if any soul dies, faith I'm at the wake. There was Mistress O'Toole was tucked down mighty quare, that wild there was never a one dared to lave her, and fat was the matter ye like for to hear. 'Twas a double quotidian humorous favour. Well, I took out me lancet and pricked at a vein. Och, murther, but didn't she howl at the pain! 6 quarts, not a drop less I drew without shame, and troth she stopped howling and lay like a lamb. Then for fair such a method of treatment was risky. I hastened to fill up the void with old whiskey. Och, never be gravin' no more. Fat use of your sighing forlorn. Me patients are proud of me medical lore. They'll swear I'm a gentleman born. 4. Well, Mistress O'Toole was took better at once, for she riz up in bed and cried, "Paddy, ye dunce, give the doctor a dram." So I sat at me aise, a brewing the punch just as fine as you plaze. Then I lift a prescription all written down neat, wid emetics and diaphoretics complate, wid antispasmodics to kape her so quiet, and a toddy so stiff that ye'd all like to try it. So Paddy O'Toole mixed 'em well in a cup, all barrin' the toddy, and that he drunk up, for he swore 'twas a shame sich good brandy to waste on a double quotidian favourish taste. And troth we agreed it was not bad to take, when we drank that same toddy next night at the wake. Hurrah, don't yez be gravin' no more wid your moanin' and sighin' forlorn. Here's Barney O'Flanagan, true to the core of the heart of a gentleman born. 5. There was Michael McDonaghan down with a fit, caught of drinking cold water when tipsy a bit. 'Twould have done your heart good to have heard him cry out for a cup of poteen, or a tankard of stout, or a wee drop of whiskey, new out of the still, and the snakes that he saw, truth 'twas just fit to kill. It was mania podo tororum bedad, holy mother of Moses, the devils he had. Then to scare him away we surrounded his bed, clapped on 40 leeches and blistered his head, bade all the tin pans and set up sich a howl that the last fiery devil ran off, be my soul. And we writ on his tombstone he died of a spell, caught of drinking cold water straight out of a well. Now don't ye be grieving no more, surrender your sighing forlorn. 'Twill be fine when ye cross to the Stygian shore, to be sent by a gentleman born. 6. There was Swate Ellen Mulligan, seized with a cough, and every one said it would carry her off. Wisht, said I, thrust to me now, and don't just go crazy. If the girlie must die, sure I'll make her die aisy. So I searched through me books for the true diathesis of morbus disgratia tuberculous phthasis, and I bolstered her up with the strongest of tonics, with iron and copper and hosts of carbonics, with whiskey served straight in the finest of style, and I graced all her inside with cod liver oil. And says she, when she died, "Och, doctor, me honey, 'tis you as can give us the worth of our money, and begorra I'll spake to the divil this day not to kape yez a waiting too long for your pay. So don't just be gravin' no more, to the dogs with your sighing forlorn. Here's drugs be the handful and pills be the score, and to dale them a gentleman born." 7. There was Teddy Maloney, who bled at the nose, after blowing the fife, and mayhap ye'd suppose 'twas no matter at all, but the books all agreed 'twas a serious visceral trouble indeed, with the blood swimming round in a circle elliptic. The Schneiderian membrane was wanting a styptic. The anterior nares were needing a plug, and Teddy himself was in need of a jug. Then I rolled out a big pill of sugar of lead, and I dosed him and stood him up firm on his head, and says I, "Now, me lad, don't be atin' your length, but drink all you plaze just to kape up your strength." Faith, his witty's a jewel, but wisht, don't yer speak, she'll be Mistress O'Flanagan early next week. Come, don't just be gravin' no more, small use of your sighing forlorn, for your widdies belike when their morning is o'er may marry some gentleman born. 8. Old Biddy O'Cardigan lived all alone, and she felt mighty nate with a house of her own, swate smelling and wholesome, swiped clean with a rake, with 2 or 3 pegs just for company's sake. Well fat should she get but the malady vile of choleraphobia vomitous bile, and she sent straight for me. "Dr. Barney, me lad," says she, "I'm in need of assistance bedad. Have you niver a powder or bit of a pill? Me stomach's a rolling, just make it keep still. The boy can do that, says I. Hold on a minute. Here's me medicine chest with me calomel in it, and I'll make yez a bowl full of red pepper tay, so strong you'll be thinking the devil's to pay. Now don't yez be gravin' no more. Be quit with your sighing forlorn. With strychnine and vitriol and opium galore, behold me, a gentleman born. 9. With a gallon of rum, then a flip I created, shwate with mustard and spice, and a poker I hated. As red as a guinea just out of the mint, and into her stomach begorra it went. Och, never believe me, but didn't she roar? I'd have kaped her alive with a quart or two more, and the 3 little pigs in that house of her own wouldn't now be a starving and squalling alone, and that gossoon, her boy, the spalpeen altogether, would never have sworn that I murdered his mother. Troth for saying that same, but I served him a trick when I met him by chance with a bit of a stick. Faith, I doctored him well to the cure I complated, and be jabbers, there's one man alive that I traded. So don't yez be gravin' no more to the dogs with yez sighing forlorn. Arrah, knock when you're sick at O'Flanagan's door, and die for a gentleman born. Scribner's Magazine, 1880. Or, if one prefers to laugh at the experience of a cold brother, what can be found more irresistible than this? The Old Time Religion, by Julia Pickering. Brother Simon. I say, Brother Horace, I hearn you give Mary Kid terriblest beatin' last night. What you and she have a falling out about? Brother Horace. Well, Brother Simon, you knows yourself I never has no dejection to splanifying how I rules my folks at home and stablishes order dar when it's pintedly needed. And for gracious, I leave you to say dis time it 'twa'n't needed, and dat powerful bad. You see, I's allus been a plain, straight-sided nigger, and hain't never had no use for new fandangles, let it be what it mout. Legend, politics, business, don't care what. Old Horace say, de old way am de best way, and you niggers that's all running teetotally crazy about every new gimmick that's started, better just stay whar you is and let them things alone. But they don't do it. No amount of preaching won't serve 'em. And dat is jest at this particular pint that Meriky got dat dressin'. She done been off to Richmond town, a livin' in sarvice dar just last winter, and Saturday, a week ago, she came home to make a visit. Course, we were all glad to see our darter, but you believe dat gal hadn't turned stark bodily naked fool. Yes, sir, she wa'n't no more like the Meriky that went away just a few months ago than chalks like cheese. Dar she come in with her clothes pinned tight enough to hinder her from squatting, and her hair a dangling right in her eyes, just for all the world looking like a ram looking through a brush pile. And you think that nigger ain't forgot how to talk? She just rolled up her eyes every other word and fanned and talked like she 'spected to die next breath. She'd toss that mush head of hern and talk proper as 2 dictionaries. 'Stead of she calling on me daddy and her mother mammy, she says, "Pa and Ma, how can you bear to live in such a one-hoss town as this? Oh, I think I should die." And right about there she had all the action of an old drake in a thunderstorm. I just stared at that gal till I make her out, and says I to myself, it's got to come, but I don't say nothing to nobody about it. All the same, I knowed it had to come, fuss as last. Well, I just let her have more rope, as the sayin' is, till she got where I cluded were about the end of her tether. Dat was on last Sunday morning when she went to meetin' in such a rig, a puttin' on airs till she couldn't keep a straight track. When she came home, she brung company with her, and of course I couldn't do nothing then, but I just kept my ears open, and ef dat gal didn't disqualify me dat day, you can have my hat. By they all gets to talking about legend and the churches, and then one young buck, he step up and says, "Miss Meriky, give us your opinion about the matter." Wid dat, she flung up her head proud as the Queen Victory, and says she, I takes no intelligence in such matters. Dey is all too common for me. Baptists is a foot or two below my grade. I attends de 'Piscopalian church where I resides, and spects to join dat one de next anniversary of de bishop. Oh, dey does everything so lovely and in so much style. I declare, nobody but common folks in de city goes to de Baptist church. It made me sick to my stomach to see so much shouting and groaning this morning. 'Tis so ungenteel wid us to make so much sarcumlocutions in meeting. And thar she went a gyrating about the preacher a coming out in a white shirt and then a running back and getting on a black one, and the people a jumping up and a jawing of the preacher out in the book and a bowing of the head and a saying long rigmaroles of stuff till my head fairly buzzed, and were that mad at the gal I just couldn't see nothing in that room. Well, I just waited till the company was to go, and then I steps up and says I, young folks, you needn't let what Mariky told you about that church put no change into you. She's sorter out of her right mind now, but the next time you come she'll be all right on that and several other subjects. And then they stared at Mariky mighty hard and goed away. Well, I just walks up to her and I says, "Darter," says I, "what church are dat you going to jine?" And says she, very prompt like, "To 'Piscopalian, pa." And says I, "Mariky, I'm mighty concerned about you, 'cause I know your mind ain't right, and I shall just have to bring you round the shortest way possible." So I retched me a fine bunch of hickories I done prepared for dat occasion, and then she jumped up and says she, "What make you think I lost my senses?" "Because, daughter, you done forgot how to walk and to talk, and dem is sure signs." And with dat I just let in on her till I astonished her considerably. 'Fore I were done with her she got over dem dying airs and jumped up as high as a hoppergrass. By she gins to holler, "Oh, Lordy, Daddy, Daddy, don't give me no more." And says I, "You're improving, dat's a fact. Done got your natural voice back. What church does you 'long to, Mariky?" And says she, a crying, "I don't belong to none, par." Well, I give her another little tetch, and says I, "What church does you 'long to, darter?" And says she, all choked like, "I doesn't 'long to none." Then I just make them hickories ring for about 5 minutes, and then I say, "What church you 'longs to now, Mariky?" And says she, fairly shouting, "Baptist, I'm a Deepwater Baptist." "Very good," says I. "You don't 'spect to have your name took off in dem church books." And says she, "No, sir, I always did despise dem stuck-up 'Piscopalians. Dey ain't got no 'ligion nohow." Brother Simon, you never see a gal so holpen by a good genteel thrashing in all your days. I bound she won't never stick her nose in dem new fandangled churches no more. Why, she just walks as straight this morning and looks as pert as a sunflower. I'll lay a 10-pence she'll be a singing before night dat good old hymn she usened to be so fond of. You know, Brother Simon, how de words run. Baptist, Baptist is my name is written on high, spects to live and die the same, my name is written on high. Brother Simon, yes, dat she will, I be bound, if I does say it, Brother Horace. You beats any man on church government and family displayment of anybody I ever has seen. Brother Horace, well, brother, I does my best. You must pray for me so dat my hands may be strengthened. Dey feels mighty weak after dat conversion I gave dat Mariky last night. Scribner's Monthly, Bric-a-Brac, 1876. If it is unadulterated consolation that you need, try Auntie Doleful's Visit by Mary Kyle Dallas. How do you do, Cornelia? I heard you were sick, and I stepped in to cheer you up a little. My friends often say, "It's such a comfort to see you, Auntie Doleful. You have such a flow of conversation, and are so lively." Besides, I said to myself as I came up the stairs, perhaps it's the last time I'll ever see Cornelia Jane alive. You don't mean to die yet, eh? Well, now, how do you know? You can't tell. You think you are getting better, but there was poor Mrs. Jones sitting up, and every one saying how smart she was, and all of a sudden she was taken with spasms in the heart and went off like a flash. Parthenia is young to bring up the baby by hand, but you must be careful and not get anxious or excited. Keep quite calm, and don't fret about anything. Of course, things can't go on just as if you were downstairs, and I wondered whether you knew your little Billy was sailing about in a tub on the mill pond, and that your little Sammy was letting your little Jimmy down from the veranda roof in a clothes basket. Gracious goodness, what's the matter? I guess Providence will take care of 'em. Don't look so. You thought Bridget was watching them. Well, no, she isn't. I saw her talking to a man at the gate. He looked to me like a burglar. No doubt she'll let him take the impression of the door key in wax, and then he'll get in and murder you all. There was a family at Bobble Hill all killed last week for $50. Now, don't fidget so. It will be bad for the baby. Poor little dear, how singular it is, to be sure, that you can't tell whether a child is blind or deaf and dumb or a cripple at that age. It might be all, and you'd never know it. Most of them that have their senses make bad use of them, though. That ought to be your comfort, if it does turn out to have anything dreadful the matter with it. And more don't live a year. I saw a baby's funeral down the street as I came along. How is Mr. Cobble? Well, but finds it warm in town, eh? Well, I should think he would. They are dropping down by hundreds there with sunstroke. You must prepare your mind to have him brought home any day. Anyhow, a trip on these railroad trains is just risking your life every time you take one, back and forth every day as he is. It's just trifling with danger. Dear, dear, now to think what dreadful things hang over us all the time. Dear, dear. Scarlet fever has broken out in the village, Cornelia. Little Isaac Potter has it, and I saw your Jimmy playing with him last Saturday. Well, I must be going. I've got another sick friend, and I shan't think my duty done unless I cheer her up a little before I sleep. Goodbye. How pale you look, Cornelia. I don't believe you have a good doctor. Do send him away and try someone else. You don't look so well as you did when I came in. But if anything happens, send for me at once. If I can't do anything else, I can cheer you up a little. Mrs. Dallas, who lives in New York City, is a regular correspondent of the New York Ledger, having taken Fanny Fern's place on that widely circulated paper, is a prominent member of Soros's, and her Tuesday evening receptions draw about her some of the brightest society of that cosmopolitan center. All these selections are prizes for the long-suffering elocutionist, who is expected to entertain his friends with something new, laughter-provoking, and fully up to the mark. Mrs. Ames, of Brooklyn, known to the public as Eleanor Kirk, has revealed in her Thanksgiving growl a bit of honest experience, refreshing with its plain Saxon and homely realism, which, when recited with proper spirit, is most effective. A Thanksgiving growl. Oh dear, do put some more chips on the fire and hurry up that oven. Just my luck to have the bread slack. Set that plate up higher, and for goodness sake, do clear this truck. Away, frog's legs and marbles on my moulding board. What next, I wonder? John Henry, wash your face and do get out from underfoot. Afford more cream? Used all you had? If that's the case, skim all the pans. Do step a little sprier. I wish I hadn't asked so many folks to spend Thanksgiving. Good gracious, poke the fire and put some water on. Lord, how it smokes. I never was so tired in all my life. And there's the cake to frost and dough to mix for tarts. I can't cut pumpkin with this knife. Some women's husbands know enough to fix the kitchen tools, but for all mine would care, I might tear pumpkin with my teeth. John Henry, if you don't plant yourself on that air chair, I'll set you down so hard that you'll agree you're stuck for good. Them cranberries are sour and taste like gall beside. Hand me some flour and do fly round. John Henry, wipe your nose. I wonder how 'twill be when I am dead. How my nose'll be? Yes, how your nose'll be, and how your back'll be. If that ain't red, I'll miss my guess. I don't expect you'll see, you nor your father neither, what I've done and suffered in this house. As true's I live, them pesky fowl ain't stuffed. The biggest one will hold 2 loaves of bread. Say, wipe that sieve and hand it here. You are the slowest poke in all Fairmount. Laurel, there's Deacon Gubbin's wife. She'll be here tomorrow. That pan can soak a little while. I never in my life saw such a lazy critter as she is. If she stayed home, there wouldn't be a thing to eat. You bet she'll fill up here. It's riz. Well, so it has. John Henry, good king, how did that boy get out? You saw him go with both fists full of raisins and a pile behind him, and you never let me know. There, you've talked so much I clean forgot the rye. I wonder if the governor had to slave, as I do, if he would be so pesky fresh about Thanksgiving Day. He'd been in his grave with half my work. What, get along without an Indian pudding? Well, that would be a novelty. No friend or foe shall say I'm close or haven't as much variety as other folks. There, I think I see my way, quite clear. The onions are to peel, let's see. Turnips, potatoes, apples, they're to stew, the squash to bake and lick. John Henry! And after that, I really think I'm through. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Lothridge. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 7, Part 1. Prose but not prosy. Mrs. Alice Wellington Rollins, in those interesting articles in The Critic which induced me to look further, says, quote, "We claim high rank for the humor of women because it is almost exclusively of this higher imaginative type. A woman rarely tells an anecdote, or hoards up a good story, or comes in and describes to you something funny that she has seen. Her humor is like a flash of lightning from a clear sky, coming when you least expect it, when it could not have been premeditated, and when, to the average consciousness, there is not the slightest provocation to humor, possessing thus, in the very highest degree, the element of surprise which is not only a factor in all humor, but to our mind the most important factor. You tell her that you cannot spend the winter with her because you have promised to spend it with someone else, and she exclaims, "Oh, Ellen, why were you not born twins?" She has perhaps recently built for herself a most charming home, and coming to see yours, which happens to be just a trifle more luxurious and charming, she remarks as she turns away, "All I can say is when you want to see squalor, come and visit me in Oxford Street." She puts down her heavy coffee cup of stone china with its untasted coffee at a little country inn, saying with a sigh, "It's no use, I can't get at it. It's like trying to drink over a stone wall." She writes in a letter, "We parted this morning with mutual satisfaction, that is, I suppose we did. I know my satisfaction was mutual enough for 2. She asks her little restless daughter in the most insinuating tones if she would not like to sit in Papa's lap and have him tell her a story, and when the little daughter responds with the most uncompromising "no," turns her inducement into a threat, and remarks with severity, "Well, be a good girl, or you will have to." She complains, when you have kept her waiting while you were buying undersleeves, that you must have bought undersleeves enough for a centipede. You ask how poor Mr. X is, the disconsolate widower who a fortnight ago was completely prostrated by his wife's death, and are told in calm and even tones that he is "beginning to take notice." You tell her that one of the best fellows in the class has been unjustly expelled, and that the class are to wear crape on their left arm for 30 days, and that you only hope that the president will meet you in the college yard and ask why you are wearing it, to all of which she replies soothingly, "I wouldn't do that, Henry, for the president might tell you not to mourn, as your friend was not lost, only gone before." You tell her of your stunned sensation on finding some of your literary work complimented in the Nation, and she exclaims, "I should think so. It must be like meeting an Indian, and seeing him put his hand into his no pocket to draw out a scented pocket handkerchief instead of a tomahawk." Or she writes that 2 Sunday schools are trying to do all the good they can, but that each is determined at any cost to do more good than the other. End quote. I have selected several specimens of this higher type of humor. Mrs. Ellen H. Rollins was preeminently gifted in this direction. The humor in her exquisite New England bygones is so interwoven with the simple pathos of her memories that it cannot be detached without detriment to both. But I will venture to select 3 sketches from Old Time Child Life by E.H.R. Betsy had the reddest hair of any girl I ever knew. It was quite short in front, and she had a way of twisting it on either temple into 2 little buttons, which she fastened with pins. The rest of it she brought quite far up on top of her head, where she kept it in place with a large-sized torn comb. Her face was covered with freckles, and her eyes in winter were apt to be inflamed. She always seemed to have a mop in her hand, and she had no respect for paint. She was as neat as old Dame Safford herself, and was continually straightening things out, as she called it. Her temper, like her hair, was somewhat fiery, and when her work did not suit her, she was prone to a gloomy view of life. If she was to be believed, things were always going to rack and ruin about the house, and she had a queer way of taking time by the forelock. In the morning it was going on 12 o'clock, and at noon it was going on to midnight. She kept her 6 kitchen chairs in a row on one side of the room, and as many flat irons in a line on the mantelpiece. Everything where she was had, she said, to stand just so, and woe to the child who carried crookedness into her straight lines. Betsy had a manner of her own, and made a wonderful curtsy with which her skirts puffed out all around like a cheese. She always curtsied to Parson Meeker when she met him, and said, "I hope to see you well, sir." Once she curtsied in a prayer meeting to a man who offered her a chair, and told him in a shrill voice to keep his setting, though she was ever so much obliged to him. This was when she was under conviction, and Parson Meeker said he thought she had met with a change of heart. Father Latham's wife hoped so too, for then there would be a chance of having some long noses and pudding sweets left over in the orchard. It was in the time of the long drought, when fire ran over Grayface and a great comet appeared in the sky. Some of the people of Whitefield thought the world was coming to an end. The comet stayed for weeks, visible even at noonday, stretching its tail from the zenith far toward the western horizon, and at night staring in at windows with its eye of fire. It was the talk of the people, who pondered over it with a helpless wonder. I recalled 2 Whitefield women as they stood, one morning, bare-armed in a doorway, staring at and chattering about. One says they might as well stop work, and take it easy while they can. The other thinks the better way is to keep on a steady jog until it comes. They wish they knew how near it was, and what the tail means anyway. Betsy comes along with a pail, which she sets down, and then looks up to the comet. The air is dense with smoke from Grayface, and the dry earth is full of cracks. Betsy declares that it is going on 2 months since there has been any rain. Everything is going to rack and ruin, and if that thing up there should burst, there will be an end to Whitefield. Then she catches sight of me listening wide-mouthed, and she tells me that I needn't suppose she is going home to iron my pink muslin, for she thinks the tail of the comet has started and is coming right down to whisk it off from the line. I believe her, and distinctly remember the terror that took hold of me as I rushed home and tore the pink muslin from the line, lest it should be whisked off by the comet's tail. When the drought broke, a single day's rain washed all the smoke from the air. Directly the tail of the comet began to fade, and all of a sudden its fiery eye went out of the sky. Some of the villagers thought it had burst, others that it had burned out. Betsy said, whatever it was a humbug, and the wisest man in Whitefield could neither tell whence it came nor whither it went. One thing, however, was certain. Farmer Latham said that never since his orchard began to bear had he gathered such a crop of apples as he did, despite the drought, in the year of the great comet. Mrs. Meeker by E.H.R. When I read of Roman matrons, I always think of Mrs. Meeker. Her features were marked, and her eyes of deepest blue. She wore her hair combed closely down over her ears, so that her forehead seemed to be running up in a point high upon her head. Its color was of reddish-brown, and I am sorry to say, so far as it was seen, it was not her own. It was called a scratch, and Betsy said Mrs. Meeker would look enough sight better if she would leave it off. Whether any hair at all grew upon Mrs. Meeker's head was a great problem with the village children. and nothing could better illustrate the dignity of this woman than the fact that for more than 30 years the whole neighborhood tried in vain to find out. Parson Meeker by E.H.R. Every Sunday he preached 2 long sermons, each with 5 heads, and each head itself divided. After the fifthly came an application with an exhortation at its close. The sermons were called very able, or more often, strong discourses. I used to think this was because Mrs. Meeker had stitched their leaves fast together. Betsy said they were just like Deacon Saunders' breaking up plough, and went tearing right through sin. The parson, when I knew him, was a little slow of speech and dull of sight. He sometimes lost his place on his page. How afraid I used to be lest, not finding it, he should repeat his heads. He always brought himself up with a jerk, however, and sailed safely through to the application. When that came, Benny almost always gave me a jog with his elbow or foot. Once he stuck a pin into my arm, which made me jump so that Deacon Saunders, who sat behind, walked up with a loud snort. The deacon was always talking about the sermons being powerful in doctrine. When Benny asked Betsy what doctrines were, she told him, "Let doctrines alone," and they were "pison things only fit for hardened old sinners." There are many delightful articles which must be merely alluded to in passing, as the Old Salem Shops by Eleanor Putnam, so delicate and delicious that once read, it will ever be a fragrant memory. Louis Stockton's Women in the Restaurant. I want to give you and Mrs. Barrow's Penny Kitty People. A chapter from Miss Baylor's On This Side, and the opening chapters of Miss Phelps' Old Maid's Paradise. Also the description of Joppa by Grace Denio Litchfield in Only an Incident. There are others from which it is not possible to make extracts. Miss Wilson's admirable For the Major, though pathetic, almost tragic, in its underlying feeling, is, at the same time, a story of exquisite humor, from which nevertheless not a single sentence could be quoted that would be called funny. Her work, and that of Frances Hodgson Burnett, as well as that of Miss Phelps and Mrs. Spottford, shine with the silver thread of humor, worked too intimately into the whole warp and woof to be extracted without injuring both the solid material and the tinsel. To appreciate the point and delicacy of their finest wit, you must read the whole story and grasp the entire character or situation. Mrs. E.W. Bellamy, a Southern lady, published in last year's Atlantic Monthly a sketch called At Bent's Hotel, which ought to have a place in this volume, but my publisher says authoritatively that there must be a limit somewhere, so this gem must be included in a second series. There is so much truth as well as humor in the following article that it must be included. It gives in prose the agonies which Saxe told so feelingly in verse. A Fatal Reputation by Isabel Frances Bellows. I am impelled to write this as an awful warning to young men and women who are just entering upon life and its responsibilities. Years ago I thoughtlessly took a false step, which at the time seemed trivial and of little import, but which has since assumed colossal proportions that threaten to overshadow much of the innocent happiness of my otherwise placid existence. What wonder, then, that I try to avert this danger from young and inexperienced minds, who in their gay thoughtlessness rush into the very jaws of the disaster, and before they are well aware, find they are entrapped for life, as there is no escape for those who have thus brought their doom upon themselves. I will try and relate how, like the Lady of Shalott, when I first began to gaze upon the world of realities, the curse came upon me. It was in this wise. I lived in my youth an almost cloistral life of seclusion and self-absorption, from which I was suddenly shaken by circumstances, and forced to mingle in the busy world, to which after the first shock I was not at all averse, but found very interesting, and also, and there was the weight that pulled me down, tolerably amusing. For I met some curious people and saw and heard some remarkable things, and as I went among my friends I often used to give an account of my observations, until at last I discovered that wherever I went and under whatever circumstances, except of course at the funeral of a member of the family, I was expected to be amusing. I found myself in the same relation to society that the clown bears to the circus master who has engaged him. He must either be funny or leave the troupe. Now I am unfortunate in having no particular accomplishments. I cannot sing either the old songs or the new, neither am I a performer on diverse instruments. I can paint a little, but my paintings do not seem to rouse any enthusiasm in the beholder, nor do they add an inspiring strain to conversation. I can indeed make gingerbread and 6 different kinds of pudding, but I hesitate to mention it, because the cook is far in advance of me in all these particulars, not to mention numerous other ways in which she excels. I have thus but one resource in life, and when I give 1 or 2 instances of the humiliation and distress of mind to which I have been subjected on its account, I am sure I shall win a sympathizing thought, even from those who are more favored by nature, and possibly save a few young spirits from the pain of treading in my footsteps. In the first place, I am not naturally witty. Epigrams do not rise spontaneously to my lips, and it sometimes takes days and even weeks of consideration after an opportunity of making one has occurred before the appropriate words finally dawn upon me. By that time, of course, the retort is what the Catholics call a work of supererogation. I perhaps possess a slight sense of humorous, which has undoubtedly given rise to the fatal demand upon me, but I do not remember ever having been very funny. There never was any danger of my experiencing difficulties like Dr. Holmes on that famous occasion when he was as funny as he could be. I have often been as funny as I could be, but the smallest of buttons on the slenderest of threads never detached itself on my account. I have never had to restrain my humorous remarks in the slightest degree, but on the contrary have sometimes been driven into making the most atrocious jokes, and even puns, because it was evident something of the sort was expected from me, only of course something better. One occurrence of this kind will remain forever fixed in my memory. I was invited to a picnic, that most ghastly device of a human mind for playing at having a good time. At first I had declined to go, but it was represented to me that no less than 3 families had company for whose entertainment something should be done, that 2 young and interesting friends of mine just about to be engaged to each other would be simply inconsolable if the plan were given up, and in short, that I should show by not going an extremely hateful and unseemly spirit. Besides, it wouldn't do to have it without you, my dear, continued my amiable friend, because you know you are always the life of the party. I sighed and consented. The day arrived, and before 9 o'clock in the morning the mercury stood at 90 degrees in the shade. The cook overslept herself, and breakfast was so late that William Henry missed the train into the city, which didn't make it pleasant for any of us. I had made an especially delicate cake to take with me as my share of the feast, and while we were at breakfast I heard a crash in the direction of the kitchen, and hastening tremblingly to discover the origin of it, I found the cake and the plate containing it in one indistinguishable heap on the floor. It slipped between me 2 hands, as if it was alive. Bad luck to it, said the cook. It was meself that saw the heavy crack in the plate before you set the cake onto it, mum. I took cookies and boiled eggs to the picnic. The wreck had hardly been cleared away before my son and heir appeared in the doorway with a hole of unimagined dimensions in his 3rd worst trousers. His 2nd worst were already in the mending basket, so nothing remained for me but to clothe him in his best suit, and wonder all day in which part of him I should find the largest hole when I came home. Lastly, I had just put on my hat and was preparing to set forth, warm, tired, and demoralized, when my youngest, in her anxiety to bid me a sufficiently affectionate farewell, lost her small balance and came rolling downstairs after me. No serious harm was done, but it took nearly an hour before I succeeded in soothing and comforting her sufficiently to be able to leave her, with 2 brown paper patches on her head and elbow, in the care of the nurse. When I arrived late, discouraged, and with a headache at the picnic grounds, I found the assembled company sitting vapidly about amongst mosquitoes and beetles, already looking bored to death, and I soon perceived that it was expected of me to provide amusement and entertainment for the crowd. I tried to rally, therefore, and proposed a few games, which went off in a spiritless manner enough, and apparently in consequence I began to be assailed with questions and remarks of a reproachful character. "Don't you feel well to-day?" "Has anything happened?" "You don't seem as lively as usual." No one took the slightest notice of my explanations, until at last, goaded into desperation by one evil-minded old woman, who asked me if it were true that my husband was involved in the failure of Smith, Jones and Company, I launched out and became wildly and disgracefully silly. Nothing seemed too foolish, too senseless to say, if it only answered the great purpose of keeping off the attack of personal questions. Thus the wretched day wore on, until at last it was time to go home, and the first feeling approaching content was stealing into my weary bosom as I gathered up my basket and shawls, when it was rudely dashed by the following conversation, conducted by two ladies to whom I had been introduced that day. They were standing at a little distance from the rest of the company and from me, and evidently thought themselves far enough away to talk quite loudly, so that these words were plainly borne to my ears. "I hate to see people try to make themselves so conspicuous, don't you?" "Yes, indeed, and try to be funny when they haven't any fun in them." "I can't imagine what Maria was thinking about to call her witty." "I know it. I should think such people had better keep quiet when they haven't anything to say. I'm glad it's time to go home. Picnics are such stupid things." What more was said I do not know, for I left the spot as quickly as possible, making an inward resolution to avoid all picnics in the future, till I should arrive at my second childhood. I cannot refrain from giving one other little instance of my sufferings from this cause. I was again invited out, this time to a lunch party, specifically to meet the friend of a friend of mine. The very morning of the day it was to take place I received a telegram stating that my great-aunt had died suddenly in California. Now people don't usually care much about their great-aunts. They can bear to be chastened in this direction very comfortably, but I did care about mine. She had been very kind to me, and though the width of the continent had separated us for the last 10 years, her memory was still dear to me. I sat down immediately to write a note excusing myself from my friend's lunch party, when just as I took the paper it occurred to me that it was rather a selfish thing to do. My friend's guests were invited, and her arrangements all made, and as the visit of her friend was to be very short, the opportunity of our meeting would probably be lost. So I wrote instead a note to the daughter of my great-aunt, and when the time came I went to the lunch party with a heavy heart. I had no opportunity of telling my friend of the sad news I had received that morning, and I suppose I may have been quiet. Perhaps I even seemed indifferent, though I tried not to be. I could not have been very successful, however, for I was just going upstairs to put my things to go home, when I heard this little conversation in the dressing-room. "It's too bad she wasn't more interesting today, but you never can tell how it will be. She will do as she likes, and that's the end of it." "Yes," said another voice, "I think she is rather a moody person anyway. She won't say a word if she doesn't feel like it." "Shh, shh, here she comes," said the other, with a tone and look that told me it was I of whom they were talking. And so I adjure all youthful and hopeful persons who have a tendency to be funny to keep it a profound secret from the world. Indulge in your propensities to any extent in your family circle. Keep your immediate relatives, if you like, in convulsions of inextinguishable laughter all the time, but when you mingle in society, guard your secret with your life. Never make a joke, and if necessary, never take one. And by doing so you shall peradventure escape that wrath to come, to which I have fallen an innocent victim, and which I doubt not will bring me to an untimely end. The Independent. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin Carno. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 7, Part 2. And a few pages from Miss Murphy, who's shown such rare power in her short character sketches. A Blacksmith in Love by Charles Egbert Craddock. The pine knots flamed and glistened under the great wash kettle. A tree toad was persistently calling for rain in the dry distance. The girl, gravely impassive, beat the clothes with the heavy paddle. Her mother shortly ceased to prod the white heaps in the boiling water, and presently took up the thread of her discourse. "And Vander have got ter be a mighty sudden man. I hear and tell, when I war down ter Maria's house, ter the quiltin', as how in that sort of fightin' scrimmage they had at the mill last month, He were powerful ill-conducted. Nobody had thought of having much of a fight. There had been just a few licks passed atwixt the men there. But the first finger as were laid on this boy, he just lit out and fit like a catamount. Right and left he lay about him with his fists, and he drawed his hunting knife on some of 'em. The men at the mill war in no wise pleased with him. 'Pears to me as Vander air a peaceable boy enough, if he ain't jawed at ne'er left be, drawled Cynthia. Her mother was embarrassed for a moment. Then, with a look both sly and wise, she made an admission, a qualified admission. Wow, women, if they air young and tolerable, hard-headed yet, air likely to jaw some, anyhow. And a gal oughtn't to marry a man as have sot his heart on being left in peace. He is apt to be a mighty sour and disappointed critter. This sudden turn to the conversation invested all that had been said with new meaning, and revealed a subtle diplomatic intention. The girl seemed deliberately to review it as she paused in her work. Then, with a rising flush, "I ain't studying about marrying nobody," she asserted staidly. "I have laid off to live single." Mrs. Ware had overshot the mark, but she retorted, gallantly reckless. "That's what your Aunt Malvina used to declare for gospel sure when she war a gal. And she've got 10 children, and have buried 2 husbands. And if all they say are true, she's tollin' in the 3rd man now. She's a mighty spry, good-featured woman, and a first-rate manager. Your Aunt Malvina Aaron, both her husbands left for something, cows or wagons or land, and they were quiet men when they were alive, and stays where they are put now that they are dead. Not like old Parson Hoodenpile, with his wife here stumping round the house and preaching every night, though she is deaf as a post, and have been in glory 20 year and better. Your Aunt Malvina had luck, so maybe 'tain't no killing complaint for a gal ter get ter talking like a fool 'bout marrying and sech. Leastwise, I ain't minded ter sorrow." She looked at her daughter with a gay grin, which, distorted by her toothless gums and the wreathing steam from the kettle, enhanced her witch-like aspect, and was spuriously malevolent. She did not notice the stir of an approach through the brambly tangles of the heights above until it was close at hand. As she turned, she thought only of the mountain cattle, and to see the red cow's picturesque head and crumpled horns thrust over the sassafras bushes, or to hear the brindle's clanking bell. It was certainly less expected to Cynthia when a young mountaineer, clad in brown jean trousers and a checked homespun shirt, emerged upon the rocky slope. He still wore his blacksmith's leather apron, and his powerful corded hammer-arm was bare beneath his tightly rolled sleeve. He was tall and heavily built. His sunburned face was square, with a strong lower jaw, and his features were accented by fine lines of charcoal, as if the whole were a clever sketch. His black eyes held fierce intimations, but there was a mobility of expression about them that suggested changing impulses, strong but fleeting. He was like his forge fire. Though the heat might be intense for a time, it fluctuated with the breath of the bellows. Just now he was meekly quailing before the old woman, whom he evidently had not thought to find here. It was as apt an illustration as might be, perhaps, of the inferiority of strength to finesse. She seemed an inconsiderable adversary, as, haggard, lean, and prematurely aged, She swayed on her prodding stick about the huge kettle. But she was as a veritable David to this big young Goliath, though she, too, flung hardly more than a pebble at him. "Laws o' me!" she cried in shrill, toothless glee. "If y'ar ain't Vander Price, what brung you down hyar long o' weans, Vander?" she continued with simulated anxiety. "Have that thar red heifer a arm leapt over the fence again and got inter Pete's corn? Why, sir, if she ain't the headinest heifer." "I ain't seen none o' your heifer, as I knows on," replied the young blacksmith, with gruff, drawling deprecation. Then he tried to regain his natural manner. "I came down hyar," he remarked in an offhand way, "to get a drink of water." He glanced furtively at the girl, then looked quickly away at the gallant red bird, still gaily parading among the leaves. The old woman grinned with delight. "Now, if that ain't surprising," she declared. "If we had known as Lost Creek were going dry over yonder and nigh the shop, so ye and Pete would have to come hyar thirsting for water, we'uns would have brung something down hyar to drink outen. We'uns ain't got no gourd hyar, have we, Cynthia?" "Thou it air the little gourd with the saft soap in it," said Cynthia, confused and blushing. Her mother broke into a high, loud laugh. "Ye ain't wantin' ter give Vander the soap gourd to drink out'n, Cynthia. Leastwise, I ain't goin' to gin it ter Pete, for I s'pose if you have to come a half a mile to get a drink, Vander is surely Pete'll have to come too. Wow, who would have believed as Lost Creek would go dry nigh the shop, and yet be scuttling along like that, yarabouts?" And she pointed with her bony finger at the swift flow of the water. He was forced to abandon his clumsy pretense of thirst. "Lost Creek ain't gon' dry nowhar, as I knows on," he admitted, mechanically rolling the sleeve of his hammer arm up and down as he talked. From Miss Woolson's Story of Anne, I give the pen portrait of the precise. Miss Lois. "Codfish balls for breakfast on Sunday morning, of course," said Miss Lois. "And fried hasty pudding. On Wednesdays, a boiled dinner. Pies on Tuesdays and Saturdays." The pen stood in straight rows on her pincushion. 3 times each week every room in the house was swept, and the floors as well as the furniture dusted. Beans were baked in an iron pot on Saturday night, and sweet cake was made on Thursday. Winter or summer, through scarcity or plenty, Miss Lois never varied her established routine, thereby setting an example, she said, to the idle and shiftless. And certainly she was a faithful guidepost, continually pointing out an industrious and systematic way, which, however, to the end of time, no French-blooded, French-hearted person will ever travel, unless dragged by force. The villagers preferred their lake trout to Miss Lois's salt codfish, their tartines to her cornmeal puddings, and their eau de vie to her green tea. They loved their disorder and their comfort. Her bar soap and scrubbing brush were a horror to their eyes. They washed the household clothes 2 or 3 times a year. Was not that enough? Of what use the endless labor of this sharp-nosed woman, with glasses over her eyes, at the church house? Were not, perhaps, the glasses the consequence of such toil? And her figure of long leanness also? The element of real heroism, however, came into Miss Lois's life and her persistent effort to employ Indian servants. Through long years had she persisted. Through long years would she continue to persist. A succession of Chippewa squaws broke, stole, and skirmished their way through her kitchen, with various degrees of success, generally in the end departing suddenly at night with whatever booty they could lay their hands on. It is but justice to add, however, that this was not much a rigid system of keys and excellent locks prevailing in the well-watched household. Miss Lois's conscience would not allow her to employ half-breeds, who were sometimes endurable servants. Duty required, she said, that she should have full-blooded natives, and she had them. She always began to teach them the alphabet within 3 days after their arrival, and the spectacle of a tearful, freshly caught Indian girl, very wretched in her calico dress and white apron, worn out with the ways of the kettles and the brasses, dejected over the fish balls, and appalled by the pudding, standing confronted by a large alphabet on the well-scoured table, and Miss Lois by her side, with a pointer, was frequent and even regular in its occurrence. The only change had been in the personality of the learners. No one of them had ever gone through the letters. But Miss Lois was not discouraged. The Circus at Denby by Sarah Orne Jewett. I cannot truthfully say that it was a good show. It was somewhat dreary, now that I think of it quietly and without excitement. The creatures looked tired, and as if they had been on the road for a great many years. The animals were all old, and there was a shabby great elephant whose look of general discouragement went to my heart, for it seemed as if he were miserably conscious of a misspent life. He stood, dejected and motionless at one side of the tent, and it was hard to believe that there was a spark of vitality left in him. A great number of the people had never seen an elephant before, and we heard a thin, little old man who stood near us say delightedly, "There's the old creatur'! And no mistake, Aunt Liza. I wanted to see him most of anything. My sakes alive, ain't he big!" And Aunt Liza, who was stout and sleepy-looking, droned out, "Yes, there's considerable of him, but he looks as if he ain't got no animation." Kate and I turned away and laughed, while Mrs. Q said, confidentially, as the couple moved away, "She needn't be a-reflectin' on the poor beast. That's Miss Seth Tanner, and there isn't a woman in Deephaven nor East Parish to be named the same day with her for laziness. I'm glad she didn't catch sight of me. She'd have talked about nothing for a fortnight." There was a picture of a huge snake in Deephaven, and I was just wondering where he could be, or if there ever had been one, when we heard a boy ask the same question of the man whose thankless task it was to stir up the lions with a stick to make them roar. "The snake's dead," he answered good-naturedly. "Didn't you have to dig an awful long grave for him?" asked the boy. But the man said he reckoned they curled him up some, and smiled as he turned to his lions, that looked as if they needed a tonic. Everybody lingered longest before the monkeys, that seemed to be the only lively creatures in the whole collection. Coming out of the great tent was disagreeable enough, and we seemed to have chosen the worst time, for the crowd pushed fiercely, though I suppose nobody was in the least hurry, and we were all severely jammed, while from somewhere underneath came the wails of a deserted dog. We had not meant to see the sideshows, but when we came in sight of the picture of the Kentucky giantess, we noticed that Mrs. Q looked at it wistfully, and we immediately asked if she cared anything about going to see the wonder, whereupon she confessed that she never heard of such a thing as a woman's weighing 650 pounds. So we all three went in. There were only 2 or 3 persons inside the tent, beside a little boy who played the hand organ. The Kentucky giantess sat in 2 chairs on a platform, and there was a large cage of monkeys just beyond, toward which Kate and I went at once. "Why, she isn't more than 2/3 as big as the picture," said Mrs. Q in a regretful whisper. "But I guess she's big enough. Doesn't she look discouraged, poor creature?" Kate and I felt ashamed of ourselves for being there. No matter if she had consented to be carried round for a show, it must have been horrible to be stared at and joked about day after day. And we gravely looked at the monkeys, and in a few minutes turned to see if Mrs. Q were not ready to come away, when, to our surprise, we saw that she was talking to the giantess with great interest, and we went nearer. "I thought your face looked natural the minute I set foot inside the door," said Mrs. Q, "but you've altered some since I saw you, and I couldn't place you till I heard you speak. Why, you used to be spare. I am amazed, Marilee. Where are your folks?"
"I don't wonder you are surprised," said the giantess. "I was a good ways from this when you knew me, wasn't I? But father, he ran through with every cent he had before he died, and he took to drink, and it killed him after a while. And then I begun to grow worse and worse, till I couldn't do nothing to earn $1, and everybody was a-comin' to see me, till at last I used to ask 'em 10 cents apiece. And I scratched along somehow, till this man came round and heard of me, and he said he'd offer me my keep and good pay to go along with him. He had another giantess before me, but she had begun to fall away considerable, so he paid her off and let her go. This other giantess was an awful expense to him. She was such an eater. Now I don't have no great of an appetite."
This was said plaintively.
"And he's raised my pay since I've been with him because we did so well."
"Have you been in Kentucky long?" asked Mrs. Q. "I saw it on the picture outside."
"No," said the giantess. "That was the picture the man bought cheap from another show that broke up last year. It says 650 pounds, but I don't weigh more than 400. I haven't been weighed for some time past. Between you and me, I don't weigh as much as that. But you mustn't mention it, for it would spoil my reputation and might hinder my getting another engagement."
Then they shook hands in a way that meant a great deal, and when Kate and I said good afternoon, the giantess looked at us gratefully and said,
"I'm very much obliged to you for coming in, young ladies." "Walk in,
the man was shouting as we came away.
"Walk in and see the wonder of the world, ladies and gentlemen. The largest woman ever seen in America, the great Kentucky giantess."
New York to Newport, A Trip of Trials by Louise Chandler Moulton. The Jane Moseley was a disappointment. Most Janes are. If they had called her Samuel, no doubt she would have behaved better. But they called her Jane. And the natural consequences of our mistakes cannot be averted from ourselves or others. A band was playing wild strains of welcome as we approached. "Come and sail with us," it said. "It is summer and the days are long. Care is of the land. Here the waves flow and the winds blow, and captain smiles, and stewardess beguiles, and all is music, music, music." How the wild, exultant strains rose and fell. But everything rose and fell on that boat, as we found out afterward. Just here a spirit of justice falls on me, like the gentle dew from heaven, and forces me to admit that it rained like a young deluge, that it had been raining for 2 days, and the bosom of the deep was heaving with responsive sympathy, as what bosom would not, on which so many tears had been shed? Perhaps responsive sympathy was the secret of the Jane Moseley's behavior. But I would her heart had been less tender. Then, too, the passengers were few, and of course, as we had to divide the roll and tumble between us, there was a great deal for each one. There was a pretty girl, and she had a sister who was not pretty. It seemed to me that even the sad sea waves were kinder to the pretty girl. Such is the influence of youth and beauty. There were various men. Heavy swells, I should call some of them. Only that would be slang, but heavy swells were the order of the day. Then there was a benevolent old lady who believed in everything, in the music and the Jane Moseley, and the long days and the summer. There was another old lady of restless mind who evidently believed in nothing, hoped for nothing, expected nothing. She tried all the lounges and all the corners, and found each one a separate disappointment. There was a fat, fair one, a friendly face, and beside her her grim guardian, a man so thin that you at once cast him for the part of starveling in this midsummer day's dream of delusion. We put out from shore, quite out of sight of shore, in short, and then the perfidious music ceased. To the people on land it had sung, "Come and make merry with us." But from us, trying in vain to make merry, it withheld its deceitful inspiration. For the exceeding weight of sorrow that presently settled down upon us, it had no balm. When you are on a pleasure trip, it is unpleasant to be miserable. So I tried hard to shake off the mild melancholy that began to steal over me. I said to myself, I will not affront the great deep with my personal woes. I am but a woman, yet, perhaps on this so great occasion, magnanimity of soul will be possible even to me. I will consider my neighbors and be wise. At one end of the long saloon a banquet board was spread. Its hospitality was, like the other attractions of the Jane Moseley, a perfidious pageant. Nobody sought its soup or claimed its clams. 1 or 2 sad-eyed young men made their way in that direction from time to time, after their sea legs, perhaps. From their gait when they came back, I inferred they did not find them. The human nature in the saloon became a weariness to me. Even the gentle gambols of the dog Thaddeus, a sportive and spotted pointer in whom I had been interested, failed to soothe my perturbed spirits. De Quincey speaks somewhere of the awful solitariness of every human soul. No wonder, then, that I should be solitary among the festive few on board the Jane Moseley. No wonder I felt myself darkly, deeply, desperately blue. I thought I would go on deck. I clung to my companion with an ardor which would have been flattering had it been voluntary. My faltering steps were guided to a seat just within the guards. I sat there thinking that I had never nursed a dear gazelle, so I could not be quite sure whether it would have died or not, but I thought it would. I mused on the changing fortunes of this unsteady world, and the ingratitude of man. I thought it would be easier going to the promised land if Jordan did not roll between. Rolling had long ceased to be a pleasant figure of speech with me. How frail are all things here below! How false, and yet how fair! My mind is naturally picturesque. In the midst of my sadness, the force of nature compelled me to grope after an illustration. I could only think that my own foothold was frail, that the Jane Moseley was false, that the pretty girl was fair. A dizziness of brain resulted from this rhetorical effort. I silently confided my sorrows to the sympathizing bosom of the sea. I was soothed by the kindred melancholy of the sad sea waves. If the sighs of the waves were remarkable, other sighs abounded also, and other things waved, many of them. True to my purpose of studying my fellow beings, I learned wisdom by observation. I surveyed the pretty girl and her sister, who had by that time come on deck. They were surrounded by a group of audacious male creatures, who surrounded most on the side where the pretty girl sat. She did not look feeble. She was like the red rose. It was a conundrum to me why so much greater anxiety should be bestowed upon her health than upon her sister's. It needed some moral reflection to make it out, but I concluded that pretty girls were, by some law of nature, more subject to seasickness than plain ones. Therefore, all these careful cares were quite in order. I saw the two old ladies, the benevolent one who had believed so implicitly in all things, but over whose benign visage doubt had now begun to settle like a cloud, and the other who had hoped nothing from the first, and therefore over whom no disappointment could prevail. And, seeing, I mildly wondered whether, indeed, 'twere better to have loved and lost, or never to have loved at all. My thoughts grew solemn. The green shores beyond the swelling flood seemed farther off than ever. The Jane Moseley had promised to land us at Newport Pier at 7 o'clock. It was already 7:30. Oh, perfidious Jane! Darkness had settled upon the face of the deep. We went inside. The sad-eyed young men had evidently been hunting for their sea legs again, in the neighborhood of the banqueting table, where nobody banqueted. Failing to find the secret of correct locomotion, they had laid themselves down to sleep. But in that sleep, at sea, what dreams did come! And how noisy they were! The dog Thaddeus walked by dejectedly, sniffing at the ghost of some half-forgotten joy. At last there rose a cry, "Newport!" The sleepers started to their feet. I started to mine, but I discreetly and quietly sat down again. Was it Newport at last? Not at all. The harbor lights were gleaming from afar, and the cry was of a bandmaster shouting to his emissaries, arousing fiddle and flute and bassoon to their deceitful duty. They had played us out of port. They would play us in again. They had promised us that all should go merry as a marriage bell, and I would not be understood to complain, but it had been a sad occasion. Now the deceitful strains rose and fell again upon the salt sea wind. The many lights glowed and twinkled from near shore. "We are all at play. Come and play with us," screamed the soft waltz music. "It is summer, and the days are long, and trouble is not, and care is banished. If the waves sigh, it is with bliss. Our voyage is ended. It is sad that you did not sail with us, but we will invite you again tomorrow, and the band shall play, and the crowd be gay, and airs beguile, and blue skies smile, and all shall be music, music, music. But I have sailed with you on a summer day, bland master of a faithless band, and I know how soon your pipes are dumb. I know the tricks and manners of the clouds and the wind, and the swelling sea, and Jane Moseley, the perfidious. I must, after all, have strong local attachments, for when at last the time came to land, I left the ship with lingering reluctance. My feet seemed fastened to the deck, where I had made my brief home on the much-rolling deep. I had grown used to pain and resigned to fate. I walked the plank unsteadily. I stood on shore amid the rain and the mist. A hackman preyed upon me. I was put into an ancient ark and trundled on through the queer, irresolute, contradictory old streets, beside the lovely bay, all aglow with the lighted yachts, as a southern swamp is with fireflies. A torchlight procession met and escorted me. To this hour I am at a loss to know whether this attention was a delicate tribute on the part of the city of Newport to a distinguished guest, or a parting attention from the company who sail the Jane Moseley, and advertise in the Tribune, a final subterfuge to persuade a tortured passenger, by means of this transitory glory, that the sail upon a summer sea had been a pleasure trip. Letter to New York Tribune.
End of Section 8. Recording by Robin Carno.
Section 9 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Begeman, Somerville, South Carolina. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 8, Part 1. Humorous Poems. I will next group a score of poems and doggerel rhymes with their various degrees of humor. The First Needle by Lucretia P. Hale. Have you heard the new invention, my dears, that a man has invented? Said she. It's a stick with an eye through which you can tie a thread so long it acts like a thong, and the men have such fun to see the thing run. A firm, strong thread through that eye at the head is pulled over the edges most craftily, and makes a beautiful seam to see. What, instead of those wearisome thorns, my dear, those wearisome thorns, cried they, the seam we pin, driving them in, but where are they by the end of the day? With dancing and jumping and leaps by the sea, for wintry weather they won't hold together. Seal skins and bear skins all dropping round off from our shoulders down to the ground. The thorns, the tiresome thorns will prick, but none of them ever consented to stick. Oh, won't the men let us this new thing use? If we mend their clothes they can't refuse. Ah, to sew up a seam for them to see, what a treat, a delightful treat 'twill be. Yes, a nice thing too, for the babies, my dears. But alas, there is but one, cried she. I saw them passing it round, and then they said it was fit for only men. What would women know how to make the thing go? There was not a man so foolish to dream that any woman could sew up a seam. Oh, then there was babbling and scrabbling, my dears. At least they might let us do that, cried they. Let them shout and fight and kill bears all night. We'll leave them their spears and hatchets of stone if they'll give us this thing for our very own. It will be like a joy above all we could scheme, to sit up all night and sew such a seam. Beware, take care, cried an aged old crone. Take care what you promise, said she. At first 'twill be fun, but in the long run you'll wish you had let the thing be. Through this stick with an eye I look and espy that for ages and ages you'll sit and you'll sew, and longer the seams will grow, and you'll wish you never had asked to sew. But naught that I say can keep back the day, for the men will return to their hunting and rowing, and leave to the women forever the sewing. Ah, what are the words of an aged crone? For all have left her muttering alone. And the needle and thread that they got with such pains, they forever must keep as dagger and chains. The Funny Story by Josephine Pollard. It was such a funny story, how I wish you could have heard it, for it set us all a-laughing, from the little to the big. I'd really like to tell it, but I don't know how to word it, though it travels to the music of a very lively jig. If Sally just began it, then Amelia Jane would giggle, and Mehtable and Susan try their very broadest grin, and the infant Zachariah on his mother's lap would wriggle, and add a lusty chorus to the very merry din. It was such a funny story with its cheery snap and crackle, and Sally always told it with so much dramatic art that the chickens in the dooryard would begin to cackle, as if in such a frolic they were anxious to take part. It was all about a ha-ha and a ho-ho-ho. Well, really, it is he. I never could begin to tell you half of the nonsense there was in it, for I just remember clearly it began with ha, and it ended with a laugh. But Sally, she could tell it, looking at us so demurely, with a woe-begone expression that no actress would despise. And if you'd never heard it, why, you would imagine, surely, that you'd never need your pocket handkerchief to wipe your weeping eyes. When age my hair has silvered, and my step has grown unsteady, and the nearest to my vision are the scenes of long ago, I shall see the pretty picture, and the tears may come as ready as the laugh did, when I used to ha, and ho. A Sonnet by Josephine Pollard. Once a poet wrote a sonnet, all about a pretty bonnet, and a critic sat upon it, on the sonnet, not the bonnet, nothing loath. And as if it were high treason, he said neither rhyme nor reason has it, and it's out of season. Which, the sonnet or the bonnet? Maybe both. 'Tis a feeble imitation of a worthier creation, an aesthetic innovation of a sonnet or a bonnet. This was hard. Both were put together neatly, harmonizing very sweetly. But the critic crushed completely, not the bonnet or the sonnet, but the bard. Wanted, a minister, by Mrs. M.E.W. Skeels. We've a church, though the belfry is leaning. They are talking, I think, of repair. And the bell, oh, pray but excuse us, 'twas talked of, but never's been there. Now, wanted a real live minister, and to settle the same for life. We've an organ and someone to play it, so we don't care a fig for his wife. We once had a pastor, don't tell it, but we chanced on a time to discover that his sermons were writ long ago, and he had preached them twice over. How sad this mistake, though unmeaning. Oh, it made such a desperate muss. Both deacon and layman were vexed, and decided he's no man for us. And then the old Nick was to pay, Truth indeed is stranger than fiction. His prayers were so tedious and long, people slept till the benediction. And then came another on trial, who actually preached in his gloves. His manner so awkward and queer that we settled him off and he moved. And then came another so meek that his name really ought to have been Moses. We almost considered him settled, when lo, the secret discloses. He'd attacks of nervous disease that unfit him for everyday duty. His sermons, oh, never can please, they lack both in force and beauty. Now wanted a minister, really, that won't preach his old sermons over, that will make short prayers while in church, with no fault that the ear can discover. That is very forbearing, yes, very, that blesses wherever he moves, not too zealous, nor lacking for zeal, that preaches without any gloves. Now wanted a minister, really, that was born ere nerves came in fashion, that never complains of the headache, that never is roused to a passion. He must add to the wisdom of Solomon, the unwearied patience of Job, must be mute in political matters, or doff his clerical robe. If he pray for the present Congress, he must speak in an undertone. If he pray for President Johnson, he needs 'em, why let 'em go on. He must touch upon doctrines so lightly that no one can take an offense, mustn't meddle with predestination, in short, must preach common sense. Now really wanted a minister with religion enough to sustain him, for the salary's exceedingly small, and faith alone must maintain him. He must visit the sick and afflicted, must mourn with those that mourn, must preach the funeral sermons with a very peculiar turn. He must preach at the Northwest Schoolhouse on every Thursday eve, and things too numerous to mention he must do and must believe. He must be of careful demeanor, both graceful and eloquent too, must adjust his cravat a la mode, wear his beaver decidedly so. Now, if someone will deign to be shepherd to this our peculiar people, will be first to subscribe for a bell, and help us to write up the steeple. If correct in doctrinal points, we've a committee of investigation. If possessed of these requisite graces, we'll accept him perhaps on probation. Then, if 2/3 of the church can agree, we'll settle him here for life. Now we advertise, wanted a minister, and not a minister's wife. The Middy of 1881 by May Crowley Roper. I'm the dearest, I'm the sweetest little mid to be found in journeying from here to Hades. I am also, naturally, a prodigious favorite with all the pretty ladies. I know nothing, but say a mighty deal. My elevated nose likewise comes handy. I stalk around, my great importance feel. In short, I'm a brainless little dandy. My hair is light and waves above my brow. My mustache can just be seen through opera glasses. I originate but flee from every row. And no one knows as well as I what sass is. The officers look down on me with scorn. The sailors jeer at me behind my jacket. But still my heart is not with anguish torn, and life with me is one continued racket. Whene'er the captain sends me with a boat, the seamen know an idiot has got 'em. They make their wills and are prepared to die, quite certain they are going to the bottom. But what care I, for when I go ashore, in uniform with buttons bright and shining, The girls all cluster round me to adore, and lots of 'em for love of me are pining. I strut and dance and fool my life away. I'm nautical in past and future tenses. Long as I know an ocean from a bay, I'll shy the rest and take the consequences. I'm the dearest, I'm the sweetest little mid that ever graced the tail end of his classes, and through a 4 years' course of study slid. First am I in the list of nature's donkeys. The Indignant Pollywog by Margaret Aitinge. A tree-toad dressed in apple green sat on a mossy log beside a pond and shrilly sang, "Come forth, my pollywog, my poll, my lee, my wog, my pretty pollywog. I've something very sweet to say, my slender pollywog." The air is moist, the moon is hid behind a heavy fog. No stars are out to wink and blink at you, my pollywog, my poll, my lee, my wog, my graceful pollywog. Oh, tarry not, beloved one, my precious pollywog. Just then away went clouds, and there, a-sitting on the log, the other end, I mean, the moon, showed angry pollywog. Her small eyes flashed, she swelled until she looked almost a frog. "How dare you, sir, call me," she asked, "your precious pollywog? Why, one would think you'd spent your life in some low, muddy bog. I'd have you know to strange young men, my name's Miss Mary Wog." One wild, wild laugh that tree-toad gave, and tumbled off the log, and on the ground he kicked and screamed, "Oh, Mary, Mary Wog! Oh, May, oh, ree, oh, Wog! Oh, proud Miss Mary Wog! Oh, goodness gracious, what a joke! Hooray for Mary Wog!" Kiss Pretty Polly by Mary D. Brine. "Kiss Pretty Polly," the parrot screamed, and "Pretty Polly," repeated I, the while I stole a merry glance across the room all on the sly, where someone plied her needle fast, demurely by the window sitting, but I beheld upon her cheek a multitude of blushes flitting. "Kiss Pretty Polly," the parrot coaxed. "I would, but dare not try," I said, and stole another glance to see how someone dropped her golden head and sought for something on the floor. The loss was only feigned, I knew, and still, "Kiss Polly," the parrot screamed, the very thing I longed to do. But someone turned to me at last, "Please, won't you keep that parrot still?" "Why, yes," said I, "at least, you see, if you will let me, dear, I will." And so, well, never mind the rest, but someone said it was a shame to take advantage just because a foolish parrot bore her name. Thanksgiving Day, Then and Now by Mary D. Brine. Thanksgiving Day, a year ago, a bachelor was I, free as the winds that whirl and blow, or clouds that sail on high. I smoked my meerschaum blissfully, and tilted back my chair, and on the mantel placed my feet, for who would heed or care? The fellows gathered in my room for many an hour of fun, or I would meet them at the club for cards till night was done. I came or went as pleased me best, myself the first and last. 1 year ago, ah, can it be that freedom's age is past? Now here's a note just come from Fred. "Old fellow, will you dine with me today, and meet the boys, a jolly number 9? Ah, Fred is quite as free today as just a year ago, and ignorant, happily, I may say, of things I've learned to know. I'd like, yes, if the truth were known, I'd like to join the boys, but then a Benedict must learn to cleave to other joys. So here's my answer, Fred, old chum. I much regret, oh, pshaw! To tell the truth, I've got to dine with my dear mother-in-law. Concerning mosquitoes, feelingly dedicated to their discounted bills by Miss Anna A. Gordon. Skeeters have the reputation of continuous application to their poisonous profession, never missing nightly session, wearing out your life's existence by their practical persistence. Would I had the power to veto bills of every mosquito. Then I'd pass a peaceful summer, with no small nocturnal hummer feasting on my circulation for his regular potation. Oh, that rascally mosquito! He's a fellow you must see to, which you can't do if you're napping, but must evermore be slapping. Quite promiscuous on your features, for you'll seldom hit the creatures. But the thing most aggravating is the cool and calculating way in which he tunes his harp-string to the melody of sharp sting, then proceeds to serenade you and successfully evade you. When a skeeter gets through stealing, he sails upward to the ceiling, where he sits in deep reflection, how he perched on your complexion, filled with solid satisfaction at the results of his extraction. Would you know in this connection how you may secure protection for yourself and city cousins from these bites and from these buzzins? Show your sense by quickly getting for each window skeeter netting. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Begeman, Somerville, South Carolina. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn, Chapter 8, Part 2. The Stilts of Gold by Meta Victoria Victor. Mrs. Mackerel sat in her little room, back of her husband's grocery store, trying to see through the evening gloom to finish the baby's pinafore. She stitched away with a steady hand, though her heart was sore to the very core, to think of the troublesome little band, there were 7 or more, and the trousers, frocks, and aprons they wore, made and mended by her alone. "Slave, slave," she said in a mournful tone, "and let us slave and contrive and fret. I don't suppose we shall ever get a little home which is all our own, with my own front door apart from the store, and the smell of fish and tallow no more." These words to herself she sadly spoke, breaking the thread from the last set stitch, when Mackerel into her presence broke. "Wife, we're wife, we're rich." "We rich? Ha, ha! I'd like to see. I'll pull your hair if you're fooling me." "Oh, don't, love, don't. The letter is here. You can read the news for yourself, my dear. The one who sent you that white crepe shawl, there'll be no end to our gold, he's dead. You know you always would call him stingy, because he didn't invite us to Ingy. And I am his only heir, 'tis said. 1,000,000 of pounds at the very least, and pearls and diamonds likely beside, Mrs. Mackerel's spirits rose like yeast. "How lucky I married you, Mac!" she cried. Then the two broke forth into frantic glee. A customer, hearing the strange commotion, peeped into the little back room, and he was seized with a very natural notion that the Mackerel family had gone insane, so he ran away with might and main. Mac shook his partner by both her hands. They dance, they giggle, they laugh, they stare, and now on his head the grocer stands, dancing a jig with his feet in air. Remarkable feat for a man of his age, who never had danced upon any stage, but the High Bridge stage when he sat on top, and whose green room had been a greengrocer's shop. But that Mrs. Mac should perform so well is not very strange if the tales they tell of her youthful days have any foundation, but let that pass with her former life. An opera girl may make a good wife, if she happens to get such a nice situation. 1,000,000 pounds of solid gold, one would have thought, would have crushed them dead. But dear, they bobbed and curtsied and rolled like a couple of corks to a plummet of lead. 'Twas enough the soberest fancy to tickle, to see the two Mackerels in such a pickle. It was 3 o'clock when they got to bed. Even then, through Mrs. Mackerel's head, such gorgeous dreams went whirling away, like a Catherine wheel. She declared next day that her brain seemed made of sparkles of fire, shot off in spokes with a ruby tire. Mrs. Mackerel had ever been one of the upward tending kind, regarded by husband and by kin as a female of very ambitious mind. It had fretted her long and fretted her sore to live in the rear of the grocery store, and several times she was heard to say she would sell her soul for a year and a day to the king of brimstone, fire, and pitch, for the power and pleasure of being rich. Now her ambition had scope to work. Riches, they say, are a burden at best. Her onerous burden she did not shirk, but carried it all with commendable zest, leaving her husband with nothing in life but to smoke, eat, drink, and obey his wife. She built a house with a double front door, a marble house in the modern style, with silver planks in the entry floor, and carpets of extra magnificent pile, and in the hall, in the usual manner, a statue, she said, of the chaste Diana, though who it was chased her, or whether they caught her or not, she could really not say. A carriage with curtains of yellow satin, a coat of arms with these rare devices, a mackerel sky and the starry Pisces, and underneath in the purest fish Latin, if fishibus flyabus, they may reach the skyabus. Yet it was not in common affairs like these she showed her original powers of mind. Her soul was fired, her ardor inspired, to stand apart from the rest of mankind. To be a number one, her husband said, at which she turned very angrily red, for she couldn't endure the remotest hint of the grocery store and the mackerels in't. Weeks and months she plotted and planned to raise herself from the common level, apart from even the few to stand, who'd hundreds of thousands on which to revel. Her genius at last spread forth its wings. Stilts, golden stilts, are the very things. "I'll walk on stilts," Mrs. Mackerel cried, in the height of her overtowering pride. Her husband timidly shook his head, but she did not care, for why, as she said, should the owner of more than £1,000,000 be going the rounds on the very same grounds as those low people, she couldn't tell who? They might keep a shop, for all she knew. She had a pair of the articles made of solid gold, gorgeously overlaid with every color of precious stone which ever flashed in the Indian zone. She privately practiced many a day before she ventured from home at all. She had lost her girlish skill, and they say that she suffered many a fearful fall. But pride is stubborn, and she was bound on her golden stilts to go around 3 feet at least from the plebeian ground. 'Twas an exquisite day in the month of May that the stilts came out for a promenade. Their first entry was made on the shilling side of Broadway. The carman whistled, the boys went mad, the omnibus drivers their horses stopped, the chestnut roaster his chestnuts dropped, the popper of corn no longer popped, the daintiest dandies deigned to stare, and even the heads of women fair were turned by the vision meeting them there. The stilts they sparkled and flashed and shone like the tremulous lights of the frigid zone, crimson and yellow and sapphire and green, bright as the rainbows in summer seen, while the lady she strode along between with a majesty too supremely serene for anything but an American queen. A lady with jewels superb as those, and wearing such very expensive clothes, might certainly do whatever she chose. And thus, in despite of the jeering noise and the frantic delight of the little boys, the stilts were a very decided success. The creme de la creme paid profoundest attention. The merchants' clerks bowed in such wild excess when she entered their shops that they strained their spines, and afterwards went into rapid declines. The papers next day gave her flattering mention, the wife of our highly esteemed fellow citizen, a mackerel of Codfish Square in this city, scorning French fashions, herself has hit on one, so very piquant and stylish and pretty. We trust our fair friends will consider it treason not to walk upon stilts by the close of the season. Mrs. Mackerel now was never seen out of her chamber day or night. Unless her stilts were along, her mien was very imposing from such a height. It imposed upon many a dazzled wight, who snuffed the perfume floating down from the rustling folds of her gorgeous gown, but never could smell through these bouquets the fishy odor of former days. She went on her golden stilts to pray, which never became her better than then, when her murmuring lips were heard to say, "Thank God I am not as my fellow men." Her pastor loved, as a pastor might, his house that was built on a golden rock. He pointed it out as a shining light to the lesser lambs of his fleecy flock. The stilts were a help to the church, no doubt. They kindled its self-expiring embers, so that before the season was out it gained a dozen excellent members. Mrs. Mackerel gave a superb soiree, standing on stilts to receive her guests. The gaslights mimicked the glowing day so well that the birds in their flowery nests almost burst their beautiful breasts, trilling away their musical stories in Mrs. Mackerel's conservatories. She received on stilts a distant bow, was all the loftiest could attain, though some of her friends she did allow to kiss the hem of her jeweled train. One gentleman screamed himself quite hoarse, requesting her to dance, which of course couldn't be done on stilts, as she haloed down to him rather scornfully. The fact is, when Mackerel kept a shop, his wife was very fond of a hop, and now as the music swelled and rose, she felt a tingling in her toes, a restless, tickling, funny sensation, which didn't agree with her exaltation. When the maddened music was at its height, and the waltz was wildest, behold a sight! The stilts began to hop and twirl, like the saucy feet of a ballet girl, and their haughty owner through the air was spinning everywhere. Everybody got out of the way to give the dangerous stilts fair play. In every corner, at every door, with faces looking like unfilled blanks, they watched the stilts at their airy pranks, giving them unrequested the floor. They never had glittered so bright before. The light it flew in flashing splinters away from those burning, revolving centers, while the gems on the ladies' flying skirts gave out their light in jets and spurts. Poor Mackerel gazed in mute dismay at this unprecedented display. "Oh, stop, love, stop!" he cried at last, but she only flew more wild and fast, while the flutes and fiddles, bugle and drum followed as if their time had come. She went at such a bewildering pace, nobody saw the lady's face, but only a ring of emerald light from the crown she wore on that fatal night. Whether the stilts were propelling her, or she the stilts, none could aver. Around and around the magnificent hall Mrs. Mackerel danced at her own grand ball. As the twig is bent, the tree's inclined. This must have been a case in kind. What's in the blood will sometimes show. Round and around the wild stilts go. It had been whispered many a time that when poor Mac was in his prime, keeping that little retail store, he had fallen in love with a ballet girl who gave up fame's entrancing whirl to be his own and the world's no more. She made him a faithful, prudent wife, ambitious, however, all her life. Could it be that the soft, alluring waltz had carried her back to a former age, making her memory play her false, till she dreamed herself on the gaudy stage? Her crown a tinsel crown, her guests the pit that gazes with praise and jests. Pride, they say, must have a fall. Mrs. Mackerel was very proud, and now she danced at her own grand ball. While the music swelled more fast and loud, the gazers shuddered with mute affright, for the stilts burned now with a bluish light, while a glimmering phosphorescent glow did out of the lady's garments flow. And what was that very peculiar smell? Fish or brimstone? No one could tell. Stronger and stronger the odor grew, and the stilts and the lady burned more blue. round and around the long saloon, while mackerel gazed in a partial swoon. She approached the throng, or circled from it, with a flaming train like the last great comet, till at length the crowd all groaned aloud, for her exit she made from her own grand ball, out of the window, stilts and all. None of the guests can really say how she looked when she vanished away. Some declare that she carried sail on a flying fish with a lambent tail, and some are sure she went out of the room riding her stilts like a witch a broom, while a phosphorescent odor followed her track. Be this as it may, she never came back. Since then, her friends of the goldfish fry are in a state of unpleasant suspense, afraid that unless they unselfishly try to make better use of their dollars and cents, to chasten their pride and their manners mend, they may meet a similar shocking end. Just So, by Meta Victoria Victor. A youth and maid one winter night were sitting in the corner. His name, we're told, was Joshua White, and hers was Patience Warner. Not much the pretty maiden said, beside the young man sitting. Her cheeks were flushed a rosy red, her eyes bent on her knitting. Nor could he guess what thoughts of him were to her bosom flocking, as her fair fingers, swift and slim, flew round and round the stocking. While as for Joshua, bashful youth, his words grew few and fewer, though all the time, to tell the truth, his chair edged nearer to her. Meantime her ball of yarn gave out. She knit so fast and steady, and he must give his aid, no doubt, to get another ready. He held the skein, of course the thread got tangled, snarled, and twisted. "Have patience," cried the artless maid to him who her assisted. Good chance was this for tongue-tied churl to shorten all palaver. "Have patience," cried he, "dearest girl, and may I really have her?" The deed was done, no more that night clicked needles in the corner, and she is Mrs. Joshua White, that once was Patience Warner. The Inventor's Wife, by E.T. Corbett. It's easy to talk of the patience of Job. Humph! Job had nothing to try him. If he'd been married to 'Bijah Brown, folks wouldn't have dared come nigh him. Trials indeed, now I'll tell you what, if you want to be sick of your life, just come and change places with me a spell, for I'm an inventor's wife. And sich inventions I'm never sure when I take up my coffee pot that 'Bijah hain't been improvin' it, and it mayn't go off like a shot. Why, didn't he make me a cradle once that would keep itself a rockin'? And didn't it pitch the baby out, and wasn't his head bruised shockin'? And there was his patent peeler, too, a wonderful thing, I'll say. But it had one fault, it never stopped till the apple was peeled away. As for locks and clocks and mowing machines and reapers and all such trash, why, 'Bijah's invented heaps of them, but they don't bring in no cash. Law, that don't worry him, not at all. He's the aggravatin'est man. He'll set in his little workshop there and whistle and think and plan, inventin' a jew's harp to go by steam, or a newfangled powder horn, while the children's goin' barefoot to school and the weeds is chokin' our corn. When 'Bijah and me kept company, he wasn't like this, you know. Our folks all thought he was dreadful smart, but that was years ago. He was handsome as any picture then, and he had such a glib, bright way. I never thought that a time would come when I'd rue my weddin' day. But when I've been forced to chop the wood and tend to the farm beside, and look at 'Bijah a-settin' there, I've just dropped down and cried. We lost the hull of our turnip crop while he was inventin' a gun. But I counted it one of my marcies when it bust before 'twas done. So he turned it into a burglar alarm. It ought to give thieves a fright. 'Twould scare an honest man out of his wits if he sawed it off at night. Sometimes I wonder if 'Bijah's crazy. He does such curious things. Have I told you about his bedstead yet? 'Twas full of wheels and springs. It had a key to wind it up, and a clock face at the head. All you did was to turn them hands, and at any hour, you said, that bed got up and shook itself and bounced you on the floor, and then shet up, just like a box, so you couldn't sleep any more. Wall, 'Bijah, he fixed it all complete, and he sawed it at 5:30. But he hadn't more'n got into it when, dear me sakes alive, them wheels began to whiz and whir. I heard a fearful snap, and there was that bedstead with 'Bijah inside, shet up just like a trap. I screamed, of course, but 'twa'n't no use. Then I worked that hull long night, a-tryin' to open the pesky thing. At last I got in a fright. I couldn't hear his voice inside, and I thought he might be dyin'. So I took a crowbar and smashed it in. There was 'Bijah peacefully lyin', inventin' a way to get out again. That was all very well to say, but I don't believe he'd have found it out if I'd left him in all day. Now, since I've told you my story, do you wonder I'm tired of life, or think it strange I often wish I weren't an inventor's wife? An Unruffled Bosom. Story of an Old Woman Who Knew Washington, by Lizzie W. Champney. An aged negress at her door is sittin' in the sun. Her day of work is almost o'er, her day of rest begun. Her face is black as darkest night, her form is bent and thin, and o'er her bony visage tight is stretched her wrinkled skin. Her dress is scant and mean, yet still about her ebon face there flows a soft and creamy frill of costly Mechlin lace. What means the contrast, strange and wide? Its like is seldom seen, a pauper's aged face beside the laces of a queen. Her mien is stately, proud, and high, and yet her look is kind, and the calm light within her eye speaks an unruffled mind. "Dar comes another ob dem tramps," she mumbles low in wrath. "I know dar sleek centennial chaps, quick as dey mounts de path. A axin' ob a lady's age I tink is impolite, and when dey gins to interview I disremembers quite. Dar was dat spruce photometer dat tried to take my head, and Mr. Squibbs, de porterer, wrote down each word I said. 600 years I twought it was, or else it was 16. Yes, I'd shook hands wid Washington, and likewise General Greene. I tole him all de generals' names dar eber was, I guess, from General Lee and Lafayette to General Distress. Den dar's dem high-flown ladies my old tings came to see, wanted to buy dem some heirlooms of real antiquity. Says I, dat isn't dis child's name. Dey calls me Auntie Scraggs, and den I axed dem by de pound how much dey gabe for rags. De missionary had de most insurance of dem all. He told me I was old, and said leaves had our time to fall. He simply wished to ax, he said, as pastor and as friend, if wid unruffled bosom I approached my latter end. Now how he knew dat story I should mightily like to know. I 'clare to goodness, Massa Guy, if dat ain't really you. You say dat in your wash I sent you only one white vest, and as you's passin' by you t'ought you'd call and get de rest. Now, Massa Guy, about your shirts, at least it seems to me dat you is more particular dan what you used to be. Your family pride is stiff as starch, your blood is mighty blue. I neber spares de indigo to make your shirts so too. I uses candle ends and wax and satin gloss and paints until your wristbands shine like to de pathway of de saints. But when a gemman sends to me 8 white vests every week, a stain of har oil on each one, I tinks it's time to speak. When snarled around a button dar's a golden R or so, dat young man's goin' to be wed, or someting's wrong, I know. You needn't laugh and turn it off by axing 'bout my cap. You didn't used to know nice lace, and never cared a snap what 'twas a lady wore, but folks wid teachin' learn a lot, and dey do say Miss Bella buys de best dat's to be got. But if you really want to know, I don't mind telling you just how come by dis yer lace. It's curious, but it's true. My mother washed for Washington when I weren't more'n dat tall. I cut one of his shirt frills off to dress my corncob doll. And when de general saw de shirt, he just was mad enough to tink he got to hold review without his best Dutch ruff. Mam said she 'lowed it was de calf dat had done chawed it off, but when de general heard dat he answered with a scoff. He said de marks warn't done of teef, but plainly dose ob shears. And den he showed her to de do, and cuffed me on ye years. And when my mam arrived at home, she stretched me cross her lap, den took de lace away from me, and sewed it on her cap. And when I dies, I hope dat day, wid it my shroud will trim. Den when we meets on Judgment Day, I'll gib it back to him. So dat's my story, Massa Guy. Maybe I's little wit, but I has learned to, when I'm wrong, make a clean breast of it. Den keep a conscience smooth and white, you can't if much you flirt, and an unruffled bosom like de General's Sunday shirt. Hat, Ulster, and All by Charlotte Fisk Bates. John Verity's Experience. I saw the congregation rise, and in it, to my great surprise, a Kossuth-covered head. I looked and looked and looked again, to make quite sure my sight was plain. Then to myself I said, that fellow surely is a Jew, to whom the Christian faith is new. Nor is it strange, indeed, if used to wear his hat in church, his manners leave him in the lurch upon a change of creed. Joining my friend on going out, conjecture soon was put to rout by smothered laugh of his. Ha, ha, too good, no Jew, dear fellow, but Miss Moll Carew, good Christian that she is. Bad blunder, all I have to say. It is a most unchristian way to rig Miss Moll Carew. She has my hat, my cut of hair, just such an ulster as I wear, and heaven knows what else too. Auction Extraordinary by Lucretia Davidson. I dreamed a dream in the midst of my slumber, and as fast as I dreamed it, it came into numbers. My thoughts ran along in such beautiful meter, I'm sure I ne'er saw any poetry sweeter. It seemed that a law had been recently made that a tax on old bachelors' pâtés should be laid, and in order to make them all willing to marry, the tax was as large as a man could well carry. The bachelors grumbled and said 'twas no use, 'twas horrid injustice and horrid abuse, and declared that to save their own heart's blood from spilling, of such a vile tax they would not pay a shilling. But the rulers determined them still to pursue, so they set all the old bachelors up at vendue. A crier was sent through the town to and fro, to rattle his bell and a trumpet to blow, and to call out to all he might meet in his way, "Ho, 40 old bachelors sold here today." And presently all the old maids in the town, each in her very best bonnet and gown, from 30 to 60, fair, plain, red, and pale, of every description, all flocked to the sale. The auctioneer then in his labor began, and called out aloud as he held up a man, "How much for a bachelor? Who wants to buy?" In a twink every maiden responsed, "Aye, aye." In short, at a highly extravagant price, the bachelors were all sold off in trice, and 40 old maidens, some younger, some older, each lugged an old bachelor home on her shoulder. A Appeal for R to the Sextant by Arabella Wilson. O sextant of the meetin' house which sweeps and dusts, or is supposed to, and makes fires, and lights the gas, and sometimes leaves a screw loose, in which case it smells orful, worse than lamp ile, and rings the bell and tolls it when men dies, to the grief of survivin' pardners, and sweeps paths, and for these services gets 100 per annum, which them that thinks dear let 'em try it, gettin' up before starlit in all weathers, and kindlin' fires when the weather is as cold as 0, and like as not green wood for kindlin's. I wouldn't be hired to do it for no sum. But, O sextant, there are one commodity, worth more than gold, which don't cost nothing, worth more than anything except the soul of man. I mean pure R, sextant. I mean pure R. Oh, it is plenty out of doors, so plenty it don't know what on earth to do with itself, but flies about scatterin' leaves and blowin' off men's hats. In short, it's just as free as are outdoors. But, oh sextant, in our church it's scarce as piety, scarce as bank bills when agents beg for missions, which some say is pretty often. 'Tain't nothin' to me. What I give ain't nothin' to nobody. But, oh sextant, you shet 500 men, women, and children, specially the latter, up in a tight place. Some has bad breaths, none of 'em ain't too sweet. Some is fevery, some is scrofulous, some has bad teeth, and some hain't none, and some ain't over clean. But every one of 'em breathes in and out and in, say 50 times a minute, or 1,500,000 breaths an hour. Now how long will a church full of R last at that rate? I ask you, say 15 minutes, and then what's to be did? Why, then they must breath it all over again. and then again, and so on, till each has took it down at least 10 times and let it up again. And what's more, the same individual don't have the privilege of breathing his own R and no one else. Each one must take whatever comes to him. Oh, sextant, don't you know our lungs is belluses to blow the fire of life and keep it from going out? And how can belluses blow without wind? And ain't wind R? I put it to your conscience. R is the same to us as milk to babies, or water is to fish, or pendulums to clocks, or roots and herbs unto an Injun doctor, or little pills unto an omeopath, or bows to girls. R is for us to breathe. What signifies who preaches if I can't breathe? What's polis to sinners who are dead? Dead for want of breath. Why, sextant, when we die, it's only 'cause we can't breathe no more, that's all. And now, oh sextant, let me beg of you to let a little R into our church. Pure R is certain proper for the pews, and do it weekdays and on Sundays too. It ain't much trouble, only make a hole, and then the R will come in of itself. It love to come in where it can get warm, and oh, how it will rouse the people up and spare it up the preacher and stop garps and yarns and fidgets as effectu, as wind on the dry bones the prophet tells of. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 9, Good-Natured Satire. Women show their sense of humor in ridiculing the foibles of their own sex, as Miss Carlotta Perry seeing the danger of higher education, and Helen Gray Cone laughing over the exaggerated ravings and moanings of a stage-struck girl, or the very one-sided sermon of a sentimental goose. A Modern Minerva by Carlotta Perry. 'Twas the height of the gay season, and I cannot tell the reason, but at a dinner party given by Mrs. Major Thwing, it became my pleasant duty to take out a famous beauty, the prettiest woman present. I was happy as a king. Her dress beyond a question was an artist's best creation. A miracle of loveliness was she from crown to toe. Her smile was sweet as could be, her voice just as it should be, not high and sharp and wiry, but musical and low. Her hair was soft and flossy, golden, plentiful and glossy. Her eyes so blue and sunny shone with every inward grace. I could see that every fellow in the room was really yellow with jealousy, and wished himself that moment in my place. As the turtle soup we tasted, like a gallant man, I hasted to pay some pretty tribute to this muslin, silk, and gauze. But she turned and softly asked me, and I own the question tasked me, what were my fixed opinions on the present suffrage laws. I admired a lovely blossom resting on her gentle bosom. The remark I thought a safe one. I could hardly made it worse. With a smile like any Venus, she gave me its name and genus, and opened very calmly a botanical discourse. But I speedily recovered. As her taper fingers hovered like a tender benediction in a little bit of fish, further to impair digestion, she brought up the Eastern question. By that time I fully echoed that other fellow's wish. And as sure as I'm a sinner, right on through that endless dinner did she talk of moral science, of politics and law, of natural selection, of free trade and protection, till I came to look upon her with a sort of solemn awe. Just to hear the lovely woman, looking more divine than human, talk with such discrimination of Ingersoll and Cook, with such a childish sweet smile, quoting Huxley, Mill, and Carlyle. It was quite a revelation. It was better than a book. Chemistry and mathematics, agriculture and chromatics, music, painting, sculpture, she knew all the tricks of speech. bas-relief and chiaroscuro, and at last the Indian bureau. She discussed it quite serenely as she trifled with a peach. I have seen some dreadful creatures with vinegary features, with their fearful store of learning set me sadly in eclipse. But I'm ready quite to swear it if I have ever heard the tariff or the Eastern question settled by such a pair of lips. Never saw I a dainty maiden so remarkably o'erladen from lip to tip of finger with the love of books and men. Quite in confidence I say it, and I trust you'll not betray it, but I pray to gracious heaven that I never may again. Chicago Tribune. The Ballad of Cassandra Brown by Helen Gray Cohn. Though I met her in the summer, when one's heart lies round at ease, as it were in tennis costume, and a man's not hard to please, yet I think at any season to have met her was to love, while her tones, unspoiled, unstudied, had the softness of the dove. At request she read us poems in a nook among the pines, and her artless voice lent music to the least melodious lines. Though she lowered her shadowing lashes in an earnest reader's wise, yet we caught blue, gracious glimpses of the heavens that were her eyes. As in paradise I listened. Ah, I did not understand that a little cloud, no larger than the average human hand, might, as stated oft in fiction, spread into a sable pall, when she said that she should study elocution in the fall. I admit her earliest efforts were not in the Ercles vein. She began with, "Little Mabel, with her face against the pane, and the beacon light a-tremble," which, although it made me wince, is a thing of cheerful nature to the things she rendered since. Having learned the soulful quiver, she acquired the melting moan, and the way she gave young Greyhead would have liquefied a stone. Then the sanguinary tragic did her energies employ, and she tore my taste to tatters when she slew the Polish boy. It's not pleasant for a fellow when the jewel of his soul wades through slaughter on the carpet, while her orbs in frenzy roll. What was I that I should murmur? Yet it gave me grievous pain when she rose in social gatherings and searched among the slain. I was forced to look upon her in my desperation dumb, knowing well that when her awful opportunity was come, she would give us battle, murder, sudden death at very least, as a skeleton of warning and a blight upon the feast. Once I fell a-dreaming. Someone played a polonaise I associated strongly with those happier August days, and I mused, I'll speak this evening, recent pangs forgotten quite. Sudden shrilled a scream of anguish, "Curfew shall not ring to-night!" Ah, that sound was as a curfew quenching rosy warm romance. Were it safe to wed a woman one so oft would wish in France? Oh, as she climbed that ladder, swift my mounting hope came down. I am still a single cynic. She is still Cassandra Brown. The Tender Heart by Helen Gray Cohn. She gazed upon the burnished brace of plump ruffed grouse he showed with pride. Angelic grief was in her face. "How could you do it, dear?" she sighed. "The poor pathetic moveless wings, the songs all hushed. Oh, cruel shame!" Said he, "The partridge never sings." Said she, "The sin is quite the same. You men are savage through and through. A boy is always bringing in some string of birds' eggs, white and blue, or butterfly upon a pin. The angleworm in anguish dies, impaled the pretty trout to tease. My own, we fish for trout with flies. Don't wander from the question, please." She quoted Burns's Wounded Hare, and certain burning lines of Blake's, and Ruskin on the fowls of air, and Coleridge on the water snakes. At Emerson's forbearance he began to feel his will benumbed. At Browning's Donald, utterly, his soul surrendered and succumbed. "O gentlest of all gentle girls," he thought, "beneath the blessed sun." He saw her lashes hang with pearls, and swore to give away his gun. She smiled to find her point was gained, and went, with happy parting words, he subsequently ascertained, to trim her hat with humming-birds. From the Century. A dozen others equally good must be reserved for that encyclopedia. This specimen of versus society rivals Locker or Baker. Plighted, A.D. 1874, by Alice Williams. Two souls with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. Nellie Locouture. Bless my heart, you've come at last. Awful glad to see you, dear. Thought you'd died or something, Belle. Such an age since you've been here. My engagement? Gracious, yes. Rumors hit the mark this time. And the victim? Charlie Gray. Know him, don't you? Well, he's prime. Such mustachios, splendid style. Then he's not so horrid fast. Waltzes like a seraph, too. Has some fortune, best and last. Love him? Nonsense. Don't be soft. Pretty much as love now goes. He's devoted, and in time I'll get used to him, I suppose. First love? Humbug. Don't talk stuff. Bella Brown, don't be a fool. Next you'd rave of flames and darts, like a chit at boarding school. Don't be miffed. I talked just so some 2 years back. Fact, my dear. But 2 seasons kill romance. Leave one's views of life quite clear. Why, if Will Latrobe had asked when he left 2 years ago, I'd have thrown up all and gone out to Kansas, do you know? Fancy me, a settler's wife. Blessed escape, dear, was it not? Yes, it's hardly in my line to enact love in a cot. Well, you see, I'd had my swing, been engaged to 8 or 10, got to stop sometime, of course, so it don't much matter when. Auntie hates old maids and thinks every girl should marry young. On that theme my whole life long I have heard the changes sung. So, ma belle, what could I do? Charlie wants a stylish wife? We'll suit well enough, no fear, when we settle down for life. But for love stuff, see my ring? Lovely, isn't it? Solitaire. Nearly made Maud Hinton turn green with envy and despair. Hers ain't half so nice, you see. Did I write you, Belle, about how she tried for Charlie, till I sailed in and cut her out? Now she's taken Jack McBride. I believe it's all from pique. Threw him over once, you know. Hates me so she'll scarcely speak. Oh, yes, Grace Church, Brown, and that. Pa won't mind expense at last. I'll be off his hands for good. Cost a fortune 2 years past. My trousseau shall outdo Maud's. I've carte blanche from Pa, you know. Mean to have my dress from Worth. Won't she be just raving, though? Scribner's Monthly Magazine, 1874. Women are often extremely humorous in their newspaper letters, excelling in that department. As critics, they incline to satire. No one who read them at the time will ever forget Mrs. Runkle's review of St. Elmo, or Gail Hamilton's criticism of The Story of Avis, while Mrs. Rollins, in The Critic, often uses a scimitar instead of a quill, though a smile always tempers the severity. She thus beheads a poetaster who tells the public that his solemn song is attempt ambitious with a ray of hope to pierce the dark abysms of thought, to guide its dim ghosts o'er the towering crags of doubt unto the land where peace and love abide, of flowers and streams, and sun and stars. His solemn song is certainly very solemn for a song with so cheerful a purpose. We have rarely read, indeed, a book with so large a proportion of unhappy words in it. Frozen shrouds, souls a-chill with agony, things wan and grey, icy demons, scourging willow branches, snow-heaped mounds, black and freezing nights, cups of sorrow drained to the lees, etc., are presented in such profusion that to struggle through the dark abyss in search of the ray of hope is much like taking a cup of poison to learn the sweetness of its antidote. Mr. Blank, in one of his stanzas, invites his soul to come and walk abroad with him. If he ever found it possible to walk abroad without his soul, the fact would have been worth chronicling. But if it is true that he only desires to have his soul with him occasionally, we should advise him to walk abroad alone, and invite his soul to sit beside him in the hours he devotes to composition. Then humor is displayed in the excellent parodies by women, as Grace Greenwood's imitation of various authors, written in her young days, but quite equal to the Echo Club of Bayard Taylor. How perfect her mimicry of Mrs. Sigourney. A fragment by L.H.S. How hardly doth the cold and careless world requite the toil divine of genius souls, their wasting cares and agonizing throes. I had a friend, a sweet and precious friend, one passing rich in all the strange and rare and fearful gifts of song. On one great work, a poem in 12 cantos, she had toiled from early girlhood, e'en till she became an olden maid. Worn with intensest thought, she sunk at last, just at the finis, sunk, and closed her eyes forever. The soul gem had fretted through its casket. As I stood beside her tomb, I made a solemn vow to take in charge that poor lone orphan work and to edit it. My publisher I sought, a learned man and good. He took the work, read here and there a line, then laid it down and said, it would not pay. I slowly turned and went my way with troubled brow, but more in sorrow than in anger. Phoebe Cary's parody on Maud Muller I never fancied. It seems almost wicked to burlesque anything so perfect. But so many parodies have been made on Kingsley's Three Fishers that now I can enjoy a really good one, like this from Miss Lillian Whiting of the Boston Daily Traveler, the well-known correspondent of various Western papers. The Three Poets After Kingsley by Lillian Whiting. 3 poets went sailing down Boston streets, all into the east as the sun went down. Each felt that the editor loved him best and would welcome spring poetry in Boston town. For poets must write, though the editors frown. Their aesthetic natures will not be put down, while the harbor bar is moaning. 3 editors climbed to the highest tower that they could find in all Boston town, and they planned to conceal themselves hour after hour, till the sun or the poets had both gone down. For spring poets must write, though the editors rage. The artistic spirit must thus be engaged, though the editors all were groaning. 3 corpses lay out on the Back Bay sand just after the first spring sun went down, and the press sat down to a banquet grand in honor of poets no more in the town. For poets will write while editors sleep, though they've nothing to earn and no one to keep, and the harbor bar keeps moaning. The humor of women is constantly seen in their poems for children, such as The Dead Doll by Margaret Vandergrift and The Motherless Turkeys by Marion Douglas. Here are some less known. Bedtime by Nellie K. Kellogg. 'Twas sunset time when Grandma called to lively little Fred, "Come, dearie, put your toys away, it's time to go to bed." But Fred demurred. He wasn't tired. He didn't think 'twas right that he should go so early when some folks sat up all night. Then Grandma said in pleading tone, "The little chickens go to bed at sunset every night, all summer long, you know." Then Freddie laughed and turned to her, his eyes of roguish blue. "Oh, yes, I know," he said, "but then Old Hen goes with them, too." Good cheer. The Robin and the Chicken by Grace F. Coolidge. A plump little robin flew down from a tree to hunt for a worm, which he happened to see. A frisky young chicken came scampering by and gazed at the robin with wondering eye. Said the chick, "What a queer-looking chicken is that? Its wings are so long and its body so fat." While the robin remarked, loud enough to be heard, "Dear me, an exceedingly strange-looking bird." "Can you sing?" Robin asked, and the chicken said no, but asked in its turn if the robin could crow. So the bird sought a tree and the chicken a wall, and each thought the other knew nothing at all. St. Nicholas. Harriet W. Lothrop, wife of the popular publisher, better known by her pen name of Margaret Sidney, has done much in a humorous way to amuse and instruct little folks. She has much quiet humor. Why Polly Doesn't Love Cake by Margaret Sidney. They all said no as they stood in a row, the poodle and the parrot and the little yellow cat, and they looked very solemn, this straight indignant column, and rolled their eyes and shook their heads, a-standing on the mat. Then I took a goodly stick, very short and very thick, and I said, "Dear friends, you really now shall rue it, for one of you did take that bit of wedding cake, and so I'm going to whip you all. I honestly will do it." Then Polly raised her claw. "I never saw that stuff. I'd rather have a cracker, and so it would be folly," said this naughty Polly, "to punish me. But Pussy, you can whack her." The cat rolled up her eyes in innocent surprise, and waved each trembling whisker end. "A crumb I have not taken, but Bose ought to be shaken, and then perhaps his thieving awful ways he'll mend. I'll begin right here with you, Polly dear, and my stick I raised with righteous good intent. Oh dear, and oh dear," the groans that filled my ear, as over head and heels the frightened column went. The cat flew out the window, the dog flew under bed, and Polly flapped and beat the air, then settled on my head, when underneath her wing, from feathered corner deep, a bit of wedding cake fell down, that made poor Polly weep. The cat raced off to Catland and was never seen again, and the dog sneaked out beneath the bed to scud with might and main, while Polly sits upon her roost and rolls her eyes in fear, and when she sees a bit of cake she always says, "Oh dear." Kitten Tactics by Adelaide Silly Waldron. 4 little kittens in a heap, 1 wide awake and 3 asleep. Open Eyes crowded, pushed the rest over, while the gray mother cat went playing rover. 3 little kittens stretched and mewed, cried out, "Open Eyes, you're too rude." Open Eyes, winking, purred so demurely, all the rest stared at him, thinking, surely we were the ones that were so rude. We were the ones that cried and mewed. Let us lie here like good little kittens. We cannot sleep, so we'll wash our mittens. 4 little kittens, very sleek, purred so demurely, looked so meek, when the gray mother came home from roving. "What good kittens," said she, "and how loving." Both Sides by Gail Hamilton. "Kitty, Kitty, you mischievous elf, what have you, pray, to say for yourself?" But Kitty was now asleep on the mow, and only drawled dreamily, "Meow." "Kitty, Kitty, come here to me, the naughtiest kitty I ever did see. I know very well what you've been about. Don't try to conceal it. Murder will out. Why do you lie so lazily there? Oh, I have had a breakfast rare. Why don't you go and hunt for a mouse? Oh, there's nothing fit to eat in the house. Dear me, Miss Kitty, this is a pity, but I guess the cause of your change of ditty. What has become of the beautiful thrush that built her nest in the heap of brush? A brace of young robins as good as the best, a round little brown little snug little nest, 4 little eggs all green and gay, 4 little birds all bare and gray, and Papa Robin went foraging round, aloft on the trees and alight on the ground. North wind or south wind he cared not a groat, so he popped a fat worm down each wide-open throat. And Mamma Robin, through sun and storm, hugged them up close and kept them all warm. And me, I watched the dear little things till the feathers pricked out on their pretty wings, and their eyes peeped up o'er the rim of the nest. Kitty, Kitty, you know the rest. The nest is empty and silent and lone. Where are the 4 little robins gone? Oh, Puss, you have done a cruel deed. Your eyes, do they weep? Your heart, does it bleed? Do you not feel your bold cheeks turning pale? Not you. You are chasing your wicked tail. Or you just cuddle down in the hay and purr, curl up in a ball and refuse to stir. But you need not try to look good and wise. I see little robins, old Puss, in your eyes. And this morning, just as the clock struck 4, there was someone opening the kitchen door, and caught you creeping the woodpile over. Make a clean breast of it, Kitty Clover. Then Kitty arose, rubbed up her nose, and looked very much as if coming to blows. Rounded her back, leaped from the stack on her feet, at my feet, came down with a whack. Then fairly awake, she stretched out her paws, smoothed down her whiskers, and unsheathed her claws, winked her green eyes with an air of surprise, and spoke rather plainly for one of her size. "Killed a few robins, well, what of that? What's virtue in man can't be vice in a cat. There's a thing or two I should like to know. Who killed the chicken a week ago, for nothing at all that I could spy, but to make an overgrown chicken pie? 'Twixt you and me, 'tis plain to see, the odds is you like fricassee, while my brave ma owns no such law, content with viands à la raw. Who killed the robins? Oh yes, oh yes. I would get the cat now into a mess. Who was it put an old stocking foot, tied up with strings and such shabby things, onto the end of a sharp slender pole, dipped it in oil and set fire to the hole, and burnt all the way from here to the miller's the nests of the sweet young caterpillars? Grilled fowl indeed! Why, as I read, you had not even the plea of need, for all you boast such wholesome roast. I saw no sign at tea or roast of even a caterpillar's ghost. Who killed the robins? Well, I should think. Hadn't somebody better wink at my peccadillos, if houses of glass won't do to throw stones from at those who pass? I had 4 little kittens a month ago, black and Malta and white as snow, and not a very long while before I could have shown you 3 kittens more. And so in batches of 4s and 3s, looking back as long as you please, you would find, if you read my story all, there were kittens from time immemorial. But what am I now? A cat bereft of all my kittens, but one is left. I make no charges, but this I ask, what made such a splurge in the wastewater cask? You are quite tender-hearted, oh, not a doubt, but only suppose old Black Pond could speak out. Oh, bother, don't mutter excuses to me, qui facet per alium facet per se. Well, Kitty, I think full enough has been said, and the best thing for you is go straight back to bed. A very fine pass things have come to, my lass, if men must be meek while pussycats speak great moral reflections in Latin and Greek. Our Young Folks. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Wit of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Escano. The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn. Chapter 10. Parodies, Reviews, Children's Poems, Comedies by Women, a Dramatic Trifle, a String of Firecrackers. It is surprising that we have so few comedies from women. Dr. Duran mentions 5 English women who wrote successful comedies. Of these, 3 are now forgotten. One, Afra Ben, is remembered only to be despised for her vulgarity. She was an undoubted wit, and was never dull, but so wicked and coarse that she forfeited all right to fame. Susanna Centlivre left 19 plays full of vivacity and fun and lively incident. The Bold Stroke for a Wife is now considered her best. The Basset Table is also a superior comedy, especially interesting because it anticipates the modern blue-stocking in Valeria, a philosophical girl who supports vivisection, and has also a prophecy of exclusive colleges for women. There is nothing worthy of quotation in any of these comedies. Some sentences from Mrs. Centlivre's plays are given in magazine articles to prove her wit, but we say so much brighter things in these days that they must be considered stale platitudes, as "You may cheat widows, orphans, and tradesmen without a blush, but a debt of honor, sir, must be paid. Quarrels, like mushrooms, spring up in a moment. Woman is the greatest sovereign power in the world." Hans Andersen in his autobiography mentions a Madame von Weissenthal, who was a successful actress and dramatist. Her comedies are published in 14 volumes. In our country, several comedies written by women, but published anonymously, have been decided hits. Mrs. Verplank's Sealed Instructions was a marked success, and years ago, Passion by Anna Cora Mowat had a remarkable run. By the way, those roaring farces, Bells of the Kitchen, and Fun in a Fog were written for the Vaux family by an aunt of theirs. And I must not forget to state that Gilbert's Palace of Truth was cribbed almost bodily from Madame de Genlis' Tales of an Old Castle. Mrs. Julia Scheyer of Washington has given us a domestic drama in 1 act, entitled Struggling Genius. Struggling Genius, Dramatis Personae, Mrs. Anastasius, Mr. Anastasius, Girl of 10 years, Girl of 8 years, Girl of 2 years, Infant of 3 months. Act 1, Scene 1, Nursery. Time, 8:00 a.m. In the background, nurse making bed, etc. Girl of 2 amusing herself surreptitiously with pins, buttons, scissors, etc. Girl of 8 practicing piano in adjoining room. Mrs. A in foreground performing toilet of infant. Having lain awake half the preceding night wrestling with the plot of a new novel for which rival publishers are waiting with outstretched arms, full of checks, Mrs. A believes She has hit upon an effective scene and burns to commit it to paper. Washes infant with feverish haste. Mrs. A. soliloquizing. Let me see. How was it? Oh. Olga raised her eyes with a sweetly serious expression. Harold gazed moodily at her calm face. It was not the expression that he longed to see there. He would have preferred to see... Good gracious, Maria! That child's mouth is full of buttons. He would have preferred... Leonora! That X's too sharp. There, Mummy's sonny boy. Did Mama drop the soap into his mouth instead of the wash bowl? There. There's a land that is fairer than this, etc. Infant quiet. Mrs. A. resuming. He would have preferred... Maria, don't you see that child has got the scissors? He would have... There now, let Mama put on its little socks. Now it's all dressed so nice and clean. Don't he? Now, don't he? Leonora, put more accent on the first beat. Harold gazed moodily into... His bottle, Maria! Quick! He'll scream himself into fits. Exit nurse. Baby, having got both fists into his mouth, beguiles himself into quiet. Mrs. A. Let me see. How was it? Oh, Harold gazed moodily into her calm, sweet face. It was not the expression he would have liked to find there. He would have preferred... Shriek from girl of 2. Oh, dear me! She has shut her darling fingers in the drawer. Come to Mama, precious love, and sit on Mama's lap, and we'll sing about little pussy. Enter nurse with bottle. Curtain falls. Scene 2. Study. 3 hours later. Infant and girl of 2 asleep. House in order. Lunch and dinner arranged. Buttons sewed on girl of 8's boots. String on girl of 10's hood. And both dispatched to school, etc. Enter Mrs. A. Draws a long sigh of relief and seats herself at desk. Reads a page of Dickens and a poem or 2 to attune herself for work. Seizes pen. Scribbles erratically a few seconds and begins to write. Mrs. A. After some moments. I think that's good. Let us hear how it reads. Reads aloud. He would have preferred to find more passion in those deep, dark eyes. Had he then no part in the maiden meditations of this fair, innocent girl, he whom proud beauties of society vied with each other to win? He could not guess. A stray breeze laden with violet and hyacinth perfume stole in at the open window, ruffling the soft waves of auburn hair which shaded her alabaster forehead. It seems to me I have read something similar before, but it is good anyhow. Harold could not endure this placid, unruffled calm. His own veins were full of molten lava. With a wild and passionate cry, he... Enter cook bearing a large dripping piece of corned beef. Cook. Please, Mrs. Anastasia, is this the kind of paste you done wanted? I thought I'd save you the trouble of coming down. Mrs. A. desperately. It is! Exit cook, staring wildly. Mrs. A. resuming. With a wild, passionate cry, he... Re-enter cook. Cook. 10 cents for the boy. What put in the wood, please, ma'am. Mrs. A. gives money. Exit cook. Mrs. A. sighing. Takes up MS. Clock strikes 12. Soon after the lunch bell rings. Voice of girl of 10 calling. Mama, why don't you come to lunch? Scene 3. Dining room. Enter Mrs. A. Girl of 10. Oh, what a mean lunch. Nothing but bread and ham. I hate bread and ham. All the girls have jelly cake. Why don't we have jelly cake? We used to have jelly cake. Mrs. A. You can have some pennies to buy ginger snaps. Girl of 10. I hate ginger snaps. When are you going to make jelly cake? Mrs. A. sternly. When my book is done. Girl of 10. With inexpressible meaning. Curtain falls. Scene 4. Study. Enter Mrs. A. Children still asleep. Girls at school. Deck again cleared for action. Mrs. A. It is 1 o'clock. If I can be let alone until 3, I can finish that last chapter. Takes a pen, lays it down, reads a poem of Mrs. Browning to take the taste of ham sandwiches out of her mouth, then resumes pen and writes with increasing interest for 15 minutes. Everything is steeped in quiet. Suddenly, a faint murmur of voices is heard. It increases. It approaches, mingled with the tread of many feet, and a rumbling as of many chariot wheels. It is only Barnum's steam orchestrion, Barnum's steam chimes, and Barnum's steam calliope, followed by an array of rough scruff. They stop exactly opposite the house. The orchestrion blares. The chimes ring a knell to peace and harmony. The calliope shrieks to heaven. The infants wake and shriek likewise. Exit Mrs. A. Curtain falls. Scene 5. Study. Enter Mrs. A. Peace restored. Children happy with nurse. Seizes pen and writes rapidly. Doorbell rings. Cook announces caller. Nobody Mrs. A wants to see, but somebody she must see. Exit Mrs. A. in a state of rigid despair. Scene 6. Hall. Visitor gone. Mrs. A starts for study. Enter girl of 8, followed by girl of 10. Duettino. Girl of 10. Mama, please give me my music lesson now, so I can go and skate. And then, won't you please make some jelly cake? And see, my dress is torn, and my slate frame needs covering. Girl of 8. Where are my roller skates? Where's the strap? Can I have a pickle? Please give me a cent. A girl said her mother wouldn't let her wear darn stockings to school. I'm ashamed of my stockings. You might let me wear my new ones. Mrs. A gives music lesson, men's dress, covers slate frame, makes jelly cake and a pudding, goes to nursery, and sends nurse down to finish ironing. Scene 7. Nursery. Mrs. A with babies on her lap. Enter husband and father with hands full of papers and general air of having finished his day's work. Mr. A. Well, how is everything? Children all right, I see. You must have had a nice quiet day. Written much? Mrs. A. faintly. Not very much. Mr. A. complacently. Oh well, you can't force these things. It will be all right in time. Mrs. A. in a burst of repressed feeling. We need the money so much, Charles. Mr. A. with an air of offended dignity. Oh, bother! You're not expected to support the family. Mrs. A. thinking of that dentist's bill, that shoe bill, and the summer outfit for a family of 6, says nothing. Exit Mr. A., who re-enters a moment later. Mr. A. You, haven't fixed my coat, I see. Mrs. A. with a guilty start. I forgot it. Gibbering fiend conscience. Ha ha! Oh ho! Curtain falls amid chorus of exulting demons. I have reserved for the close numerous instances of woman's facility at badinage and repartee. It is there, after all, that she shines perennial and preeminent. You will excuse me if I give them to you one after another without comment, like a closing display of fireworks. And first, let me quote from Mrs. Rollins. As an instance of the way in which women often react upon each other in repartee, a little conversation which is once her privilege to overhear. Margaret, I wonder you never have been married, Kate. Of course, you've had lots of chances. Won't you tell us how many? Kate. No, indeed. I could not so cruelly betray my rejected lovers.
Helen.
Of course you wouldn't tell us exactly, but would you mind giving it to us in round numbers?
Kate.
Certainly not. The roundest number of all exactly expresses the chances I have had.
Charlotte, with a sigh.
Now I know what people mean by Kate's circle of admirers. A lady was discussing the relative merits and demerits of the two sexes with a gentleman of her acquaintance. After much badinage on one side and the other, he said,
"Well, you never yet heard of casting 7 devils out of a man."
"No," was the quick retort. "They've got 'em yet."
"What would you do in time of war if you had the suffrage?" said Horace Greeley to Mrs. Stanton.
"Just what you have done, Mr. Greeley," replied the ready lady. "Stay at home and urge others to go and fight." It was Margaret Fuller who worsted Mrs. Greeley in a verbal encounter. The latter had a decided aversion to kid gloves, and on meeting Margaret, shrank from her extended hand with a shudder, saying,
"Oh, skin of a beast! Skin of a beast!"
"Why," said Miss Fuller in surprise, "what do you wear?"
"Silk,"
said Mrs. Greeley, stretching out her palm with satisfaction. Miss Fuller just touched it, saying with a disgusted expression,
"Ugh! Entrails of a worm! Entrails of a worm!"
Mademoiselle Demas, the former favorite of the Théâtre de Français, had in some way offended the garde du corps. So one night they came in full force to the theater and tried to hiss her down. The actress, unabashed, came to the front of the stage and, alluding to the fact that the garde du corps never went to the war, said,
"What has Mar to do with the garde du corps?"
Madame Louis de Ségur is daughter of the late Casimir Perier, who was Minister of the Interior during Thiers's administration. When once out of the office, but still an influential member of the House, he once tried to form a new moderate Republican party, meeting with but little success. Once his daughter, who was sitting in the gallery, saw him entering the house all alone.
"Here comes my father with his party," she said.
I was greatly amused at the quiet reprimand given by a literary lady of New York to a stranger at her receptions, who, with hands crossed complacently under his coat tails, was critically examining the various treasures in her room, humming obtrusively as he passed along. The hostess paused near him, surveyed him critically, and then inquired in a gentle tone,
"Do you play also?"
A young girl being asked why she had not been more frequently to the Lenten services, excused herself in this fashion, severe but truthful.
"Oh, Doctor is on such intimate terms with the Almighty that I felt de trop."
At a reception in Washington this spring, an admirable answer was given by a level-headed woman, we are all proud of Miss Cleveland, to a fine-looking army officer who has been doing guard duty in that magnificent city for the past 17 years.
"Pray,"
said he,
"what do ladies find to think about besides dress and parties?"
"They think about the heroic deeds of our modern army officers," was her smiling reply. Do you remember Lydia Maria Child's reply to her husband when he wished he was as rich as Croesus?
"At any rate, you are king of Lydia."
And Lucretia Mott's humorous comment when she entered a room where her husband and his brother Richard were sitting, both of them remarkable for their taciturnity and reticence.
"I thought you must both be here. It was so still."
In my own home I recall a sensible old maid of Scotch descent with her cozy cottage and the dear old-fashioned garden where she loved to work. Our physician, a man of infinite humor, who honestly admired her sterling worth and was attracted by her individuality, leaned over her fence one bright spring morning with a direct question.
"Miss Sharp, why did you never get married?"
She looked up from her weeding, rested on her hoe handle, and looking steadily at his hair, which was of a sandy hue, answered,
"I'll tell you all about it, Doctor.
I made up my mind, when I was a girl, that, come what would, I would never marry a red-headed man. And none but men with red hair have ever offered themselves. We all know women whose capacity for monologue exhausts all around them, so that the remark will be appreciated of a lady to whom I said, alluding to such a talker, "Have you seen Mrs. lately?" No, I really had to give up her acquaintance in despair, for I had been trying 2 years to tell her something in particular. A lady once told me she could always know when she had taken too much wine at dinner. Her husband's jokes began to seem funny. Lastly, and finally, there is a reason for our apparent lack of humor, which it may seem ungracious to mention. Women do not find it politic to cultivate or express their wit. No man likes to have his story capped by a better and fresher from a lady's lips. What woman does not risk being called sarcastic and hateful if she throws back the merry dart or indulges in a little sharp shooting? No, it's dangerous, if not fatal. Though you're bright and though you're pretty, they'll not love you if you're witty. Madame de Staël and Madame Récamier are good illustrations of this point. The former, by her fearless expressions of wit, exposed herself to the detestations of the majority of mankind. "She has shafts," said Napoleon, "which would hit a man if he were seated on a rainbow." But the sweetly fawning, almost servile adulation of the listening beauty brought her a corresponding throng of admirers. It sometimes seemed that what is pronounced wit, if uttered by a distinguished man, would be considered commonplace if expressed by a woman. Parker's illustration of Choate's rare humor never struck me as felicitous. Thus a friend, meeting him one 10 degrees below zero morning in the winter, said, "How cold it is, Mr. Choate?" "Well, it is not absolutely tropical," he replied, with the most mirthful emphasis. "And do you recollect the only time that Wordsworth was really witty?" He told the story himself at a dinner. "Gentlemen, I never was really witty, but once in my life." Of course, there was a general call for the bright but solitary instance, and the contemplative bard continued, "Well, gentlemen, I was standing at the door of my cottage at Rydal Mount, one fine summer morning, and the laborer said to me, 'Sir, have you seen my wife go by this way?' And I replied, 'My good man, I did not know until this moment that you had a wife.'" He paused. The company waited for the promised witticism, but discovering that he had finished, burst into a long and hearty roar, which the old gentleman accepted complacently as a tribute to his brilliancy. The wit of women is like the airy froth of champagne, or the witching iridescence of the soap bubble, blown for a moment's sport, to sparkle, the life, the fascinating foam. The gay tints vanish with the occasion, because there is no listening Boswell with unfailing memory and capacious notebook to preserve them. Then, unlike men, women do not write out their impromptus beforehand and carefully hoard them for the publisher and posterity. And now, dear friends, a cordial au revoir. My heartiest thanks to the women who have so generously allowed me to ransack their treasuries, filching here and there as I chose, always modestly declaiming against the existence of wit in what they had written. To various publishers in New York and Boston, who have been most courteous and liberal, credit is given elsewhere. Touched by the occasion, I dropped into doggerel. If you pronounce this book not funny, and wish you hadn't spent your money, there soon will be a general rumor that you're no judge of wit or humor. End of Section 12. Recording by Mary Escano. End of The Wit of Women by Kate Sanborn.